君のことば繰り返し寝ても全てもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
The LEC was forged by tons of great moments that forever changed the EMEA landscape. In match history, we look back at the games that will live in the memory of all of our fans, and of course, highlights from the LEC 2023 season.
Into draft we go. Fnatic on the blue side, BDS on the red side. Really big, important game here for BDS. 3 games they've got. They need to get a couple wins here. And Fnatic looking to keep their momentum going. This revitalized roster.
Yep. Huge game for BDS. If they win this, they stop the bleeding, especially after being in the finals last split. I think people expected a little bit more from this team. For Fnatic, though, can they continue this winning ways?
There's one sign in the audience that says pick Yumi hard. She's fighting an uphill battle here.
Yeah. You stick to convictions. And because you talked about like Michelin dish for the draft, I think we should rate these drafts on a Ramsey scale, okay? Something we learn in medicine. So,
but I feel like if it's a Ramsey scale,
the lowest
we got a lot of swear words.
It's raw,
yeah.
Okay? And then the highest will go with, it has to be delicious, I guess, right? But in the middle, we can use other Ramsey quotes.
He uses beautiful a lot.
Oh, beautiful, yeah. Okay. It's so undercooked, it's following Mary to school for lamb. I like that. There's enough garlic in here to kill every vampire in Europe. Well, also a classic there from Ramsey.
God, we're gonna. Well, the thing is, if Yumi's picked, is that the garlic one or is that the?
That's got to be the garlic one.
That's so Fnatic's already lost it.
It's a really tough decision because both these drafts are crap. so that's a good one as well.
That's a good one.
I like that one.
We need to get back on the MasterChef grind. Yeah, iconic.
Classic day.
Right,
anyway,
so
the Yumi first.
Present your dish, BDS. Talk to me about it. What do we got? We got an Ari 1-2 here. We got a Zero up. We got
a big delicious salad from BDS. That's what we're looking for.
I like the topic. I like it a lot.
It's a Caesar.
Ooh, a Zero Aphelios. That is some late game right there. And they've taken away Noah's Aphelios. And Zeri is banned away. So what's he going to lean in towards? Is it going to be... What kind of Yumi lane can they run? It's a bit tricky, isn't it? They could go Draven Yumi if they want to, but... Could also go Zaya,
Jinx.
Yumi, Jinx. Jinx, Yumi a little bit too immobile for my taste buds. Zaya, Yumi, a bit better. I like that. See what they match in mid here. Of course, Azir taken away from Humanoid. I think they've gotten a pretty decent opening to a draft here, BDS, in terms of denial picks. But a Humanoid shouldn't struggle to find a mid laner. Annie's up if they want to go for the Annie route. Nico's up. Don't pick Nico.
Don't pick Nico.
I heard picking Nico in the LEC is cursed.
2-9 now.
Yeah.
After its loss in the last game.
Syndra. I haven't seen that in a little bit.
I think we saw it from Humanoid into LeBlanc as well, didn't we, as an answer?
Yeah, I think Humanoid's played it once this split. Humanoid's played one unique champion this whole split.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Not
This is
anymore.
the seventh. So what's BDS's pick up here? They could pick up support here, match it with a Lulu. How exciting would that be? Tell me.
I'd be over the moon.
Over the moon.
Yeah. If they pick Lulu and this draft was a pizza, if you took it to Italy, you'd be arrested.
No, you would. So they've gone
Blitzcrank.
Blitzcrank.
That's a lot
Get
more
out of jail
exciting.
free card, baby.
Still a lot more exciting. And obviously it's a 2-for-1 special with the Yumi.
Yeah, it is 2-for-1 special with Yumi. Yeah, it works as Tom Kench kind of as well for a 2-for-1 special. So bot lanes and mid picked up here from both sides. There is 3 junglers banned away. They can start to target junglers even more now. As Vi, Sejuani, and Maokai are taken away. Looking at things like the Viego, the Wukong. We've seen the Amumu from Razork, but I feel like playing Amumu Syndra, not my cup of tea. I think something like the Kha'Zix could work a little bit better. You really want to play an AD jungler here. I'll be surprised if BDS give Razork Viego here, because I feel like Viego Syndra is definitely what they'll easily lean towards. It's a Fnatic special. Darius taken away from Adam, of course. Welcome back, Adam. Olaf's up. We'll see if that's taken away from Fnatic, from BDS by Fnatic.
With the Cassandra already being banned out by BDS, kind of implies they don't want to lean towards the Olaf, because Olaf good into Cassandra historically. The Darius already banned away. Does mean that now Viego available for Fnatic.
If Fnatic ran this draft, I think it was against XL, they ran a Yumi Kindred draft, and they lost the first few dragons, and they had to fight the third Drake, and if they lost that fight, the game would be really tough, but they managed to win it. But the thing is, you're playing so on the back foot, so I'm a bit worried here. If BDS take Viego and Fnatic go Kindred, they're going to fall into that draft that they had against XL, which I'm not a huge fan of. So instead, actually, they're going to go for the Poppy. So Razork not forced into something like the Kindred if they do take that Poppy away. Of course, Poppy can be a bit of a flex here, so they are going to give Razork to Viego. Bit of a mistake, I think, but they've decided to take away Xante Sion instead as their priority. And now Oscar is going to be blinding top with a lot of champions like this down, and Olaf being up. It's a bit risky, so going to go for a powerful lane phase champ. Renekton's not a bad pickup, of course, quite powerful since the buffs. And yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised seeing Adam Olaf slammed into that.
Yeah, nor would I. Instead, though, Gragas has a lot more sustain in the top lane. Could be jungle, but as you said, expect an AD jungle here for Fnatic.
Yeah, you really want to run AD jungle with Syndra, especially burst mages like LeBlanc, Syndra really benefit from AD junglers. Anything that really leans towards magic resist, especially like TF, for example. When they go Mercs, you really want to play something like TF Lee Sin, TF Kha'Zix. Whereas Azir is a bit more flexible. Of course, the scaling factor is so in his favor that it doesn't really matter too much. And now it's a question of what they pick up here. Is it Gragas jungle?
Could be Gragas jungle. Fnatic.
It's the Viego.
Gonna lock in the Viego.
Yeah, no surprise.
Obviously, still flexibility for BDS on the other side. Poppy can go towards the top lane to the Gragas.
So I think so they are going to go Olaf
that's
anyway.
the Olaf, yeah.
So I think, yeah, Oscar had a choice there. Do I go Gragas into Olaf? Do I go Renekton? Renekton's a lot more volatile. Gragas can die a little bit easier, I want to say. As much as you don't want to fight him as much. Obviously, when Olaf's unstoppable, the only thing you can really do is run or fight back. Renekton can fight back nicely, depending on the state of the game, but Gragas really can't, so he's going to have to run. But yeah, BDS have got a lot of tools for starting off fights. I mean, Blitzcrank, Olaf, Poppy, that's a lot of tools. I mean, you've got good hyperscaling ADs and mid laner as well with some prio too. Fnatic have the Yumi, they have the Viego. And Fnatic, a bit of a front-to-back-ish comp. BDS have a little bit of dive, but I feel like if BDS set up on objectives first, it's going to be hard for Fnatic to get in there.
There's a lot of zone control, and the thing for BDS is if they gain vision control as well, Blitzcrank can become such a menace in those situations, you know. Even if it's Gragas face-checking, him getting hooked into your team is not always a bad thing.
I think the best way to look at these drafts is Fnatic's engage is a little bit unreliable, but they have a lot of burst with Zaya, Syndra. Team BDS have a lot of DPS with Azir, Aphelios, and good engage. So it's a bit of a hairy draft if Fnatic lose control of the objectives. Retaking is going to be difficult. Forcing fights on midwave is going to be difficult. You know, if you're Zaya and Yumi and trying to catch that midwave and Blitzcrank's hiding in a bush, or the Olaf's moving towards mid, it's going to be tricky. So Fnatic might have to give up a couple pushing waves, but they have a lot of burst. If they can get one target down, that's big.
Let's see what they can do. Fnatic, 3 games in a row they have won. Only lost to G2 this split. Noah only killed once this split as well. BDS on the other side looking to return to winning ways. Let's get in to game 4.
Beautiful.
One last Ramsey quote before we get into the action.
One last Ramsey quote.
Ready?
Yeah, go.
Why did the chicken cross the road?
Because it was alive.
Because you didn't cook it!
I knew it was something along those lines.
He added an extra word there that I've already said once. That's it.
BDS fans here, Fnatic fans here, chanting for their teams.
And some people who are just enjoying the show, you know?
Some people want to ban Yumi, some people want to pick Yumi, you know? As Labrov's in the pit, is he going to go for a cheeky hook over the wall? BDS was thinking about a Dragon Pit hook, but yeah, Fnatic's not in any position to get hooked whatsoever, are they? Just playing it safe, don't want to play risky against the Blitzcrank. You can see they warded the Tri-Bush, hovering around their red buff, and Humanoid covers the top side entrance. So no level 1 shenanigans here. Razork's going to start towards his bot side camp. Shio similarly with the phase rush. Maybe going to go for a wolf start. No, Razork's actually going to go for a wolf start or a top side start himself. I think bot lane is definitely where obviously every game is normally focused. But Fnatic have a really good kill pressure towards mid. I think Viego, Syndra, good setup on the Azir, and I feel like Razork's been playing pretty well through mid. This is the problem with the Olaf. He just runs at you.
Yep.
BB did this at MSI, and it worked out. He got a kill.
I just don't know if it works out in this situation. Razork on the blue, not going to be leashed away. But as we see Adam on the screen, and as he is back from being sick last week, we do need to celebrate him slightly. It's his 100th game here in the LEC. The little French phenom in the top lane.
Yeah.
Made quite a splash when he came in.
He did.
Continued to do.
Now to Fnatic, of course, with his wacky champion pool, that best of 5 against G2, where he was playing things like the Darius, pulling them out of the Realm Warp and such. It's come a long way now. Adam onto BDS is Shio. Interesting, he went Wolves into red. I wonder if he's going to do some kind of Raptors and then wrap around to mid or something. Skipped out on 2 bot camps there, whereas Razork's just going for a classic top-to-bot full clear. Now, obviously, if Shio can find an early play, then this will be worthwhile. Looks like I think they're setting up for a top dive, actually.
Yeah. Adam running the corrupting potion as well, so he can trade early and aggressively and keep himself topped up.
This is definitely a top dive here. Adam just needs to make sure this wave crashes on the right timing. We'll see what Shio does. If he goes to Raptors, they're calling it off. If he comes towards top, there's a window to pull it off, but...
He's Raptoring.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to Raptors, so they're going to call that one off. Maybe they were looking for it, but Adam getting a bit low. Maybe the wave crash wasn't as timely as they would want, but Razork again cycling through all his camps, avoided his Raptors for now. Maybe he thought there was some vision there, or wants to get towards bot a little bit quicker, just in case they're in trouble of a dive here with that many creeps stacked up on the wave. But now Shio's going to look for this dive, perhaps. Here he comes into topside river. Adam, oh, that trade hurts.
So low.
He has a biscuit, but yeah, if he was a bit healthier, there was a window there, but Shio instead looking towards mid.
Trying to wrap around behind Humanoid here. He's pushed forward a little bit in the lane. Nuke going in, knocked back with the scatter of the week, and Humanoid will keep Sheo at bay. Meanwhile, Razork continues to farm up his camps. He's going to be 2 camps ahead after this all resolves. Oscar in an E-flash auto, but the shield from Adam, just enough to keep him alive.
Just baited him there. Oscar didn't have access to the Q. Razork's level 4 finding Shio. Should be able to steal this crab away from him. I'm not sure what the smite situation is.
Oh, sorry. I can fix that.
But, you can fix that. Neither of them had smite. Shio's going to give that one up. Does Razork invade? Doesn't have that many pushing lanes. Mid's pushed in, yes, but it's very hard for the Xayah Yuumi to collapse here. So I think a ward is going to be enough for him. And he's going to hover down towards his bot side. Nice try there by Oscar. I was watching the Legends in action by Fnatic. Hang on a second. Oscar has a biscuit if he wants to really full send, but if he gets his body slam flashed away from, he's dead. And they were saying, I'll be happy if Humanoid doesn't die to a level 3 gank mid.
Well, he managed not to.
He managed not to, so I think Fnatic coaching staff are happy.
Although Sheo is still only level 3. So until he finishes this blue buff, Humanoid could still die to a level 3 gank.
The plot thickens. But he's going to get level 4 off this blue buff, so it comes to an end, sadly.
He's so far behind in terms of tempo through the jungle, though Razork having a very good early game by just doing his camps, by farming up, by making sure that he has control over that bot side scuttle, and it's something he's been doing so well throughout the course of this split as well. Because he high in kills and assists in the early game, doesn't actually spend that much time around his team. That's TM procs, that's how often he's close to his teammates. Only about 5th in the league, but he's counter jungling a lot, he's getting gold leads as the hook goes in the bottom lane. Root out as well by Crowny. They open up with the Infernum. Noah ghosts away, the Ignite ticking. Trimpy still has a heal in case Noah falls too low.
So Ghost and Ignite traded for Ghost and Exhaust. Razork was leaning up towards his top side. You saw Adam was extremely low HP. Of course, he isn't running that TP, so Adam's actually going to lose a full wave in this matchup. That's going to be great for Oscar. He's going to be able to match the base as well. And Shio's Krugs have been stolen away, so that gang towards mid, Razork knew the exact pathing. Wolves red, Krugs Raptors, 16 CS, 4 camps done. He knew that the respawn was top side, managed to sneak those away, so you can see Shio pinging that top side's down, but like you said, just power farming Diego here. Tempo lead, tempo advantage in terms of just raw camps. He's going to cycle through his top side respawn now, so Fnatic sitting happy, and I think with the Yuumi, Viego, Gragas into Olaf, all they really want is an even game until the second, third dragon. Maybe a Herald fight is something they can look towards, but we'll see what they decide to do.
We will, and we'll see whether Noah is involved in it. We do need to have another moment of celebration, Mark, because Noah currently leading all-time KDA after 6 games. Now, it is a little bit of a cherry-pick stack. You know, 6 games is a bit like, why are we calling that cutoff? But it's cool, and he's ahead of Forgiven.
It's cool and we like it.
It's cool, and it's a good stat.
And he gets a birthday hat.
He's only died once.
Yeah, so if he dies again, that KDA is going to get cut in half.
Plummets.
Yeah.
We'll see if he dies.
Then we'll get the graph. Look at the KDA difference from the week.
Just picking whatever stats we want to make him look good or bad, depending on the situation.
Exactly. So he needs to catch his bot wave. That's
basically politicians.
Oh, God. Deciding what the outcome. Oh, God, Adam.
Adam. Ragnarok's in. Oscar in. Very healthy here. The undertow goes in the wrong way. Yeah.
His Q went way too far.
Runs back, picks up the axe, throws it forward, but Oscar able to dash away from it.
Nice dash there by Oscar. So that's a lot of the early pressure from the Olaf gone. The flash advantage, the ult's gone. Oscar still has access to that ult as well. So BDS going to start up this first dragon. No surprise, they're playing a Blitzcrank lane, so they're easy first this objective in the first 6 minutes. There's no way the Yuumi lane can contest. And Razork's just going to keep cycling through his camp. He's going to base, get 6 off his next camp. And BDS haven't found anything just yet.
They do have scaling, though. You know, Azir Felios late game will be very powerful. Fnatic, though, will be very happy if they get to late game even as well. As you say, Mark, their team fighting has been very strong. Do we love it?
No.
No?
Well,
I quite like late game because usually there's fighting.
Yeah, if you tune into a league game at like 30 minutes and the game's close, I feel like you can get easily invested. You're like, oh.
I agree. And you wouldn't have had to listen to us talk about whatever on earth we've done to fill time until that point, so.
Dishes.
Dishes? Like ceramic
Gordon
or?
Ramsay. Can you eat ceramic? No, you can't eat ceramic dishes.
I mean, you could.
You could eat on ceramic dishes.
You could also eat the dish if you really wanted to.
I
wouldn't be very good for your stomach.
A little bit of salt, a little bit of lamb sauce.
Why does ceramic partner up with lamb sauce?
I was thinking of Gordon Ramsay.
Okay,
Where's the lamb sauce? You know.
I mean, yeah,
we were doing the quotes earlier.
True.
Looking at this bot lane, lots of pings. Shio running down.
Way cleared out. No Ragnarok. No, the stun comes out, and thank goodness Fnatic have distracted us from whatever on earth we were talking about until that point,
weren't we? Oh, look at Adam's ult. It just came up 1 second, so they timed that nicely, didn't they, Fnatic? They got a kill. They're going to get a Herald as well, so you can see the cross map here. BDS forcing the bot lane of Fnatic away. They know they've gone away, so maybe they can take away this red instead, or maybe look towards Humanoid. If they can flash stun with Poppy, they can get some easy follow-up, but the hook goes wide. The play is called off. Crowning's going to take a reset. I'm surprised Crowning's not getting any plates there. I wonder if it's his guns. Oh, he's cancelled his base now. He stopped his base to look for some damage onto this tower.
Yeah, reset's happening out of Fnatic, though. Noah and Trimby going towards the top side, so it looks like Razork actually might just immediately place the Rift Tower top.
Can BDS dive bot? Then they're gonna realize Gragas is here, and they full swap to try and get this top tower.
Ooh, oh, he's gonna steal it. He's gonna steal! He steals the red, and now Sheo. Steadfast presence for a bit of movement speed, but it's already slow. Blitzcrank coming across. Sheo low. Oh, down to 150 HP.
Oscar
that makes the dive very tricky.
So much respect from Oscar.
Yeah.
And he realizes now the Poppy's chunked out, he can catch this wave for free, whereas on the other side of the map, I'm not so sure if Adam can catch that wave for free. If they push it in here, Fnatic, can they commit to a full dive? Noah won't hit level 6. He's gonna get the cannon. Razork's gonna get those Krugs again. Those Krugs have never really been Shio since
he
that
took
early
the red as well.
Yeah.
So Sheo tried to steal a red, didn't get it. Razork takes 2 of his topside camps and the Rift Tower, and now they're looking for the dive on Adam. Ragnarok available though to the Olaf.
Kill this. I really don't know if they can pull this off. No ult on the Viego. Yeah, gonna call it off. BDS, here they come. The Avengers. Play the music. Does Fnatic just re-swap here when they see them?
I mean, they also have the TP for Oscar Vinin. Like, Adam has to run all the way down to the bottom lane. You can see Oscar Vinin pushing in, looking for a plate of his own. Nuke's gonna try and answer that, so it's the everyone shift 1 lane strategy that we often see. Nuke gets towards bottom lane as quickly as possible. Adam then catches the mid wave. And Crowning and above answering the 2v2. Nuke's going to shuffle. Oscar in going to slide away with the flash.
Good flash. I think if he got knocked on a tower there, he would die because the creep waves being thinned out. So BDS going to crash this wave. They don't actually reswap here, Fnatic. They're going to keep their bot lane up here. They need to catch this wave. So you can see Razork's hovering right behind them. Really awkward map state. Nuke's TP is coming up soon, so BDS should be able to fix it, but see if this hook goes wide. Looks like Labrov sees the mist from the Viego and calls it off. The thing is, BDS need to match this Herald, but Fnatic can decide where and when they put their bot lane on different sides of the map. So they want to keep vision here and spot out where the Xayah is. Shio wants to spot if he's basing. Crownie wants to check if they're basing, because if they stay top, they'll stay top. Nice poke coming out. Can get the root here.
There's the root. There's the hook. There's the knocker, but Feathers Storm still available for Noah. And now the turnaround begins. The root from Noah is perfection. Oscar in, able to chase him down, and Crownie will fall. Razork looking for a little bit more on Fnatic. Baited and outsmarted BDS.
Razork's 2 levels up on Shio right now, and Shio isn't even close to level 7. That is a full 2-level difference in the jungle. Shio has found nothing, and Razork's just been power farming. I think taking away those Krugs, 2nd and 3rd respawn is hurting this Poppy so much. What a root by Noah, though. Managed to get the Feathers pull back onto Crownie just before the flash.
And you could tell it was a bait as well, because Noah had the Feather Storm the entire time. Could have used it to dodge the hook. Instead, got hooked in, and the turn and burn came out from Fnatic. 2,000 gold, well, 1.6k now their lead. In a very strong position. Everfrost completed for Oscar Ridden, and Razork with the Trinity Force already
so
complete.
Much stronger.
Just eating through Sheo's health bar. Crownie coming to add a little bit of support, but at most it will be moral, you feel, as Sheo smites away the Razor Beaks and works his way down towards the bottom side.
So we'll see this again. Nice swap on the guns here from Crownie. He's got 1 bullet kind of left in this green gun, gets the root off the purple, and then the hook comes through. But like you said, he could Featherstorm that if he really wants to avoid it. Even right now he could, but he's really fine. They don't have any damage to burst through him. They have a Yuumi with heal, with exhaust, with ult. Oscar TP's in. Great reaction time and good root from Noah to make sure they get that kill. Knockback comes through onto Razork shortly after from the Poppy, but Shio's about to ting over to level 7 from this Grom. Razork's got the Herald mid, gold into Noah. Dragon spawning now, and I think Fnatic should have an easy access to that objective. Like we talked about in draft, having setup here is so important for Fnatic.
Yeah.
Losing a bit on top though.
Yeah. Noah the only player really on Fnatic that is behind, because Crownie has been funneled quite a lot of gold in this early game and also has a 30 CS lead on this Aphelios over the Xayah.
Yeah, they were zoned away from about 2 or 3 bot waves a couple times, weren't they, there, Fnatic bot lane. The thing is, Razork, if he plays for the 3v3 bot side, you're inevitably losing. You don't have as much engage as the enemy bot lane, right? So when you're looking at the 3v3 stare down, they have so much more threat that you're going to have to give it up anyway. So you either A, defend the dives, or B, cross map and your bot lane backs away and you repay them later. And his repayment is that TP top and that Herald mid. So now it's on Noah to just get his mythic and try to match the Aphelios and get back in the game, because the top side, look at that gold lead in jungle.
It's a sizable sum. Probably I will say can work without gold, at least, and doesn't need as much investment as something like a Viego, but Razork in a prime position really to carry this game for Fnatic, something he's been doing pretty well across the course of the split. Obviously every cog in the Fnatic machine is working very well together, but I think Razork especially has been having a standout summer. Now the question is, with 4 minutes on the next Drake and a minute on the Rift Herald, where will we see these teams reset to? Well, it looks like Trimby and Razork are going for a magical journey through their jungle. Humanoid catching top wave as Adam tries to push it in. Ping's coming out.
Yeah, the setup's kind of weird for BDS because they don't have TP on top, right? So they have to have their Azir on a side lane. So you can see Nuke's going bot, and Oscar will have TP up soon as well. So you're putting the Olaf into Syndra, which, I mean, she can just clear waves in his face. As long as Razork hovers around and Humanoid doesn't overextend, Fnatic should get the mid push. And then I think this Herald's going to be a bit of a fight. 30 seconds on the spawn.
You can see how much like Sheo and Labrov are fighting for that vision control because of the risk of something like this. Noah has the Feather Storm, pops it early, Ghost as well, the hook. Clips his heels but doesn't quite connect.
It was close, wasn't it? That's a lot of threat, and that's a lot of key spells gone from the Xayah. Razork is really, really strong, and he wants to try and chunk Adam out on the face check onto this Herald, but he's not falling victim to it, and now Noah's base and he's run towards mid, but now BDS will get the mid push, so this Herald should be theirs. See what happens with the TP situation. Noah can still fight, but he's really, really weak if they decide to full commit. It's on the rest of the members of Fnatic to pick up the weight. And Razork's been really patient down here. Wants to chunk out Adam as much as possible.
Adam steps forward. There's the knockback with the scatter of the weak. Adam, Ragnarok's away, but he's dead, you say, and Razork agrees. Fnatic find the kill in the top lane. Unleash power into Heartbreaker enough. to bring down the Viking.
Good patience there from Razork. He waited around a minute to pull that play off, and now he's sneaking away the red buff. So they knew they couldn't fight the Herald because Noah was low, but they're going to manage to get a kill in response. BDS, how can they use this Herald? They're going to pop it towards mid here. They should be able to get a full tower if they drop it. Fnatic trying to cross map and try and get this top tower after Adam's fallen. So bot lane just been a bit of a stalemate. Both have TP, both ready to pull the trigger, but overall, I would say this is a decent play for BDS.
Yeah. Opens up the map for them, allows that Blitzcrank a few more ways into the fight if you can get vision control around the enemy buffs.
I just think this Olaf's going to run headfirst into a Syndra ult and a Xayah ult, and I'm not really sure how Adam's going to navigate these team fights. Maybe Shio's going to have to knock away either the Viego or the Syndra. It's going to be a bit tough. We'll see if they can set up onto Oscar here. He's building the AP build, so he's not that tanky, but he's got a lot of health.
Sheo coming in, and Sheo going away. Just, you know, wanted to check up on his mate. It's like, Nuke, you doing okay? Yeah, sure, I'm fine, you know? Oh yeah, I'll just go back to base then.
Just waves him goodbye, pops the W as like a sign of respect. 07, and runs away.
For Fnatic, not too many stakes on this game, already locked into our group stage, but for BDS, a vital game in terms of the standings. Currently only sitting at 2 and 4, as you can see on the top of your screen. And they have already seen Astralis pick up a win today, Koi pick up a win today. They need to be in that tied pack in 5th position if they're going to make it through.
Could be a lot of stakes if it was on a ceramic dish, but Oscar's getting collapsed on. He used the E, he has flash. Labrov knocked away.
Knocked back. Sheo looks for the stun. Can't quite get it. Razor's coming in as well. Sheo looking for more here. Labrov's going to land the hook, but immediately Razor just turns it around. Oscar in half HP. Crowny Gale forces away from the hook, and all of BDS invested towards this bottom lane. They're not going to get too much out of it.
What has Razork had for breakfast? This guy is relentless. 2.4k gold lead, almost 2 levels up again. On to Shio, matching every play.
Oh, Crowny, so greedy with his back, flashes away. Meanwhile, Noah gets mid tower. The Humanoid gets damage on top tier 2. And this Razork-Yumi combination, Razork and Trimby, it's just such a hassle for the enemy to play around.
This is the thing we were talking about in draft, the Razork Viego. Why would they let it open? Like, of course they need an AD jungler when we're 3 junglers down. Taking away the Viego is huge. Nice knockback there from Humanoid. Does Nuke commit the flash here? Because Humanoid doesn't have flash. He could flash Emperor's Divide. He is 10 seconds away. Doesn't get the chase. Dragon spawning in 5 seconds, but Fnatic needs to take a reset. So that objective will be their next focus. Razork will be level 11 off this next mid-wave if he decides to soak a little bit of experience off it as he goes towards that lane now. And once he levels up here, oh my god, he's going to be so strong. Maybe he wants to fight Shio on this crab here, but Shio should get it, I think.
He'll smite it. Razork can still chase forward here.
Oh, he wants some.
Labrov looking for something as well. Backs away. Humanoid comes in from the side. Sheo flashes the scatter the weak. Sheo currently only done around 500 damage to enemy champions this game. Hasn't really had much of an effect on the Poppy so far. TP behind Adam. No Ragnarok, no flash, only the Ghost. And he's going to be joining it in a second, you have to feel. Humanoid knocks him back and slams a minion down on his back. Fnatic will get the second dragon, and with it a 4,000 gold lead.
It's just flawless so far, isn't it? Nuke TP's top to try and cross-map Oscar matches, but Oscar might be in trouble. That's as strong as Azir. Nuke might have a kill if he full commits, but he's not sure where the Fnatic bot lane is. He'll realize now that they're on Dragon, I think. Actually had a lot of vision towards that top side, so maybe he was just scared. Not sure what off, but Noah's going crazy.
There's the root, the hook goes wide, and Razork
oh my god, he's just
help Noah to another kill, just chasing forward. Razork needs to practice his Blitzcrank, it seems. Can't quite land the hooks, but it doesn't even matter because Crowny's down. Razork knocked back into the wall, and he survives! The shields, the heals, everything to keep Razork topped up. Nuke's going to try and slide forward, but Oscar and can just barely bop away. The tower will fall.
Look at Noah. He's collapsing. He wants
Nuke.
Some. Nice flash by Nuke. Does he get out
Flashes
here, Oscar?
I mean, Oscar's dead. Oscar's dead.
But can Noah get him? The chase. The pings are coming in. Does he commit? Do you risk that KDA, Noah?
Seems like not. Currently. Wait, that's...
Wait,
81 KDA. Razork. Exhaust coming out. Oh, the undertow misses there from Adam. And now he's going to try and kill off Humanoid. He'll take one. He gets it. Oh, for longer. Adam gets another. And Trimby to boot. Adam takes 3.
Oh my god, that Olaf was completely out of the game. You can see the BDS players have all just come alive. They're all smiling, communicating, they're screaming comms. The game was completely out of their hands, and all of a sudden, is Baron? Is it a rush here?
It might be.
15 seconds. What's going on? BDS is going to get a Nash off this.
Oh, they're going to look for it. It's up in 10 seconds. Humanoid, no TP. Oscarinin the same. Razork up in 8. The Baron begun. Sheo still only has the level 1 smite, but you have to feel that Razork's not going to be able to get here in time to contest.
God, what?
And what a huge swing from BDS.
Welcome back, Adam.
Oscarinin, explosive cast.
No chance, it's gone.
Explosive cast.
Ooh,
He gets hooked in.
Kill, maybe.
They're going to get a kill on Oscarinin too. Crowny takes it, the Baron as well. And Fnatic just inted it all away.
For lack of a better word, inted. Fantastic. So let's see it again. I mean, I thought it was over when he missed the Q. So
Yeah, same.
I thought here, yeah, Adam wins 100%. He's just going to murder through Razork. Exhaust doesn't really do much, does he? The Q goes wide to the left there, and Humanoid's here. He must be dead, but Humanoid's out of mana. And so he can throw a Q, maybe an ult there, I think it was, but he doesn't really have any stacks, and then Razork's kind of sitting there. Trimby's got no mana either.
Yeah.
And Adam gets 3. How much gold did he get off that?
He was at 2.3k before the Baron. In pocket.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, so he went to base with, what, 2.7, 2.8, something like that. Don't know what waves he pushed out, but that's a level 14 Olaf. 1 level over Oscar all of a sudden. And now, Fnatic, this is a really bad game state to be in. I mean, there's so much gold for BDS now. As Adam can start to regroup, they can start sieging on this top tier, tier 2. Mid-tier 2, a bit difficult to get, but I think they're scared of TP wards here, perhaps, BDS. I think they're a bit unsure. You can see the pings behind them. They don't want to get TP flanked by the Gragas. No flash on the Aphelios, no flash on the Azir. It's not the Crown, though. I'm not sure, actually, if they can siege these towers, you know. I think 21 minutes in, the Baron's great, but I'm not sure if they can siege unless a hook hits.
Adam's going to try and push in mid lane. Looks like BDS will draw Fnatic around the map. Ragnarok available for Adam as well, so he has that degree of safety and a 2-level lead over Oscarinin.
Yeah, this next wave is everything, really. If BDS can start to push forwards on this next top wave, or Adam can start to push forwards on mid, can they get some towers off of this? This will be crucial for the next Dragon Spawn. Poppy ult to try and force it. The knockback doesn't connect.
Crowny low, the hook on Razork. Heartbreaker's out. The safety of the Viego there coming to the fort for Fnatic.
Now I think they can move mid. Good call here by BDS. Can they pick it up? No, they can't, it looks like. Or it's a struggle. They're so afraid. No flash on Azir. Nuke's trying to move up. They'll get it. Right, so they get a mid-tier 2 off of this Baron. So not the end of the world.
Adam, Ragnaroks to make sure they get the tower. And as you say, not the end of the world
they're
for
committing
them.
mid, though.
Nuke, Emperor's Divide knocks him back, but the sun comes in, and now Nuke will fall. Fnatic surround him and take the kill, and they're going to look for a little bit more because Adam has to flash away. No ghost on him. Spectral more, just wide, but the root's not going to connect either. In the end, Adam will fall. Fnatic find 2 from BDS being greedy in the mid lane.
Oh, it was a knife's edge on the siege. It was kind of a stare down. Does Fnatic give ground? Does BDS step up? Do they back away? And they'd eventually decided to call the bluff and say, you know what, you're not going to defend this. Turns out Fnatic was committing full numbers to mid after the top siege. Humanoid held top in the isolated 1v1, I think it was against Shio, or 2v2, whatever it may be, against the bot lane. Managed to get the wave out. In fact, Oscar actually gets through the wall here to get the belly bob onto the Azir, just out of range of the actual pushback itself. And of course, Adam with no ultimate. He flashed away, yes, but they can keep chasing here. Razork with the resets, the speed. Desire getting the damage down, and that's 2 huge kills for Fnatic. So they've thrown the game away. They managed to stop a lot of the siege, get 2 kills back for themselves, and now Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. They're first to the objective. Now they're going to put themselves on Soul Point, and the game is slowly coming under control again, but BDS are definitely back in it.
And Cloud Drake definitely helping Fnatic on that chase. You can see BDS trying to invest into getting this top lane tier 2. Deep wards coming out from Lebrov as he tries to get vision. Humanoid hugging the wall.
Yeah. Does he fancy defending this?
Lebrov could flash.
Oh, he's playing really up in their face, isn't he? He's playing like he's got a team behind him, and they're on the way slowly, but BDS calling the bluff again. Could
tower goes
be
down.
A bit risky.
Crowny has Ghost and Gale Force and the flash. Flash forward from Razork. Good counter from Lebrov.
Yeah, fight's over. Nice knockback from Shio. Does Adam collapse here? They fancy themselves a re-engage. If Fnatic overextend into this topside jungle, they don't have any vision, and Adam's right next to them. But I think Nuke's calling a base here. Might have an Iceman base. Needs to get towards 3 items there on the Azir. Baron up in a 2 minutes time. So we have quite a game on our hands here. The gold's dead even.
I mean, it was very Fnatic favored, and then Adam got 3 kills. And ever since that moment, it's been basically even between these 2 teams. I think I still favor Fnatic, mostly because of the threat they have with the Yuumi and the Viego and the disruption from Oscarinin. They're playing very well together. But if Adam is left to his own devices, he will definitely tear through the backline.
It's interesting how Crowny is 1-2-0, but he's up 1.5, 4.4k
Yeah, it's
gold
all the plates they got in the early game.
Yeah, still ahead, getting towards that Bloodthirster. And Fnatic trying to get some topside vision. Nash spawning in 1 minute. Oscar has the TP, loses the side lane to Adam. So what you'll see Adam do perhaps here is push out this bot wave and then move towards mid. Might want to base soon though for what looks like be a Randuin's perhaps, but he's maybe going to push one more. Still 1 minute on that spawn, doesn't have to rush. Let's say that he is going to take that base, so Nuke's going to catch top wave. Need level 16 on that Azir, need one more item, and I think that's really the breaking point for Nuke. Can you check the gold that Nuke's sitting on? I think this next Void Staff buy would be huge. Nice, really far away. Brownie's getting close to that Bloodthirster, though he should have it on the next wave, next couple waves.
Fnatic have done a good job, though, setting up before this Baron, getting a couple of wards in. They're now being cleared out by BDS. And keeping vision on where the Blitzcrank is throughout these fights and where the Olaf is as well. We saw in the last game how threatening an Olaf can be if he does get a flank off in a team fight. So BDS have to spend some time, clear out some of this vision. Quad sweepers on them. They know how important it is to deny this.
Yeah, 3-item Aphelios gonna have red buff. I think BDS maybe want to force Baron, you know? They have no flash on Xayah, and of course, in situations like this, you really want to capitalize on those kind of situations. And you know, not having the Lord Dominic's, not having the Void Staff, missing out on that pen means that the Olaf, level 16 with no TP, actually grouping up here. They might want to force, get this next mid wave in. You can see they're bleeding waves on the bot side. Oscar's coming up to join.
I mean, that's the issue with single TP versus double TP as well. You can't answer both side lanes at the same time. Adam, Spectral Maw, put some damage back down onto Razork, but it's healed up by the Yuumi very quickly, or shielded at least. BDS trying to get control around this.
Yeah.
Scuttle Crab still half its cooldown left.
Crown is
the alteration.
close to Blue Gun. He needs to drop this green, and then he's ready for a team fight. We'll see if he can get it out. Dashing out the Qs, trying to get a root. Obviously, if they can land an Aphelios root into a hook, that's ideal. Even on a front line, chunk them out. That Gragas, sorry, is not that tanky. He's got the stopwatch here, but not a lot of resistances. Mid-wave contest comes through. Adam wants to step up and push them back. Crownie
Sustain a little bit as well with the Ravenous Hydra.
Crownie's going to drop the green soon. He's going to have the blue in just a sec. They've got the root ready, but not on the right target.
Wave pushing for BDS in the top lane. In the bottom lane, it's in Fnatic's favor. That wave will crash to the tower pretty soon. Hex flash forward from
He's got the root ready, maybe Crownie.
Razork, no flash. Strelius.
No, only landed the green there. Didn't go for the root, but mid-wave contest again. BDS pushing in. Nuke closer and closer to level 16. Does he get it on this wave? No, he doesn't. He's so close to that level up. Fnatic gonna contest. Let's see, can we see Fnatic's vision here, observers? Because I don't think they see absolutely anything. They need to find a way in. They don't have any blue orbs either. And they're up against a Blitzcrank, so this is a bit of a nightmare to walk into. Luckily, Razor can be in stealth to scout it out, but where's the Blitzcrank is the question they're asking themselves.
Scatter the Week's been used as well there by Humanoid Shell stepping forward.
He's getting another mid-wave in here, BDS. Actually, I think Nuke might want to call for a base here. Level 16 now, but I think he might have Void Staff in base. It's been a long time. Manny's going to get that wave in.
He's sitting on 1.7k right now.
Yeah, he can get. They're going to force instead of getting that Void Staff. I really think Nuke is probably asking for a base, but here we go. Baron started up.
Trying to get around
Hook's
the
going to miss.
Hook. That's 11 seconds before that's back off cooldown. Baron down to 5,000. Razork can look for the seal. Heartseeker in, Heartbreaker in fact. Adam low, down to half HP. Explosive Cask was used.
Here comes the burst. He's going to have to ult over the wall now.
Hammer down, and Razork steals it and flashes out. And BDS are left wondering where the heist of the century came from.
5 seconds on the soul as well. BDS are going to base, but there's no chance they're getting into this bot side. Adam's half HP, no TP, picks up the Randuins. They're going to get Void Staff on the Azir on the next base, but I feel like BDS are rushing things a little bit. They had full control, but they didn't have to commit to a play straight away. They had TP on the Azir, but the thing is they left it so low and Shio's ulting so late. They have a Gragas barrel over the wall for vision on the Nash, and Razor just has to time it perfectly. Boom. Stolen away just in the blink of an eye, and now Fnatic with Soul, with Baron, can now start to force down these tier 2s.
And with the ability to split their players over all 3 lanes, Oscarinin and Humanoid have their teleports available, so it's going to be Humanoid going down towards bottom. Looks like Oscarinin acting a little bit as a support for Noah here. Trimbeast just sitting on Razork's shoulders the entire game. Hasn't really been best friends with Noah, but Razork's just going to continue to step forward, put some damage down.
Yeah, okay, it's Rylai's. Yeah, okay. It looked like it was 2 crowns for a second there. Actually didn't go for the Void Staff. Anyway, here comes the siege from Fnatic. Looks like, yeah, 4-1. Humanoid's bot just matching Adam, and of course Adam no TP if they see him on those waves. A lot more confidence instilled in Fnatic in terms of walking up and actually pushing the rest of BDS back. They can proc that crown. You can see Noah trying to snipe it off the Azir.
Crowny has a lot of damage as well. 3 items on him, but they just can't step up into Razork, into that looming threat. BDS will give up the tier 2. Humanoid putting the damage down onto Adam. Leandri's Cosmic Drive and Void Staff enough to work their way through the Olaf for the time being.
So their bot waves are very far here, Fnatic. You can see the only wave for bot is coming out of base, so I think they have time to reset Guardian Angel on Razork and then start coming back out on the map and start playing the exact same setup but towards bot now. Oscar can be the one around mid or Humanoid, doesn't really matter too much as long as they don't get caught. They need to make sure they stay together, of course. They don't have any vision on this bot side, so Razork's going to spot it out for them. Crowny's going to push out top, and the base defense begins for BDS. Only 45 seconds left on this Baron, so only a couple more waves to play on here for Fnatic, but I think they should be able to crack open another tower on this.
I look to do it down towards this bottom lane, stealing away all the camps as well. Almost a flame horizon for Razork over Sheo. Fnatic, 5 players strong, push in bot lane. BDS going to try and react to it. They do have okay wave clear, but against Baroned up minions, very difficult.
Yeah.
They have to stand quite far back to make sure they can't just be sniped away by Razork.
Moving mid now, 15 seconds on that Baron. That wave is all they have left to play on. Does Fnatic really want to step up and force this tower down? Get all 3 outers.
Nuke's still answering bot wave, so
sorry.
It will be a 5v4 if they step up.
Yeah.
Oscar in here as well. Good play from Fnatic, uses every last second of the Baron to make sure they can secure everything. Crowny, Moonlight Vigil there. Not 100% sure what he was intending to do with that. As Sheo. Smite by Razork. Secures the red.
So yeah, Fnatic steal away the Baron. Good Baron setups. They got 3 towers for that. BDS couldn't really defend that too much unless they force a fight, but of course against Baron up creeps it's really hard to find angles to engage. You're relying on Blitzcrank hooks a lot of the time. And now Fnatic are really building towards some huge spikes. Rabadon's close for Oscar, of course. We talked about Razork with the GA. So BDS, this might be an Elder fight game. I feel like it's always fun to watch games when Baron and Elder spawn at roughly the same time because it's such a dance of neutrals. Obviously Elder is the more favored, but if you get pushed off the Elder or you let them sneak away the Baron on a like a 1 or a 2-man rush while you're contesting mid waves, then it becomes really, really hard to play the game.
It's also pretty hard to play the game if you're Sheo in this situation. You have an Evan Shroud, and that's about it. K-Drop, compare that to Razork, who is sitting 4k ahead just by himself. Basically, the entirety of Fnatic's gold lead is the difference between these 2 junglers. It is a full flame horizon as well for Razork. 100 CS up, 4 items now. Yeah, 3 levels. This is the thing, though. I'm sure you, obviously, being a professional jungler, have experienced this. But even in my plat games, like as soon as my team starts losing, in my plat jungle games, you know, as a high-tier support player.
Oh, hang on a second. Blue Orb. Sheo was shopping.
It looks like he was shopping as Razork.
Just like in your plat.
Just like in my plat jungle games. Sometimes you're in the shop and sometimes you die. Fnatic jump. Well, and Sheo falls.
He'll be up for the neutral objective spawns, but I think now Fnatic without Baron doesn't matter. I think they can start to walk up. Can BDS clear these waves? Purple-white for Crowny, not optimal.
You just have so little threat. Oscar in and goes in. Nuke knocked back, flashes away, dashes away.
Humanoid?
And we'll be able to survive. Humanoid a little bit deep. Agnoa coming out, but Humanoid able to survive in the end. Taken out by Crowny. The tower falls as well.
Did Humanoid think he had ult there or something? He flashed forwards with a lot of confidence, thinking he's going to one-shot that Azir, but he just didn't do anything after he dashed forward. So, bit of a mistake there. They don't get the inhibitor. They get a tower, so it's a 1-for-1 and a mid-tier 3. Obviously favoring, I think, BDS are pretty happy with that. No flash on the Syndra for the next fight. I mean, Nuke lost his flash actually, and so did Adam, so that stings. But 1 minute on this Elder, 40 seconds on the Baron. And what happened here? So I think, okay, so we're not going to see the replay on the Poppy. I wonder if Humanoid thought he had ult, because the amount of confidence he goes with on the flash forwards, respectable. Oscar, a nice E-flash, gets a knock onto Nuke. Matches the flash away from the Everfrost. And then in goes Humanoid. Yeah, he just flash Qs him. I think he had ult, he thought he had ult there.
Yeah. Dies the final shot from Crowny. Big shutdown again for the Aphelios, but BDS at the moment playing up towards the top side. TP invested as well by Nuke to push out top and get to the wave.
Crowny is really strong right now.
Yeah.
Red and white, 5 items and a stopwatch, flash up. Humanoid and Oscar don't have Rabadons yet, so the burst isn't ideal.
Oh, the hook on the Razork. Heartbreaker though will get him out. Not quite enough damage to kill him off, but That's the ultimate down now. No flash as well on the Viego.
It's awkward for BDS. They have vision topside. They would love to go towards a Baron now, but Elder spawning in 5 seconds and Fnatic are running towards the bot side river. BDS need to make sure they get vision around that. They can't try and take away a Baron here. It's not worth it whatsoever, so they're going to snoop their way in. Razork healing up on the Honey Fruit.
Crowny ultimate in 5 seconds. Nuke no flash, but does have the Emperor's Divide. Hex flash forward from Lebrov into the pit. Misses the hook. The rest of Fnatic too far away. If Oscarinin had gone in there, maybe they could have chunked out Lebrov.
Razork's going around the side.
Oscarinin going for the flank. Razork doing the same. BDS are flipping.
Reset.
The reset comes out from the Elder, as you say. Starts to aggro onto Noah. What have we got in terms of flashes? Noah has his and the Feathers Storm. Lebrov.
Yeah.
X flash forward once again.
Fnatic don't see anything, do they? They've lost
Adam's going to catch a mid-wave.
Lost a lot of vision around this top side of the river. There's one ward near the top side entrance and Nuke standing by. No flash on Oscar, so a lot of their engage is gone. No flash on Razork. Dragons on 10k. Crownies.
I mean, just get it low, explosive cask, share away, and then take the smite.
Yeah, Crownie's shaking hands, just trying to leash this constantly. Is BDS just going to say, you know what, let's just go for the 50-50. Can Adam zone away?
Looking for the flank. Adam's going to try and keep him away. Going in, and it's secured. The Elder goes over to BDS. The Sheo lands the smite. Unleash power onto him. Will kill him off. Featherstorm coming out from Noah. Fnatic. One member up so far in the battle, but the Elder still remains on BDS. Oscarinin stepping in. Explosive cask already used. Razzle's looking for the flank position. A good hook will pull Oscarinin back.
Oh, greedy from Oscar there. I think he tried to body slam Zhonya's, but in his body slam he got hooked. Big mistake. So now BDS are getting a Baron as well. And it's such a back and forth game, isn't it? You think Fnatic have it in their hands, they throw it away. BDS is coming back. Fnatic find a huge window. Double Rabadon's now picked up for Fnatic. BDS just leash out the Dragon and say, you know what? Let's just go for it. Pop Ult goes through, but it completely misses. He can't see the Viego. I think he was in the mist, perhaps. That's why Sheo just kind of blindly threw it. Sheo ends up dying despite flashing away because of the unleashed power from the Syndra. But at the end, BDS are happy disengaging there. I think Oscar making that mistake. Maybe Fnatic could have stopped it in a 5v4 situation, but with the Gragas down, they have no chance whatsoever. So now, BDS, Soul, and Nash. This is going to be tough for Fnatic to hold up against. 1 minute, 30 seconds left on that Soul now. BDS are going to really start to force this Aphelios. Blue Gun, Flash ready. Gale Force coming up soon. He can do damage to Fnatic. Humanoid, no Flash, no Zhonya's. Needs to be really, really careful.
And Nuka 4 items as well on the Azir. Can't overlook the damage the Emperor of Shurima can put out. Looks like BDS for the moment though, just going to gain control of this bot side jungle to push for the tier 2, the last remaining outer tower of Fnatic.
2 and 4 BDS. This win is really, really important. 3 games left. They need to get into that top 8. Every win counts. They're up against SK, they're up against Koi, they're up against XL. They really need to fight their way into this top 8. And 2 wins is not enough.
With Vitality and Mad on the horizon as well for them. Obviously, Vitality struggling a little bit, but you don't want to rest your hopes on beating Mad on the final day of the regular season. There's the tier 2 falling. Rematch. Didn't go too well for BDS last.
Did not indeed. 1 minute 40 seconds on the Baron, 30 seconds on the Elder. BDS have this next wave coming in to force with this Elder. If Fnatic can get this wave down, I don't think they're going to get anything with this Elder. BDS needs to step up now.
They're looking at least for the tier 3. That's all they want. Keeper's Verdict being popped by Sheo as well.
They need to keep going. Double cannon, 20 seconds.
Flash,
just go.
Hook. Oh, he looked for the static field into the hook to try and get the silence off before the body slam away. The explosive cast. Ragnarok in by Adam.
Crowd
doesn't want to go any further.
10 seconds of Elder. He has 10 seconds of Elder on his Aphelios if he wants to make magic happen with the blue gun.
He's looking for it. Gale Force forward. Humanoid almost dies. Heals up. Pops the stopwatch. Added on to the undertow as well. Noah now begins to open up. Nuke goes low. He has the flash to try and get away. He'll dash across the wall and he'll survive. But Noah's still on the chase. Emperor's Divide comes out, but Fnatic have already killed off one in the fight. And now BDS are calling the retreat. But Humanoid has TP and Oscarinin has TP. And Fnatic will not play for it. Baron buff recalls out from BDS. And in the end, all Fnatic lose is a single inhib.
Oh, Lebrov tries to make the hero play with the flash. And then all of Fnatic pile in front of Humanoid to defend their mid laner. Noah stepping up, playing a game of chicken with Nuke, managing to force him back. Has the ultimate so he can make himself invulnerable, of course. So he actually has the upper hand when Nuke uses things like the Q or the dash forwards. And they manage to hold on. Humanoid doesn't end up falling. We'll take a look at that again because they had about 10 seconds of Elder here. So BDS really wants to force something. Adam actually gets knocked back from Oscar's barrel. So you'll see here, Humanoid get chunked out a lot. Almost dying to the Elder take. Manages to pop the stopwatch. You'll see here in just a second as he moves towards this bot tower. And then everyone from Fnatic saying, defend the Syndra, defend the Syndra. Noah backsteps, realizes how low his mid laner is. Watch how far up he's going to start playing in a second to defend his mid laner. Ghosts at them, runs at them, baits the hook, makes sure his mid laner can live, pulls all of their attention. confidently knowing that the Elder Dragon's about to fall off. Nuclear dashes away, but then of course the follow-up comes through. The Cloud Soul doing work for Fnatic on the chase.
As we get out of the replay, we'll see. No inhibitor fallen. Lebrov. Oh!
These hooks.
Yeah, so Lebrov keeps trying to get the static field silence off and then lands the hook afterwards. Every time we've seen Fnatic escape his clutches. But no inhibitor falls in the mid lane. Off Nuke's death, BDS will be happy enough with the fact they were able to keep their inhib standing. Bot lane pushed out now by Noah. The super minions will meet around halfway through the lane and begin to push for BDS once again. 2 minutes on the Baron, a minute 30 on what could be our second Elder of the game, Kadril.
It could be 40 minutes in, both 80 carries, 6 items. Noah just finished the GA, Crowny just finished the GA, both level 18. One has a Yuumi. One has a Blitzcrank by his side. The hooks are millimeters away from landing. Finding these really, really important kills. Adams almost got towards 6 items. Nuke's actually he sold the Shadow Flame. He had Shadow Flame, he sold it to buy Rabadons. I think he realizes he's not going to get a 6th item in this game. He doesn't have the gold for it, so he may as well pick the strongest one. I wonder if he bought the Shadow Flame when they got Elder and said, we have to end the game now. And now once the Elder's faded away, he's sold it to get the Rabadons instead. See how much damage he can dish out. No flash, of course. Humanoid struggling in these fights a little bit.
I mean, Crowny's struggling immensely as well. You can see only 12,000 damage throughout the entire game. Lebrov! Oh, Everfrost! Rude! Pull back! The GA has been popped! Humanoid and everyone's going to try and defend here. The Keeper's Verdict is going to knock away Humanoid. And now Noah, even with a Feather Storm, Razork trying to dive in. Noah gets away, but Razork almost sacrifices his own GA to get out. Fnatic doing everything they can to defend their AD carry and his KDA.
35 seconds on the Elder. No flash on Noah. I don't think his ult will be back up either. Trimby invested the ultimate too. Razork's flash is down. That was so much burnt by Fnatic to get away with their lives. Coming out of base now. See if they can get some vision. I think BDS is just going to look to hold the vision. They can see the wards. There's one ward up there. You can see it just above Nuke. Over the wall. Does he dash to find it? He's going to go for the honey fruit. So that could be a TP angle for Oscar, but Gragas flanking at this stage in the game with Nuke having no flash could be something they could look for. 8 seconds on the spawn. No vision in the pit. They see Lebrov. They need to keep their eyes on that Blitzcrank because Noah has no ultimate still. He is so vulnerable. He has to rely on Ghost, his movement, and Trimby to keep him shielded up.
They could just try and burst it.
They have started up. Where's Oscar's TP? He needs to TP to that ward now.
Here he comes.
10 seconds.
Down to 10,000 though. Razork has no flash to get into the pit. Look at the Heartbreaker and he gets hooked in. The Baron, the Dragon's already down to 2,000. Humanoid going in as well. They finish it. Shadow secures it and now Fnatic really need to get out of this fight, but they've already got 2 kills, and it's on Crowny and Nuke to do whatever damage they can. Fnatic pick up 2 kills, the hook just wide. Shayo Crowny trying to escape. Humanoid flashes forward. The scout of the weak lands on one against the GA out of Crowny, and now Shay's going to fall as well. And even though Fnatic lose the fight, they absolutely clean everyone up afterwards. It's all on Nuke, but he can do nothing as he is slapped by Fnatic.
BDS get the Dragon, but Fnatic 5-0 ace them. They're going to go down mid and they're going to end this game. Almost 43 minutes in. Absolute mess back and forth, but it's Fnatic that come out on top. And despite losing that Dragon, they still go forwards. Humanoid finds the stuns, the slam dunk onto Crowny. And BDS can do nothing but watch their base fall apart. The important win is just faded away.
The most important win, though, is the fact that Noah has still yet to die, Kadril.
Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
moving. When did we stop doing it?
When you move,
When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
so move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Danke, Marine. Okay, come up with a new banger copy pasta. Ask that later. Definitely speak to Law about some hair advice. Have a break. Yes.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Be on time. Oh.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? With the pain, wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the
You know how when you go on Leaguepedia, you see like all the player history?
Okay, like the amount of teams?
Yeah, like where they've been. I'm gonna show you parts of players' histories, and you need to tell me who the player is based on the information you have. And the less clues required, the more points.
Okay, I don't even know my own history. How can I know this one?
Bro, if you drop a kickis on me and it's the whole encyclopedia of teams, then I will know it. I swear.
Misfits Academy, Misfits Premier, Misfits Gaming.
Is it like Neon?
Maxlor? Oh, Mouse. Pride Stalker maybe?
Give me another clue.
Golden Guardians Academy.
He went NA and then he came back. I mean, is this Power of Evil?
Kobe?
I don't even remember the old Astralis roster. I need another clue.
Oh, this is present. Okay, that could have been easier if I knew that.
Present Astralis and as a mid laner.
This should be pretty easy, no?
Problem is, I don't even remember who plays in Astralis now. I know there's Kobe and Jangun, but I don't know. I don't know who the rest three are. So that might be an issue.
That's it's a leader.
Actually, yeah, obviously.
Okay, next.
Giants Gaming, Fuma, Fnatic Academy.
It's a top lane sub.
The guy that was subbing for Reckless, I think. His name was...
This is top lane, by the way.
Purple?
This is Bipo. Not Bipo.
Wait, it's Magifélix.
Who was our sub actually? I don't remember. It's I mean, I remember the guy, but I don't remember his nickname.
I need another clue. SK.
Okay, I got baited by the role, by the way. This is Selfmade. Oh, he's top laner. Oh, okay. What? He has the same team as Selfmade. What? Okay, wait. So I'm trolling. So he's a top laner. This is Sakura.
White Knight.
Yeah, I think I need dates. Okay, it's not present. Well, that makes it harder, because I have no idea.
What? Sword. Who was the top laner before Genix?
This one is too hard, guys. I don't know.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LEC. Big shout out to Shakrez and the entire content team. I love Pop Quiz, even though I actually suck at it. My name is Quickshot, and I'm joined by Gulbog and Yamato. And honestly, I figured since I'm such a fan of Pop Quiz, I didn't want to waste any time, and I want to test our analysts. I actually want to test if Yamato can ace a Pop Quiz play history, and if GB and I can even stand up to him. I think we might need to work together
on the block here. This guy has been through the history.
So listen,
been here with all these teams.
What we've done is our production team has put together a couple of players. I believe we have 4 players, right? For each player, we have up to 3 clues. If either of you can guess the player, on the first clue, 3 points, second clue, 2 points, last one, 1 point, okay? Let's see who's gonna win. If Gulbog sucks, I might join him. I already know what the first player is, so let's bring up the first set of clues and see whether or not you guys can pick this up. I did this earlier.
Is this Caps?
3 points to Gulbog. Nailed it immediately. So, straight out the gate.
I just remember Dark Passage. It's the only team I knew
said the same thing. The producers explained the rules to me as soon as they said that. Like, should we change this? Is it too easy? I'm like, no.
But he didn't use the buzz. You have to...
No, it's fine. We're fine. We're going. Okay, right. Let's reveal player number 2 and see what this is. Okay, now I don't know what these are. S2V and EU. G2X. This is the first of the clues. Does anybody have an idea? No?
Wait a second.
There's a 3 points on the line.
Do we get a guess?
You can get a guess. Go for it. Once you've used a guess, you cannot go for the 3 points
I'll guess Flacket.
Guessing Flacket. That is incorrect. Producers are confirmed incorrect. Do you have a guess? Okay, time's moving on. Let's go. Second clue. Gulbog's lost the opportunity. March present. So we don't have the teams. Okay, if you're looking at the screen, you'll see in a moment, there's no logo next to the dates. Any guess available? 2 points? 2 points? I still haven't got a clue. Let's go for clue number 3. This is too hard.
Who's this, blood?
March 23.
Oh, Oscarini!
Oscarini.
Oh my God,
okay, Oscarini to Yamato, 1 point. Okay, so GB's on 3, Yamato's on 1. Still gonna play catch up. 2 players left to go. Let's go. Player number 3, production.
Go on, bring it.
And also in chat, try to guess along. See if you can actually figure this one out as well. Okay, so we're going middle April 2018. Who was in Ninja?
Is this Cadriel? No, it's not Cadriel, is it?
Correct. How did you think? Wait. Unpack that. How?
I remember you played jungle for Ninjas in Pajamas. If you throw a Nordic team up there, I will remember.
So
And
GB
I knew for Ninjas in Pajamas, those two, if it was a mid laner, it would have been Larson. But if it was a jungler, it was Cajal.
I'm impressed. I don't know if this just means the producers know your brain better, or you're just going to 6 points to 1. There's no way that you and I can
feel
win
like this is rigged.
I think so too. Okay, let's go player number 4. And so if you know the player, give us a chance. Okay, GB?
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Player number 4, let's reveal, because you've already won the game with 6 points. Vitality Academy, then Turkey for Royal Bandits. Okay, do you know yet? Yamato? Anyone? Chat?
Is this Armut?
Chat. Armut, we have a 3-point guess from Yamato. Armut is not correct.
Can I guess 113?
113 was the guess
Oh, no,
from
that's
GB and
not
not
correct,
correct.
'cause
Okay,
he was
so
an
both 3
MVP.
points are gone. We're going to go to 2 points. Let's get the next one up. Substitute for somebody in EMEA. Is that meant to be
this
EMEA Masters?
Abadage?
Abadage? Correct for Abadage on 2 points. I would not have been able to get that one. I would not have been able to get that one. Well, GB6, 3 points for Yamato. Gentlemen, well done for that one. We'll hopefully bring the pop quiz back a little bit later today.
we're
Thank
done?
you. That's it. Yeah,
I
we only
won?
had 4 players. You won. Yes. Yep. Okay. Let's
handshake, well done.
handshakes indeed. Handshakes indeed. All right. Congratulations.
gentlemen. Thank
yeah,
you.
you and I
Thank
sucked.
you.
We'll catch up.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
gentlemen. Take a break. I'll be right back with you. What I want to do is move over to the telestrator and take a look at our peripheral interface for standings and scenarios. And I want to break down some of the most important stakes for today's games. We obviously have 5 matchups today, 5 more tomorrow, and the regular season will wrap up. And I want to start things off by focusing in on XL versus Astralis. If I can draw your attention to XL in the standings right here, 3 wins, 4 losses. If they lock in top 8 with a win by taking down Astralis today. The same, however, can be said if Astralis defeat XL. 100%. So whoever wins game 1 will be able to advance to the group stage. Next up, let's take a look at game number 4. Team BDS taking on Vitality. For Vitality, it is do or die. If we take a look at them in the standings, if Team BDS win the game, they are eliminated from groups and they do not have any chances for a tiebreaker scenario. Keep that in mind as we move forward, because the last matchup that I want to talk about is going to be game number 5. It's SK Gaming taking on the Mad Lions. Now, SK have a tough schedule. They play Mad today, they play Fnatic tomorrow. If SK lose both of those games, while they do not lock in, there are tiny number of scenarios in which they can advance to the group stage, but their fate will not be in their own hands. That is crucial to remember for today's 5 games. We will come back to the peripheral several times throughout the course of the day as well as tomorrow, so keep that in mind. Let's turn our attention to XL and Astralis. A win means they manage to lock in and advance to the group stage. So gentlemen, what do you think of this? What do you think of the matchups? Just before we turn into our pre-match, what do you think of the chances and let's say the 5 games at hand? What are you most excited to watch?
Honestly, this first one is pretty hype considering like XL, you know, their form is refreshing. And I feel like Astralis, I just want them to break through the patch and just get to the BO3s because I think 11-13 is going to be wonderful for them. So just the first one's on my mind.
I think the later games for sure is something to look forward to. You have Vitality, of course, playing against BDS and then SK straight after. So the fight there really is for that last 8th spot as well. Well, if it comes down to that between the teams.
Gulborg, you've had the pleasure of hearing some of the spiciest things that I have ever said, always backstage. I'm going to say a spicy one now. Does Vitality win a single additional game today or tomorrow? Or do they finish 1-8? Before he answers that, let's turn our attention. Okay, well, it's okay. Yamato's jumping in, all right?
No.
I don't think so either. It hasn't looked good, but maybe it'll happen. Nevertheless, let's turn our attention to the actual matchup. I don't need to be spicy all day, and I promise it won't be like that. Astralis yesterday, they had a huge win against a direct competitor in SK Gaming. I think in particular, I like the way that they played. I like the draft. Yamato, I particularly like Leader popping off in his ear.
Honestly, I had a very, very good Aussie game. The meme around Lid is always he doesn't play majors, but honestly, some of the champions he plays are so much harder than majors, so I think it was just a matter of taste. And yesterday, the Nico showed up, and Astralis need wins on the board, so they played as standard of a draft as you can.
You know what I think it comes down to? Mobility. If the champion has dashes, then Leader's down on it. There's playmaking potential at this. We've seen it on the Nico, we've seen it on the Annie. It's not like he's been fully comfortable with it, but here where you can be in their phase, having a way to, well, either go even deeper in or just pull out, that's definitely one of the reasons why Leaders look so comfortable on these champions.
I mean, when you think about it, 9 games previously, yesterday was his 10th time on that champion. He pulled out a phenomenal performance on the Azir. Let's talk about the fact that if they win today, they will obviously advance to the group stage. Their opponents, the same is also true. Before we talk about how these teams win, XL yesterday didn't have the greatest draft. Peach did not lock in Maokai as we'd hoped. What did you make of the draft and the gameplay?
It was kind of strange. Their whole idea was to ban 3 junglers on blue side, and I felt like it was maybe better to target some of the champions that would break apart the compositions that they played the previous week, some of the Aussies and the Maokais. Obviously, when you come into the best of threes, being so rigid in what you play could be a bad thing. So I can understand at the same time XL trying a different look against a team that probably they won't beat. So I can understand that part, but in such a match, I hope to just go back to the OG recipe of just mage, AD carry, tank, triple meatball.
But I still think there's a way to defeat that, because so far a lot of their identity comes down to the fact that you have limit on an engaged champion, something where he's the one starting one of the plays. Obviously, as you say yourself, Mage is on the back line too. But we even saw yesterday what a simple champion like Braum can do when you suddenly pick that Nautilus, and that Nautilus has been instrumental in a lot of XL's victories too. So I think for XL, they're in this predicament right now where they have comfort that they want to play as well, and it is good in the meta, but there are tools to draft around this comfort, and that's what you need to look out for, and we saw how that got exposed yesterday.
So keeping it simple, I think if I'm understanding this recipe, yesterday you and Dracos talked about cans of soup or sailing. I didn't quite understand the metaphors. Scaling, sort of mage in the mid lane, reliable AD carry, and then meaty tank balls, okay?
I feel like the biggest issue that Europe has in terms of gameplay patterns and why Nico and Annie aren't as successful is because everything kind of comes down to these standoffs where 5 players are looking at 5 players. The full tank compositions and the mage compositions are very good in those spots, when in reality there's so much, there's so much space. Like the fights are being played 2D, but they should be 3D, when in reality there's like these angles and there's pockets that you can look to break these fortresses down. But as long as you build a good fortress, you can beat European teams.
Gulborg, I like this breakdown. I've heard a recipe for XL. Some of the ingredients, the Annie and the Nico, are things that Astralis have not been successful with. What is the recipe for Astralis to win in terms of draft and approach to game?
Well, I think you actually need to approach that objective team fight that will come up. A lot of Astralis victories has come through either by them fully just getting ahead with the early game and then winning it, or coming back in some of these team fight scenarios. Now, XL is a team that has also found their comfort in starting early objectives, stacking up the Drake, playing the game, as we say, by the book. If you can contest them at that point by either having a counter pick ready so they don't have full power around bot side and mid side, so they just get free Drakes, but have champions that can actually contest them, especially in the 2v2 on mid lane. Make sure that leader has something that he's actually comfortable on making a mid gap. Yesterday we saw a new sign of it where he's completely gapping Certus on the Asir. Question is, what do you want to do today? Because that Asir has been a priority for Abidak as well, and it may be something we just see as a priority in general in this draft.
100%. I feel like the best version of Astralis that we especially saw the previous split was when Kobe and Yonghoon took control over the game, and Yonghoon could connect with his jungler and his mid laner because they want to play very far forward. And Astralis always had very strong lane phases, and if they can connect as the 3, things look good. But I also have to give a shout out to Finn, because I think this split, there's arguments to be made that he has had the best top lane performance out of all top laners in the regular split. So I think if they choose fights when Finn is ready to go, this is just a player that can carry.
His Renekton absolutely popped up yesterday. We have less than a minute before we have to go to our casters. A spot in the group stages on the line. I need a prediction, and briefly, who will win and why?
I'm Astralis all the way. I think currently they have a strong argument. As long as they make it through, I think against XL they should win. I think these guys can make it into the top 4 and maybe even go so far to qualify to the World Championship.
Wow, okay. I was expecting for one game. You have Yamato saying Astralis, they can make it to Worlds.
Well, I'm definitely not as hype on Astralis as Yamato is right now, but I do believe that is certainly a nice dream to have for them, and I think that's certainly what they're hoping for themselves. I think it will be tough, because I think Finn up against Oruamne is going to have a hard time. I think if Cassante is still left open, then that's going to be a bit of an edge. I can see XL have some cleaner gameplay where they cleaned up a bit after yesterday and actually have a decent chance today.
There's a bug coming. So are you predicting XL on that one? But it was a soft XL.
I'm just saying
so
XL.
He's going Astralis to Worlds. That is XL confidence. Time to find out who will lock in groups and head over to Kedril to Dracos.
All right. Well, Denmark's taking your citizenship away for predicting against Astralis, Goldberg. So hope it's worth it, bro.
Did Yamato say Astralis is going to Worlds?
Yeah, there's a lot. This is upside. This is some Freaky Friday stuff. If you guys don't remember, Goldberg was like the Astralis apologist when he joined our broadcast. So this is some character development on both sides. We'll see who comes out on top. Reminder, spot and groups on the line. Find out who can take it. Who can make it there. They're both sitting pretty much regardless, but we'll see who can lock it in here. It's time for our first game of the day, XL versus Astralis.
here on the water grind. I always like to look at how many water bottles a player has next to their desk.
I think it's a clear sign of commitment to hydration. I am not oh, no, never mind. I got a water bottle here. Yep.
Bro, I can hook you up.
Gotta try and keep up. We kindly ask you not to play Yuumi.
Oh, not to play it. So when I was at the cash desk, I thought it said not to pick it.
Not to play. I mean, it's the same thing.
It's the same thing.
Okay, as much as the audience is excited about Yuumi, I'm excited about a different animal, and it's Azir, the bird in the mid lane.
Why the hell are you excited about Azir?
No, mostly, okay, so let me correct what I'm saying here, because I did say I was excited about Azir coming back because he did things, but now I'm over it. It took 5 games. I'm bored again. That said, Leader played Azir yesterday, which is, again, speaking of character development, wow, what a weird character arc.
They banned it
this time, and I was going to say, I think that makes sense, because Abba is the guy who you would assume wants to play Azir every time. Despite weirdly picking Nico yesterday, but after that loss they're adjusting. Does mean they get Milio, but is it going to work out? Because it means giving up the Xayah that did so much work for them.
Is it worth to give over Aphelios Milio for that Azir ban? We're going to find out. There's a Xayah, Maokai taken away. Vi and Sejuani are already down, so obviously stronger. They can just go a nice, easy Aphelios here, XL. I think I'd be surprised if they go 4-5. Tristana is such a broken mid laner right now on the patch. The thing is with Tristana, oftentimes you'll see Tristana mid with Kai'Sa AD, Varus AD, or Ziggs, because they're all basically ability power. So it really helps your damage share out. So I'm wondering if they are going to go Aphelios here. Wouldn't make as much sense.
Okay. All right.
That's Peach on the Amumu.
100% Amumu jungle at this point with the Milio locked in alongside of it, short of some really crazy cooking here.
It's the Yordle comp.
Weirdly, not the first Amumu that we've seen this season.
Leader, is he thinking about Sylas? He's like, guys, I keep telling you, like, it's gonna suck in lane, but trust me, I can take that ult and I'll one-shot all of them.
The game will literally be unplayable.
Ooh, no, he's
for the
thinking
first
about
10
Akali.
minutes. Wow.
I knew he was cooking up some assassin.
I'm gonna be honest, I think Static Shiv Akali is trash.
I knew it!
There it is! I swear.
Bro, I know Leader comes, he's like, dude, that
if Leader is ever a fugitive from justice, you just put a poster of Alistar or a Mumu somewhere and he will appear
like
with his Sylas.
Or like a Malphite. He's like, bro,
he has to do it.
But then the coach is like, dude, you're playing Sylas into Tristana. He's like, yeah.
Yeah. But
I'll go down 10 CS, but think about the Amumu.
Think about the ult.
Like, he'll R-flash, but then I'll R-flash even harder.
Yep.
So
damage.
They dropped AD, so they're probably going to lose Draven and Aphelios here.
Yeah, interesting.
XL. Unless it's Tristana bots, could work, but you know.
Yeah, Tristana bot, not something we've seen. I like Tristana mid in general. I like the idea of giving Excel priority. Now, again, reminder that Excel on their streak last week was pretty much all about late game scaling. It was very consistently Xayah plus Azir plus Maokai. You'll notice the Xayah and the Maokai on the side of Astralis this time around. These are picks that have been very good in Europe. But I like that Excel are branching out a little bit strategically. We'll see if it works for them here. And I'm curious to see where Astralis go with the rest of this draft. I like that they're saving potential last pick here for Finn. You would assume that they'll go support on 4 since they already have just about all the information they need.
I would love a Renekton here for Finn. I feel like it's such an Astralis comp, isn't it? Maokai, Sylas, Renekton, just full
beefy
send,
boys,
full beefy
just
boys,
fighting.
just destroy everyone in fights. They've taken away Nautilus Rakan. I mean, they have 3 support bans. Yumi's down as well, and they have Milio, which is the strongest support in the game. So if they, if they don't get ahead in bot, that's going to be a bit questionable for XL because that's such a powerful bot lane already. And Aphelios is open, right? They banned away Draven and Lucian, so I think they really have an easy access to a strong bot side. There's the Renekton. I think Astralis are happy with this one.
Yeah, so instead of prioritizing a counter pick, they prioritize the strong blind here. That's the Aphelios plus Milio combo that you talked about. Now Astralis, more worried about the early game, it would seem, which throws me a bit off guard, but maybe there's something happening in scrims we're not ready for.
Yeah, I wonder what support they're going to go as well into this Milio. Things like Alistar is something I would think about. You need an engage support, and Nautilus Rakan are down. Rel could be something that's... Actually, Rel's disabled. I always see Rel in the LTL and LCK. I'm like, oh, Rel... No, they can't pick it. But yeah, they're going to run on top lane here. Odoamne could go for something like a Gragas, a Sion. And I think when you're playing double AD carry, you really want the Sion. Just some front line.
Yeah. I don't mind the Sion.
Ornn? Nah, against Sylas, you don't want to play Ornn, do you?
Something tanky that could build Mandate.
Yeah.
Maybe, just till you have a little bit of magic damage. Nope, Sion it is.
It's a Pike Slam.
Woo!
It's a Jonghoon special.
Oh!
We got the one-tricks out here. We got Leader Sylas, we got the Jonghoon Pike, we got Finn on Renekton.
And this is so good because I was so nervous after last week that every single team was just going to do scaling this week. And I'm glad that Astralis are mixing up. In respect to Excel for sticking to scaling, that's what won for them in week 2. But Astralis, now we have 2 compositions with very different priorities, different win conditions. Don't skirmish Astralis in the early game. They are better.
Yeah, Exile have a really heavy front to back, double AD carry, frontline and enchanter. It's really simple. Astralis just have a massive skirmish heavy, everyone can flank kind of comp. But it's going to be funny this game, because I wonder if Leader is going to take Peach as a Mumu ult, flash ult, and then the Emilio is just going to cleanse everyone out of it.
What
And
I was
Leader's
gonna
like,
say.
go, go, go. Damn it.
I feel like many people do that Emilio is strong for a number of reasons, but the ult, for the same reason that it's strong in something like Nico, it just feels like can mitigate so much of that threat. And when you already have a Scion on the front line and your only option are these big flanks with these high damage, high CC moments, Emilio shuts that down, man. So
they gotta navigate away from this Pyke. They gotta be really careful, because Scion, Emilio, they want to scale. Pyke and Renekton, oh boy, they're gonna fight those neutrals, baby.
there it is. You know, honestly, respect, man. I feel you. Sunday, no work. Let's get into it. Game 1, groups on the line. Excel versus Astralis. And if you're in the studio, you can hear Young-hoon talking already. Making calls, calling shots. This is the Pyke. We saw it in spring as well. Shout out to the production team who was quick to give me that information. It lost versus SK.
They're all standing in this bush, and all I can hear is Astralis laughing.
They're anticipating a level 1, I guess?
Yeah, but look how many wards they've put down already, XL. They're scared of some kind of late invade towards the bot side. Just making sure everyone's safe. And yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty calm start. No level 1s. Peach has got Conqueror on the Amumu. Is he going to walk in and take Raptors? No, he's just going to put a ward down. No base for Sweeper. And we saw Razork on the Amumu, the amount of damage he can do. And this is their only AP threat, so I wonder if he's going to go some kind of Demonic Embrace build.
It feels like he probably has to. And I will say that I'm actually like, Amumu's kind of a very, Amumu's a very simple champion. But ever since they gave him the double Qs, he feels like a real champion and not just like baby's first champion.
Yeah.
You know, there's actually some decision making that has to happen there.
While you're talking, 113 just walked into their Raptors.
Yeah.
Mine now.
Walked up, queued. What are you going to do?
What are you going to do? He's going to go to red afterwards as well, isn't he? Doesn't have a ward for the Raptors brush, but he knows that Peach is topside, and his top lane is Renekton versus Scion, so he doesn't really care about playing topside. He just wants to make sure this range support of Emilio can't push and get a lane lead. They just want to unlock Jong-hoon towards mid, so this is great. They can play so aggressive.
Blades, Pyke, level 1, 1, 2. Oh, doesn't get the third auto. That's a bit awkward. If you've ever played against this champion, he does this exact thing, level 1, every single game. It's very effective, and you can just see that he's getting sums.
Bro, dude, Maokai's on Crux. They're going to dive bot. We'll see if Peach can get here in time. Exile's probably going to spot it out with their ward on Emilio. Can they steal it away? Astralis, they don't have Smite on 113, so it's kind of awkward. He wants to finish these Crux, get level 3.
Chris has mid-prio.
Yeah, he's getting collapsed on. He has no W, but yeah, he's just going to get forced out. Good that they spotted that and they thought about it, because 113 getting level 3 there and they pushed the wave. That's a dive, but heal already used down there. Peach is going to collect up his Crux.
Yep.
And I think 113 can happily just clear bot to top now if he wants and gets a small camp lead.
Happy to have that small advantage. Happy to have bot side priority, as you highlighted. If Pyke doesn't get the advantage at level 1, you can lose lane prio very quickly. And as soon as those creeps are crashing, it's pretty hard to find those angles. Is Leader feeling a little bit more comfortable now that he ticks over to level 3? Never mind, he's feeding.
Leader.
Yeah, okay. He does manage to live. But now Young-hoon is on the way. Big bait, big brain. Abadage now in trouble. Pulled back. Oh, the combo's almost perfect. Oh, he hits him out of the sky.
Just steps him through the air. What? Just takes Abadage out. Drops the ignite as well. Leader misses the E. Gets an assist though.
Damn.
Man, that was a bait. We got baited. Was it a bait though?
I'll say convincing performance.
Oscar to
you know, it's like Leonardo DiCaprio in that scene where he broke the glass on his hand. Like, we were really believing it. That's what I will say.
Didn't he actually like do damage to his hand?
Yeah, he actually did. Shout out to Leonardo DiCaprio and Leader. You know.
Yeah.
Again,
he flashed. He really did flash.
He really burned Flash to convince. This is either a true story or the greatest cope of all time.
And no flash on Abadage now, so I mean, this is just going to be rinse and repeat, really, isn't it? They're just going to get Pyke towards mid. 113 is going to finish his top camps, hover around bot, make sure Pyke can get to mid.
And as long as they don't get dove on the bottom side of the map for Astralis, they're sitting pretty.
Do they dive on this bot wave? They've got
starting to poke. Oh god, Emilio is so oppressive with that passive early, but Finn not content We're just having a wet noodle fight.
Look at bot. Cobb is completely... Does he save this way? Ooh, that's risky.
This is so
Save that
hard.
way.
There's 4 members. There's no way. Jonghoon trying to body block. He eased back through that psycho. The flash out from Patrick is clean to deny it. So far, a clean dive. Leader now trying to follow up. Jonghoon has no chance to go invisible. No chance to heal. Peach coming in clutch. Leader now potentially get locked up. I don't think they can redive. They don't have enough health. On the way is 113. Keep your eye on that sapling. Not going to be enough. Excel. The dive. At the end of the day, they are going to get one back on the side of Astral. It's not perfectly clean, but an excellent start from the side of Excel.
Oh, poor Mumu dies for the dive, but it's so worth it. Look at those creeps. Leader's going to pick up a lot of them, but 2 plates gone. They didn't get one of those plates in terms of gold there, Excel, but the dive was clean. You can see the gold lead on the Aphelios over the Xayah now. Both summoners burned by Patrick. We'll see if Astralis can look to punish that, but that was a massive stacking wave. We'll see that soon, but you can see Leader here goes really aggressive onto Abadage. Here he wants to back away, but his Q's up and he wants that cannon. He gets the cannon, but he loses his flash for it. Luckily for him, 113 and Jonghoon are on the way. And this is where we'll see the Pyke manage to pick up the kill through the air. Flash W from 113. The hook misses. Actually does hit.
Look at that E. And here's the thing. Boom. They weren't even remotely next to each other. They weren't even close.
They're flying through
Where's VAR? That didn't even hit him. Man just took a dive.
Just stabbed the air underneath it. Managed to hit him. Maybe he stabbed upwards.
Yeah, and here's the play. Obviously easy to set up the kill with the purple gun. They get a little sloppy here towards the end, taking a lot of tower shots, but 113's timing manages to turn it back for Astralis. At least they get something. But as you highlighted, as nice as it is to have that kill on a Mumu, the real winner in this play is Patrick, who is gonna hold this wave forever, because if Kabi walks up, he loses every single trade.
They're stacking another wave, so what you'll see happen here is I think Peach is gonna move down. Maybe look for another dive on the bot side.
Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Odoamne trying to get away from Finn so he can potentially ult to safety would be my assumption on the play. Does have the farm alarm to return to lane, but he is in a bit of a tough position now. Demolish gonna proc, gonna come through, so a plate at least over to Finn. Nice hook coming in from Jonghoon, but again, follow-up here is really tough. Jonghoon only level 3, Kabi so far behind in terms of gold. Ooh, pull back, Leader getting level 6 first. Can he knock him back? Between the goalposts! Oh, he's scoring!
That's the Leader Silas right there, baby. Puts the Abadage behind, loses his flash, yeah, but gets the solo kill. Look at this bot wave, it's massive. Can Astralis catch it? Looks like they're fine for now. XL maybe want to do something on that bot wave, but their mid laner's down. They don't have information on the Maokai. That's a massive solo kill. You know, you're playing Silas and Tristana. That's such a horrible matchup in the early stages, but Leader managing to find a little bit of pressure on that lane phase. 800 gold lead now.
Very big, especially because Tristana's only going to be coming back with a Noon Quiver. Will help with the CS, will help with the pressure, but the trades still going to be going in favor of Leader as Jonghoon still poking, still testing here, but you can see it's good for Astralis that mid lane is going as well as it is for Leader, because it's going even better for Excel on the bottom side of the map. It's kind of all eyes on Patrick in this one, something Excel are very used to saying.
Cobb against the cannon there, and they're just trying to play out this lane phase, but denying as many creeps as possible. Herald's up in 30 seconds. XL probably want to look to swap up there. Odoamne's having a tough time, and so is Abadage. Abadage just hit level 6. Leader's halfway through level 7. And he's got a big wave to catch there. Oh god, Abadage.
Locked up, knockback comes through, input tryhard jumps, doesn't even need to buffer. Leader doesn't quite have the follow-up, but that massive chunk means it's going to be that much harder for him to stick around. Kabe, not going to get hit by the moonshot there. Patrick and Limit can be able to push this wave in pretty easily.
Yeah, should be able to. 1-3's moving down here to see if they can collapse. But we're going to take a look at this replay on the solo kill. So Leader dashes forwards on the creep, stops Abadage's jump midway through, pulls him back down from the sky. Doesn't land the Q2, but manages to get enough autos weaved in that the ultimate from the Tristana takeaway gets the kill.
Bam. I kind of was hoping we were going to get the ragdoll physics and she was going to get shot back there, but...
Like flying?
Yeah, I thought that would be sweet.
XL really want to dive bot.
Okay, Peach, this is easy, just one-shot him. Okay, holds on to the ultimate.
Maybe he doesn't have the damage in his head. He doesn't think he has the damage, but he has no flash for like 10 seconds. Here comes 113. Leader has mid push as well. Dragon's not up for 2 minutes. Herald's still up. Does Astralis just commit to a full swap here and say, you know what, top's winning, let's play for Herald and let's get this Xayah out of lane phase? That could be something they look into, because that'll shake the whole map up, but Kobe doesn't want to lose this wave. And as he stays, XL's going to back away first, see if Jonghoon can stop their bases, but Leader is just trading like a madman.
Ooh, just continuing to get aggressive. Misses on the chains, and Abadage trying to extend the trade. Did reset the rocket jump as well as he dives in there. Finn trying to push his advantage on the top side of the map by getting a little bit of vision down, potentially. committing to taking away the blue? I can't imagine. Just doesn't have the time. And this is one of the reasons I think Sion is so annoying and so good, is because, like, if you leave him alone, even when you're 600, 700 gold ahead in lane, he just instantly deletes the wave and pushes in. Like, what an incredibly frustrating champion to play against.
It is. He can just kind of, I mean, Baus likes the proxy for a reason, right? He just wants to ignore you and farm these creeps. Leader has TP. Astralis want to fight this Herald 100%. They're Astralis. So where's the Maokai ult? Is going to come in? Are they going to go for this? Cobb is quite far away, but they're
Limit level
for a
6
fight.
as well. Patrick, great guns. I don't think this is a good angle whatsoever.
This is hard, but they're going to go
Here
XL
comes the
first.
Sion. Route to stop any potential fall. 113 now going back to try to get away. Abadagi off to the side. 113 surely set to fall here. Leader on the backside. The stolen Moonwall. The whole reason the Silas came through. But there's no angle. There's no setup. Excel taking the objective, taking the kill, walking away unscathed.
Astralis a little bit late. You can see they had to catch the bot wave, so Kobe was a bit too far away, and he's down in XP. Not even got that level 6 yet. He should get it just now off that creep, but Patrick's almost level 7. And 113 a little bit caught out. Doesn't have the phase rush. I think if you had phase rush, you could probably get out there, but no flash means he's as good as dead. Once the chain CC comes through, Leader has the ult. He stopped the jump
Another
again.
hook. Perfect. Follow up with the Moonwall immediately. Can he get another solo kill? Leader coming through. Doesn't quite have the damage. The follow up from Abadagi. Whoa!
The cannon.
Blinking health bars.
He got the cannon.
Leader leveling up. 2-level advantage. That's close.
Leader could... He's maxing W, Leader, so is there an E flash W angle here for him? It's very, very risky, but Abadaga's scared of it. Level 9 to level 7. Abadaga should level up on this next minion.
How
But Leader really wants
to want to get.
I can't now, the level up's too much.
Just back off. Leader, though, again, 20 CS up. Much more than you ever anticipated when you locked in this champion against Tristana, so very good thus far. It's only going to get more difficult, though, as Tristana manages to complete a first item. Not sure how close Abadaga is at this exact moment in time.
He's being a little bit greedy here, Abadaga. I think he's waiting out some gold for his first item. Doesn't want to base and pick up small components. Gonna get the wave. Leader's gonna back off, so is Abe. Drake's up. And Astralis already have the first one. Yet to see what the soul will be. Cobb is coming out of base. Younghoon's level 6. Gonna put some wards down in the enemy jungle, take away some of these pings perhaps, and then look for a Drake start.
And Jonghoon, level 6 now, opens up so many opportunities. Astralis already about 1,000 ahead in gold because of top lane and mid lane. Both Finn and Leader doing very well thus far. Grabbing the second Drake as well. Moving closer to Drake stacking. Not going to have a Chemtech soul is going to feel good, most certainly.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be Cloud.
Hextech.
Ooh.
I feel like you could
all right.
call me out for cheating there, because it kind of showed up for a second.
No, the words were coming out of your
I'm
mouth
always a
before.
Hextech enjoyer. I feel like when Hextech souls in the game, it's just fun to watch. The portals, love the tech.
Agree.
Leader, spot Leader. Oh, he's
never stops.
He's
He
dead,
just
I think.
keeps going
He
in.
kills him, he kills him.
Hit him! God, and again, we just rinse and repeat. High-class stuff. There it is. Claps in the back from the Astralis support staff. Rightfully so.
Herald's coming through. Jonghoon, bit of trouble.
Locked off to the side. Peach not going to follow up with the second charge there. Charge goes in. More money in the back pocket of Peach.
Yeah.
Good to have. But for XL, it feels like they need to leverage their power point on the bottom side of the map more, because mid lane is getting out of hand very fast. Patrick was the strongest member relative to his lane opponent until Leader got these back-to-back kills, and now he's going to be everybody's problem, not just Abadage's problem.
4 plates in mid without a Herald in Silas versus Tristana. This is supposed to be the other way around, really. This is a really horrible situation to be in for XL, and Patrick didn't get any of the golds from that Herald. It all went to Peach, so he's got his demonic embrace. We'll see how much he can do in fights. Still 1,000 gold up is Patrick. He's gonna get towards his first mythic.
And reminder, of course, we'll hold that thought as we get into the replay here.
He stops his jump again. Abadaga's not buffering it properly. He's kind of Wing as the E comes out. He needs to wait for the E and then W as the CC's about to hit, not just before.
Yeah.
And then there comes the Buster Shot. Buster Shot,
yeah. It feels unpracticed. And he's laughing. He's kind of trying to make the most of it. I'm not going to make too many assumptions about facial expressions there, but at least he doesn't look super tilted, because that is something you have to be able to come back from. You have to be able to focus on in the game.
It's the huff and the lean back. That's the I'm tilted. Oh my god.
Yeah.
How do I play?
Finn, desperate to fight. He just wants Odoamne to fight him. Odoamne is not interested. Finn is the drunk guy at the bar. Odoamne is like, nah, man, that's not me, please.
No, violence doesn't solve problems. No. Leave me alone.
I'm good, man. I'm not trying to fight.
I'm just here to farm.
No, I get it. You took karate. That's cool. I don't need to see.
Let me show you what I've learned. That's running away.
Back away.
Look at my legs. Let them go. Leader's got so much wave clear, hasn't he? He just one-shots the wave.
I mean, he's just so
Platings
far
are off.
ahead.
That tower's dead.
He's
First
level
tower to the
11.
Silas. He's 2 levels up on Abadage. Tower's gone.
And this is the struggle, I think, for Excel is that, you know, a lot of your composition relies on just waiting and scaling, but now that mid lane tier 1 is down, again, Leader has a lot more freedom to do whatever he wants across the map. And the side lanes don't look great for Abadage right now. Because Finn is also no slouch. He doesn't have old Prowlers or anything, so Tristana should be able to get away, but...
It's not something you can push out, is it?
Yeah.
Need to salvage his bot side a little bit here, Astralis. You can see them. A lot of vision on the bot side jungle of Exile, and Leader with that mid tower can move down so easily. So 113 is behind them. Their tower is very low as well. Herald's up in 45 seconds. Exile, do you abandon this and just put your bot lane mid and try to play the rest of the map and drop this tower, or do you try and salvage this and maybe bring Abadage down here? He has the TP so he can match Leader, but I think their 4v4 is really hard losing at the moment.
I mean, again, it's level 11 Silas. He takes an Amumu wall, which again was part of the reason why he locked this champion in. I just didn't expect it to be this one-sided. Peach is going to be in trouble here in a second. Leader gets aggressive, 113 is there. A perfectly laid trap. And now Peach is absolutely done. So Limit going to try to save the day. A big heal now coming in. The sapling over the wall.
He's alive, I think.
The body block. Patrick waiting over the wall. Leader overextending. This is going to be a big shot to Leader. Oh, no! Oh, he throws it all away. Amumu does have friends, and they're damn good at League of Legends.
They come in and save him, don't they? Finn wants a little bit of action. Looking at Abadage here, who's been struggling this game. Ult comes out.
Trying to get something back. Abadage can just knock him backwards. The double dash forward, the flash over the wall. Finn not going to flash to follow. That was a very weird sequence of play. Herald going over to the side of Excel. Shutdown going over as well to Patrick. Just a nice bag of gold gifted over to their team.
I was here when Amumu had friends. The day has come. So Peach, all eyes lonesome, runs into River. He actually tanks a hell of a lot of damage, doesn't he? A full combo from a level 11 Sylas, and the ult taken away, and the Maokai combo. With the Everfrost, full chain CC, just standing there. So what comes out from Limit? The Cozy Campfire heal, the shield initially, knockback, ult, shield again, still has the Summoner heal, I think. Or did he use that too?
The Flamigo saving Amumu.
Oh my god.
Every lore nerd is having a great time.
Then Peach goes back in and stuns him, gets the flash, gets out. The Flamigos. And he's using like the Flame Amumu skin as well.
It's perfect.
Infernal Amumu.
It's like they planned it.
It is. It's all scripted. The LEC is scripted.
No, don't tell. That's the secret.
It's not scripted. It's not. What did it say on the script today? I forgot.
It said, let's get a standings check. Standings check, reminder that both these teams, either one wins. They're sitting pretty, that they've managed to lock for groups. They're not horribly positioned if they don't win, but it would be good to lock this in on day 2. You don't want to be in a situation where you're preying on a tiebreaker. And while moments ago we might have said that this was Astralis' opportunity for an easy victory lap on the back of Leader's mid lane performance, he just gave a lot of gold to the worst person to give gold to on the side of Excel. So could definitely shift back in their favor. That second Herald not going to be able to break mid as Astralis trying to force another play. Abadage getting weird with it. I don't think this is going to work out, but it does manage to make it out of safety, but multiple members have now been rooted up. Leader now looking for the fall. Leader looking for the setup. Patrick over the wall. Instantly swapping over to perfect guns for an AoE team fight. Leader is once again locked down. Finn trying to recover the play, but this time around Abadage gets the buffer right. Finn slowly getting cut down. Doesn't have enough healing. Kabe trying to pull the feathers back, but at the end of the day, it is Excel in the fight. They are so consistently getting more.
And this will be the day you almost called Captain Abadage. Double jump upwards, reversal, backflip over the bot side wall. That's what I'm going to call it. You need to see that replay.
That's Tony Hawk's Pro Skater,
That was Tony Hawk Pro Skater.
He's figuring
Man, he was
it out.
all over the place. Manages to just kite them out, gets Finn flash as well. Leader, this Sylas in lane phase, good. A lot of solo kills out of this lane phase despite a 2k gold lead.
Yep.
He's just getting murdered by the Aphelios, really, isn't he? Bot tower's gone, Drake is gone, they've stopped the soul points for Astralis, and now I think they're sitting pretty. The AD carry of Abadage is recovering slowly, but so Abadage actually jumps up here because you'll see on the minimap there's a ward behind him on the left and he gets TP on behind from Leader. So his only direction is up, gets the reset on the bomb, then he jumps up again, and then you'll see the roots come out from the Maokai ult and the Everfrost, but they still want Abadage, so here comes Finn. And as Leader dies off to the side, Finn flashes over the wall, dashes, then he jumps back over this wall. Ooh. And yeah, doing his best Talon cosplay on Tristana, and they pick up 2 kills.
And when we talked about the compositions, we talked about front to back for Excel. And while that was not front to back, you can see a lot of what their composition does, and it locks Leader down and does not let him do anything. He had melee ultimate he was unable to use, I believe, and none of the rest of Astralis could get in because there was so much. I mean, they just control space so well on the side of Excel. I don't know how they navigate these fights. It's certainly not by sending in their solo laners one at a time.
I think Amumu is just surprisingly tanky, isn't he? I feel like Leader's getting combos onto this Amumu and Peach is just sticking to him, but there's no real damage coming out. He's got the Radiant Virtue now as Peach. As they walk in towards this top side, Estrada is running away from this Amumu, level 11 now, providing so much frontline. This Sion and Amumu is such a powerful frontline that if Leader starts hitting onto them, and Finn does the same thing, they're just going to get destroyed in the front to back. They need to find a way to get onto the carries.
And while draft isn't going to be everything in a game like this, as Finn does instantly break the shield there. That's a positive little exchange.
Ults as well.
Is he going to stick to this?
He's got E up in 1 for a bit of armor shred.
I don't think you can go for the dive here. Just going to be forced to back away there. Cooldown too low on that Sion shield, coming in clutch. But Milio was what Excel got with their first pick. It was traded for Maokai and Xayah. And right now, it really looks like Excel got the better deal. Milio doing so much work in this game.
Yeah, it's also the Draven Lucian ban giving them Aphelios too. It stings, doesn't it? Because Aphelios Milio is so powerful. I think Milio anything is kind of powerful, but Aphelios still one of the strongest on this patch. No nerfs just yet onto him. And now Excel moving towards this top side. Astralis really wanted to play for this next dragon in 3 minutes and get their soul, but of course Excel have denied that. It's going to be about 8 minutes before they can force it. Excel, are they thinking about a Baron? Odoamne doesn't have TP, just getting some vision instead.
I mean, you've got Amumu to tank it or Sion to tank it. You've got double 80 carries. You can kill that objective very quickly if you've got good guns for Aphelios. The green gun fading away means that it would take a lot more time, so Excel...
It's got a lot of red-white ammo though. It's going to get purple next.
Maybe just trying to bait this one out for now, doing what they can with mid-priority, just to make sure that they've got enough vision control so that they can safely recall, give Patrick the item to buy his Kraken, or the time rather to buy his Kraken.
Peach is... he was being a bit greedy there on the vision. You can play human ward as a jungler. Oftentimes, after the first 15-20 minutes of the game, all your carries take your camps and your job is just to be a human ward. As a jungler, spotting out objectives and there, just checking where Astralis is. I think he's going to keep on doing that. As Abadaga catches these top waves. 2 items onto Patrick now. Xayah still lacking behind on the Navori.
Yep, needs a bit more time. And I think from here on out, we're kind of just waiting to see what Astralis can do to shift this game back into their favor. 2 Drakes to their name may help them play for a soul. But once you get out of the laning phase, I get less excited about the Pyke if you don't have a lead.
Yeah, definitely.
This is a champion that he can't... If he's a Fed, he can do a lot by himself. If he's not, then you're pretty reliant on everybody else. But most everyone else on his team just needs to be catching waves right now. So it's a tricky position for Jonghoon.
Yeah, despite the goal difference, Excel definitely in control. Finn's just playing the side lane right now. He's got that Black Cleaver, should win out against Odoamne, but you can see Excel were thinking about a Baron start there. The ideal situation for them is baiting out the Renekton TP if Odoamne has one move. It's a bit of an awkward situation because Odoamne is just tanking all this damage.
And Sion, sort of this immovable object here. Heals back up, courtesy of the Jack show as well.
Dragon in 50 seconds. Astralis getting a little bit of vision on this top side as the support of XL Limit needs to base. Has his flashback up, refreshing the wards, and this Dragon fight will happen soon. Base coming in from 113. He's got the Radiant Virtue as well, so he's matching the Amumu items quite nicely.
Yep.
And now I think we'll start to see the push forwards from Astralis. The base from Xayah coming in, the Navori Quick Blade's going to get picked up by Expect from Kobe. And then all hell will ensue on this next Dragon, because XL have to deny it. Yeah. There is a world where they try to rush a Baron, but I don't think that's what they want to look for. With this topside vision in favor of Astralis, there's no real sneak option.
We're also in a situation where there's only blue trinkets and sweepers. There's not a ton of vision past the control wards in inventory, but Peach going to kick a fight off, just trying to burn through the jungle. Keep your eyes on Leader, though, if he can find an angle to the backline. For now, though, Patrick already tearing through. Leader needs a perfect ultimate if they want to turn this play, because that free pick guarantees the Dragon for Excel.
Jonghoon can't really do anything in this fight. He's off to the side, he hooks Limit, but that's about all he can do. The front to back is so powerful from XL. He's happy to just dash in straight away there, Peach, and just lock one target down for XL.
Fishes for the steal, does not come through. Second Dragon for the side of Excel, double Hex Tech. Astralis at a man disadvantage, still posturing around the mid lane.
Getting this wave in his XL. Leader's looking for a flank, but they've spotted him. They might collapse on top of him, but Jonghoon's here to escort him out. How far do they want to chase this XL? They know he's here somewhere.
Okay, not going to spot him there.
Does he TP out?
Excellent work, observers, with the vision highlight. He's just playing on the edge here, trying not to get spotted. Probably starting to recall right now. No.
Oh, they spotted him for a frame there.
Is he walking down to execute? I feel like he could have recalled.
Trying to hide out of vision, but he's not hiding out of vision.
Not out of vision.
He's
They're going to be on the way.
spotted.
Maybe they can take down Odawamne. It's going to take a lot of time to burn through the silent. Maybe they can get something done. The stolen Amumu ultimate, not even going to get a chance to use it on multiple members. Walking back under the tower and once again cut down. But Astralis, they see their window of opportunity. So many members baited to come down to the objective. Once again, leader.
There's no way.
Is he a mastermind or a feeder? It's hard to say, but right now he's a mastermind. 2K is getting lower. They get the Baron.
They all flash out as well.
God.
He just was that planned? Was it? That definitely wasn't planned. I refuse to believe that was planned, leader. No, I'm calling bluff on that one. They're gonna get a mid tower from that. Maybe they get a tier 2. Cobb is there, but he's got no flash. But XL, they have the green gun on Patrick and a Tristana. They can push down for a second one. So, leader and 2 towers for a Baron. That's what I call macro right there. Astralis pulling out
Jonghoon.
The switcheroo.
Needs to be careful here.
Okay. So in EU, this is how we do our Barons. You
The
know?
old swippy swappy.
Yeah, it's like
when they send 4 people bottom to kill your mid laner.
Yep. Who was trying to flank and thought he was out of vision.
Or Leonardo DiCaprio. Hard to say.
Yeah, again, give that man 2 Oscars.
Yes.
Pushing mid here. Does Kobe have a wave? I think he does. Is that a mid tier 2? Oh my god, so Astralis actually didn't recall on the Xayah yet, so Kobe must be sitting on a handful of gold, but they obviously knew XL needed to recall. Managed to get a tower back, so that helps the overall play itself. The thing is, Kobe wants the base. He's low on mana, but leader's just come out of base after having sacrificed himself to the gods of Baron.
Yep.
And he wants to push for this bot tier 2, but he doesn't have a Baron buff, so it's hard to play on this side lane, so Kobe's just going to take that base.
And while leader has both been incredibly
he's been leadering.
This game, he's been the double-edged sword this game, let's say.
Is it a verb now to leader?
He's been leadering. Do you want to make it a verb? That I can't.
Yeah. He gets solo kills, then he just gets one-shot in fights, and then he dies, and they get Barons. And
leadering.
Yeah, he's leadering.
He's leadering. It still feels like XL should be in total control of this game, correct?
Well, when the Baron wears off, they definitely will be, but the pushing lanes will be in favor of Astralis. What you'll see happen here is leader's going to push top all the way to tier 2. Odamne's going to have to base and match it. The question is, can Astralis get that top tower, or does XL want to fight it? After that play happens, XL will probably be back in the driver's seat, but for now, a lot of pressure coming out from the side of Astralis as Kobe is coming out of base. He's going to start pushing these mid waves to the rest of his team, and XL will match this top play.
1 minute, 50 seconds, counting down. Limit coming into the area. Jonghoon just trying to hide in the darkness as best he can. A lot of good vision in mid lane. We'll spot out Patrick.
Yeah, bot tier 2 is their next focus, so they threaten the top tower. Then they move from top to bot. And with the Baron buffs on the Renekton level 16, they should pick this up, unless Abadaga feels very confident to walk up. No team behind him, so they get a tier 2. And a tier 2 mid.
And continuing to hold on to a gold lead here is Astralis. Again, we've talked so much about scaling, but it's still on XL to make sure that they can, you know, patch up the holes in what does feel to be a pretty leaky ship at this stage of the game. They've made it overcommitted a few times.
Leaky ship.
I mean, it's a clear game plan, you know? Feels like at this stage for XL.
Yeah, I'm looking at leader's items. Everfrost, Banshee, Zhonya's, you know, there's a lot of survivability there. I'm not sure how much damage he's going to do, though.
And
Let's
I think
see
that's
what he can cook up.
Yeah, more pressure on Nakabe to really show up in these fights. 2.5 items. Once he finishes Lord Dominic's, he will be very powerful.
Yeah, Baron up in 45 seconds. Leader very close to that level 16. If he takes the Amumu ult, he's going to do a hell of a lot of damage.
Can they pick off Peach? Peach is isolated right now.
Do they see him?
Small window of opportunity. They see him now. Smite immediately going to try to take the jungler out the pullback. Near perfect CC, but not quite enough. It allows Peach to flash out to safety. Limit and Patrick were on the way as well. So getting jungler flash, definitely a solid start to looking for this third Drake.
25 seconds on the spawn. Peach needs to reset. They're chasing him down, stop the recalls. Does 113 throw a sapling in that bush? Leader's trying to push in these top waves against Odawamne, who doesn't have that much magic resist, but still, tanky Scion.
No. Odawamne is going to run him out of mana.
Just Scion.
He's just going to out-mana him.
Ooh, they're going to collapse on him, actually. Does he see the Hextech portals, Leader?
Wait a
it's
second.
time for round 2. Is he going to get a third Oscar this game? He's out. Nah, this is not real. Leader's laughing on the camera.
What is happening? What are we watching? Is this the world's best game of hide and seek or the world's weirdest game of League of Legends.
It's like, it is Leonardo DiCaprio. It's Catch Me If You Can. It's Catch Me If You Can.
Going through the whole career, dude.
Yeah.
Excel are going to grab a tier 2 here, most likely. Peach waiting over the wall to punish. Leader with a pretty optimal timing coming up on that Banshee to stop any
TP behind, look at the TP. Finn's going for the long call.
They're now looking to force the fight. Patrick, perfect guns for a fight, though they have to be careful. That's the Maokai ult coming out. It's going to lock up one. Patrick stepping behind Limit to make sure that he's safe. Finn on the flank is going to be big. Leader with the stolen ultimate. Can he get into the back line? Finn, if he gets on top of Patrick, maybe they can make the fight happen.
Do they know he's there? He has no vision. He has the pink ward to work with.
To get the Fury. Leap in. They're going to try to delete Patrick. They've got so much CC, but it's still not enough. He's got so many chakrams. He's going to start tearing through the team. Abadage and Patrick hand-holding as their frontline body blocks and protects. Astralis getting torn apart in the exchange.
Can they end? Can they end top? 40 seconds on the respawns. 5-man strong here, XL. Flashes are up. Bodo Amne can tank the towers. Leader has no wave clear, no Baron buff. They need to get this wave down a little bit. The Leader's going to die.
Leader leaping in, going with the pushback, going golden. This is the game.
It's over, just like that.
Leader might have won the Oscar, but XL are taking this one home. XL from an 0-3 first week, from two of the worst finishes we have ever seen in winter and spring, have now locked groups in summer. What an incredible turnaround.
Top 8 secured. Still one more game to go to see how far they can push themselves up the standings, but now they're sitting at 4-4. And a bit of a messy game, kind of all over the place. Comes down to just this one team fight on the top side where everything was committed to Patrick, but Patrick managed to get out alive. And the rest of XL can just mow down the members of Astralis. Jungle and Leader can do nothing but watch their base die.
And special shout out to Abadage. Mental Fortitude Award.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That was a tragic laning phase. He was kept his eye on the prize, still played with confidence, managed to escape on that bot side fight, and I think that bot side fight felt like the beginning of the end. You know, Leader and Finn walking in one at a time. Great moments from Astralis, most certainly, but we saw from the composition, Excel, we're going to try to make it about front to back. To be honest, didn't even front to back that much.
Yeah, I mean, the only real front to back was that fight, really. And they managed to get on the back line, but they got out alive. The Melio doing work. Leader had the Amumu ult, but the Melio cleanse straight off. I think the Aphelios cleanse came through on the Renekton W, then he just flashed out with the Melio ult. He was fine. He was absolutely fine. And the rest of XL can do a lot of damage. Of course, Abadage is playing the Tristana. He got solo killed twice, yes, but managed to recover in the mid game, like you talked about in that bot fight. So he was a second threat in those fights when they commit so much onto Patrick.
Yeah, and we've talked a lot about how this patch has been difficult for Astralis, and you can see I appreciate that they're still trying to, you know, throw out new ideas, to try new things, to bust out picks like the Pike. Saw it in spring versus SK, lost. Saw it here versus XL, lost. Just doesn't feel like the right time.
Yeah.
You know, you've just got so many reliable champions in the meta right now that a champion as Feast or Famine, as Pike, even to be fair, as Feast or Famine, as a Silas, and in the context of this game.
I just want to take a second to highlight Patrick. I think it's always been the Patrick show for XL, and I think here we see it again. I think when they're struggling, it looks really tough for him, especially as an AD carry. Your team around you is just kind of, everything falls apart. It's really hard to do anything as an AD carry, but a lot of players rate him very highly, and you can see when his team around him is actually in an even game state, he can pull off the fights well.
Yeah, and credit to Limit as well, because I think you saw in spring it was a bit of struggle for them to get on the same page, but they're looking like a fantastic duo now. And speaking of Limit, he's standing by with Trouble.
Thank you very much, Strakos. Limit, congratulations on locking group stage. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels nice. I mean, I've been only here for like 1.5 split now, you know, and I know how much XL has struggled this year. So yeah, it feels nice to actually do well for a change.
Limit, you joined the team in crisis. Summer 0-3 into a 3-0 week, into a loss yesterday. What were your expectations when you joined versus the reality that you had to face?
I mean, to be honest, yeah, we didn't have, well, for myself, I didn't have much expectation, you know, like we were just, okay, let's take it game by game, do our best, practice as much as we can, right? We have, after 2 disaster splits, we kind of have nothing to lose, right? So let's just try, practice, and yeah, maybe, I guess it's working off.
So Abba and Odo both said kind of like the front to back really works for you guys, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You tried to switch it up yesterday just a little bit on the play style. Didn't work out. Now back to front to back. Is that how Excel is going to be playing from now on?
Yeah, I had a little chat with my coaches yesterday. It was not the thing, but it's fine. We are over it. What matters is that we won this game. I think we were happy with the champions we got. I got Milio, which is a really fun season 13 champion. Yeah, I'm sure Renekton really loved playing against me, but yeah, we just found kind of Excel / even stage champions that work for us. Games are usually like slower, right? And yeah, it's getting us the wins we need.
Now, working into group stage, do you think that this could be a little bit expectable? Teams will read into it, they'll know how to counter front to back? Or do you think that currently, in the current meta, with a really strong AD carry and a super strong front line, it's just not very easy to play against?
I mean, it's definitely one of the things we discussed. You know, we definitely don't want to be one-dimensional, right? We still want to explore different things, what works for us. But right now, we're just focused on what's actually going to get us into playoffs. And this did. And now we can start to be a bit more creative and with the picks and see what we can cook.
Now, Limit, you talked about playoffs, but we're still going on to group stage and 2 teams will not be making it. Who will be the 2 teams in your opinion?
So the 2 teams that are not making it. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's an easy one, right? Since they only have one
win. Do you mind repeating what the crowd said?
Vitality.
Okay.
I mean, if I had to bet on someone, I feel like BDS also kind of has a hard schedule in front of them, if I remember correctly. So I'll just say Vitality and BDS.
All right, thank you very much, Limit. Congratulations on locking group stage. We're going on to a very quick break, and when we're back, it's G2 versus Koi.
Big brain. Abadage now in trouble. Pulled back. Oh, the combo's almost perfect. Oh, he hits him out of the sky. Ooh, pull back. Leader getting level 6 first. Can he knock him back? Between the goalposts. Oh, he's scoring. God, and again, we just rinse and repeat. And now Peach is absolutely done. So Limit gonna try to save the day. A big heal now coming in. The sapling over the wall.
He's alive, I think.
The body block. Patrick waiting over the wall. Leader overextending. This is gonna be a big shot to Leader. Oh no! Amumu does have friends, and they're damn good at League of Legends.
Get ready, summoners. League of Legends is now on display. All your favorite champions on officially licensed metal posters. Stunning details, easy setup, more durable than Malphite. Join 3.2 million satisfied customers and fill your room with arcane energy. Order now at displate.com.
The 2 teams that will clash on the Rift this Sunday have found themselves in similar trajectories throughout the year. On the one side, we have Team Heretics, who have found hardships in winter and spring too great to overcome. On the other, Fnatic, who are at the lowest point they have ever been. But like a phoenix, these competitors have risen from the ashes and find themselves at the top of the standings now.
split is looking definitely way more fun than spring and winter were. I think we have way more competitive roster, and that makes me very happy.
I saw a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. Always I had to search for it, trying to find hope in the hopeless. Right now, it just feels like it comes naturally.
We already find ourselves at the end of the regular season, and a statement win here will be key to securing the upper bracket for the next stage.
Hello, BGs and MBs. Welcome back to the LEC, and it's time for G2 Esports to face off against Koi. As you come back to the analyst desk, I'm Quickshot, joined once again by Yamata Cannon and Gulborg. We've got a few talking points before we head into this matchup. And I want to start with a discussion around the mid lane, Caps versus Larssen. I've seen a lot of discussion and chatter online. Some people saying that Caps is back, Caps is in form. Some people saying Larssen is still inconsistent, not great. Yamato, what's your read on these two players and how well they're performing versus what we've seen from them historically?
I feel like Larssen has always been like a decent lane player. We saw that yesterday into the Azure as well. I think in terms of like converting his leads and being the guy with the shark teeth later on in the game, I think this is where Caps is stronger. I feel like the question of has Caps reached his form? I feel like you need to throw him into the deep end, get him into those really crazy games, and that's where you see the genius of him. I feel like we need to go deeper into the season if we know for sure.
And just to take a stock at how they're currently performing, I really want you to look at these stats right now. And first off, look at lane percentage at 14 minutes. Larssen is the mid laner that spends the most amount of time in lane. Caps is the second one. And really what this comes down to is the fact that they are way more comfortable trying to mid-gap the enemy mid individually. They're the ones who want to get resources for themselves. They're not moving in the early game. They're not in the meta where it's push in wave 3, see if you can make any plays with your jungler. Jungle proximity also plays into this. You saw, for example, Larsen against Perks yesterday, his back against Tier. He had to destroy the mid lane turret, knock on Tier 2, before he finally decided to start moving around. And those are the kind of mid laners we're looking at with these two right now.
Well, listen, we don't have a huge amount of time, and going into our next segment, Goldberg has prepared a little bit of a breakdown on some of the struggles and problems that Koi have faced in the mid-game. Just before I send you over to that telestrator, Goldberg, I want to get Yamacha to chime in, because we've been saying all season long that Koi suck in the mid-game. They're plus 700 gold at 14 minutes on average, minus 2,500 at 25. Is this a fixable problem? Why is it happening?
I think it's so tricky because I feel like they don't have players that are willing to take the risks out of good position. I think that they are not so good at fight selection and understanding what their composition needs to do to achieve good conditions to actually fight. And even when they do, they are very, very scared to pull the trigger. Yesterday, at least, we saw some adjustments where they played the split push composition with the LB and the NAR, but before that, they were tanking some fights against the team fight composition of Vitality.
And I completely agree with that. So without further ado, why don't I have a look at it? So let's take it over to the telestrator as well. I hate
clean.
each other.
that was clean.
Yeah, well. All right, so I do have this telestrator as well that I did want to break down. A lot of this comes down to what Yamato talked about as well. A lot of the fight selection, a lot of the setup. And I had a lot of problems with their setups around the Firth and the 4 Drake that they were taking yesterday. So going into this one in the beginning, let's just talk about basic setup around this Drake, right? You look at the vision control. Currently, the one ping board you have around the area is already set in your own defensive vision. Now, if the enemy had TP, this could have been a ward that you maybe would have set down to make sure you weren't getting TP flanked. But that's not really the case from any of the enemy laners. Instead, there's no ping wards around in the area, and also the fight selection, as Yamato just talked about, is not the best. If you just looked at the gold earlier, Sugenda is currently looking at buying Trinity Force. He wants to push in the wave, he wants to get back with a Triforce, and then he wants to join the fight. The problem that Koi is currently facing is that, well, they've already started up the Drake. So now, while Sugenda is recalling on the minimap, he doesn't actually get to complete the recall. He's already going in for the TP without having the item advantage he was looking for. Now they start to take the fight, but they've already lost the Drake. Now they're just forfeiting. They're wasting their TP, and they're just running out immediately. Next Drake, it's kind of the same scenario with the setup again. As you can see, there's not really been used a lot of pink wards. And right now, while they have spotted enemy wards over here, you can see they will ping them in a bit. They haven't actually pinged this one or seen that it's actually gone down. The problem for Koi as well is that, once again, they don't have ping wards either. They don't have a lot of information. They are the ones starting up the objective, but look how dark it is. They have no idea where Vitality is coming from unless they're literally seeing them by themselves. And this creates a very sticky situation, because look at the vision that Vitality is going to be able to set up now for themselves. Once the Drake starts, and look at Sugenda specifically, he thinks he's going to be running into the fog of war around the area here around the Drake, where he can stack up his mecha now and start getting into the fight. But Vitality already spots Sugenda here. They start the fight immediately. And look at the positioning from Koi. They're so split off. Larsen over here, multiple members trying to run backwards and kite into the river. Sugenda without the Narbar being trapped into the Drake. And once again, remember, this is Koi starting these team fights. The vision setup is not there. The communication in terms of setting it up with TP is not there. And the fight itself is just not there either. And this is one of the reasons why Koi falls so far behind in the mid game. Because even when they have leads, they fail to actually establish the right fundamentals around some of these fights. So, without further ado, let's see if they can actually improve their setup today as we get into picks and bans with Caedrel and Dracos.
That's a high.
Thank you, Goldberg. Normally someone says, now is your time to talk, but I see I missed that cue, so we just kind of stood there, mouths agape, looking at you. Great telestrator. Obviously, Koi, they're working on a lot. They have to work on it very quickly to qualify, but they're not in a bad position. Again, 3 wins. While it doesn't sound great, it's only 9 wins, 9 games across the season, and at this point, with how top-heavy the league has been, you're praying on every single win you can get. That said, today's challengers, G2, they're going to be a tough opponent.
It's a toughie. It's a struggle. Of course, this is a Koi team that was near the top, and G2 is at the top. So we'll see if they can contest the top again. But they really need these wins. Such an important game. Only 1 day left. Every single win counts.
Woo!
here we are. Another European pick ban phase with our wonderful Berlin in-house audience, who has forgotten their one job, but it's not important because they didn't even need to do it. G2's already got you covered. Good job, G2.
I think they did yesterday as well.
Yeah.
G2 always cover off that event. Oh, Rammus had.
We had the chart. We had the biggest defenders in the Yumi pick ban.
Emilio taken away as a match. LeBlanc tonight from Larson, which I think he's been one of the biggest static shiv enjoyers of the split with things like Ari and LeBlanc.
Yep.
Maokai taken away, Sejuani Vi, 2 junglers which are very powerful as well right now if they want to deny those. We saw Blitzcrank bans on blue side, mainly to first pick range supports, but of course with them down there's no reason to do that. And is Koi going to take away the Sejuani? No, it's going to be the Draven from G2. That makes a lot more sense.
80 pool very much wide open.
No, it was Caps Nico. Here it comes again.
Nico traded for, I mean...
Zaya Rakan maybe?
Yeah. How much does Koi care about Azir, if at all?
Yeah, Azir Rakan could be something to go towards. Azir Zaya, counter pick support. Some easy options for them.
I feel like Zaya Rakan. I feel like you're right, that has to be the priority. It's not like you need to rush the Azir pick by any means if you do want to select it. But instead, potentially Aphelios. Okay, so more range, more team fight scaling. Alongside Azir. This is... Wow, we know their entire comp. It took 2 picks and we know exactly what they want to do for the rest of the game.
They're going to play front to back.
Yep.
And they're going to scale. And they're going to get a nice counter pick support on red side. So I think 2 of the strongest carries in the game right now. Does G2 go Zaya Rakan? What do they have cooking for us?
Ooh, I would like this. Yike's been a Maokai enthusiast almost this entire season. It has not been the most thrilling champion to watch, even though it is very good. Belveth would be... Okay. Okay!
A Brown Blight?
Speaking of enthusiasts...
With the Kog'Maw Brown.
Ooh, run it back 3rd time they've played this combo.
Could be Aphelios Lulu, could be Aphelios Rakan.
And if you want to outscale Azir Aphelios, this is one of the ways to do it. Braum Wall in front of any hyperscaling AD carry is just insane value late game.
Yeah, Hansam is the only Kog'Maw enthusiast we have in the LEC, I believe. Yep. And the Braum is good protection. Will do a lot of damage if you can get the uptime. But I think Rakan or Lulu here could be good for Koi, but instead they're going to go Jarvan straight into that Kog'Maw, so they want to jump on top of him. Surprising to see that with things like the Azir and the Aphelios.
Interesting combination, but of course a cover pick for Malrang. Now banning away the Nocturne. I'd be curious to see if we get the Trundle banned as well. That would be all 3 champions that Yike has played this entire season.
Yeah.
This entire split, excuse me.
What is he going to pair up in the jungle? Maybe something like the Viego is something he leans towards if they do take away something like the Trundle.
I like the Viego. Viego definitely a solid angle. I like the Jarvan as well.
Yeah.
I think very powerful reset with the EQ.
Viego Wukong should be some nice disruption for him against the Jarvan. Koi obviously can't take all of them away.
They take away Lulu now on the side of G2 Esports? What else do they need to worry about?
Yeah, Rakan's a good ban. I think Lulu would be a good ban as well, to deny that from AdVN. I think Braum obviously counters a lot of the melee support, so I think that's the direction they'll probably go in. I mean, they can sacrifice the lane phase if they want to be a bit crazy with it and play things like the Thresh or a Blitzcrank, something that can actually threaten the Kog'Maw. 2 of the most powerful supports into Braum have gone now.
Limiting the options there, trying to set bot lane up to be comfortable at the bare minimum.
Ooh, I like
this. Soraka I like as well. This is one of the big league philosophies. If your opponent goes for a greedier support who's going to be more value in the late game, you just try to out-greed, and Soraka definitely can out-greed a lot of those late game scenarios. Janna
with Jarvan. Interesting. So, I mean, the lane phase will be good, and the Aphelios will be very well protected. I mean, Janna against Nico sounds great.
Yep, certainly does.
Can just ult Caps out straight away. So a bit of mix and match here. I wonder what they'll round it out with in top. I feel like something like an Ornn is just such an easy pickup here for Koi, any kind of frontliner. Depends what Broken Blade decides to blind pick.
With the Azir in the mid lane, you can also just go Sion. I mean, obviously not as ideal with the Jarvan in the jungle, but it doesn't really matter.
Is it a Gwen game, you reckon?
K'Sante has been pretty big for Broken Blade thus far this season. He's had a couple really monster performances on the pick. I mean, it's pretty big for everybody, but I will say that Broken Blade's had some fantastic games on it.
Sejuani's up if they want to do that, but yeah, Trundle is the go-to. Trundle into Janna, not the best, but of course he's just going to ult the Jarvan as he goes in. Kha'Zix into range support, AD carries. I mean, they have Aphelios as here, Janna. He has a lot of free kills if he can find isolated targets.
If he can get on top of them, yeah. The Kha'Zix coming out. Okay, G2 Esports, they've locked. They're sitting pretty at the top of the standings currently, so they're allowed to cook a bit, and it feels like
Malphite, yeah, I think Malphite's such an amazing pick here, isn't it? Of course, Kog'Maw can shred through the Malphite, but you're playing with a Jarvan Gonna go for
Gwen
the Gwen
also
instead.
not bad.
It's a lot of damage, isn't it? Oftentimes you see Malphite picked into Cassante because you just ult away from his ult and you just go even. Or a little bit behind, you don't mind too much, but the Gwen is a winning matchup on side. A lot of damage on Koi, a lot of damage. The Jarvan and the Gwen are kind of like divers, but I feel like G2 have enough peel that Nico and Braum can use defensively to make sure the Kog'Maw has uptime. It's on Yike to find these isolated kills onto the mid bot, which are quite squishy for Koi. And we'll see how much they can do in these lane phases, which I think they should have some winning lanes. But I think it's obviously Kha'Zix is going to be farming. Jarvan is going to be doing 2 camps, 3 camps gank. So it's whether G2 can go even in the first 5 to 10 minutes and then start forcing these neutral objectives. But Hans Summer's flash this game is everything. No flash, Jarvan ult, Azir shuffle, Gwen flank. Certainly he's going to get... well, he's going to struggle in the fights if he doesn't have it, because that's a lot of damage gone if the Kog'Maw's down.
I'm really hoping for the sake of Koi that we feel a lot of impact from Malrang in the early game. I like seeing the causes coming out from Yike when you have a mid lane champion like the Nico who offers you so much potential setup. It's the exact opposite for Malrang. He is the setup. His laners are the damage. Maybe he can bring it home, find an edge in the early game, but two very different styles of composition, both packing a lot of scaling, but very different in how they want to play out these fights.
Definitely are. Azir Aphelios classic, but it's Caps Nico, and we've seen what he can do. He can do these one-shots in mid and get those solo kills. He can pretend to be a pink and grief his whole team.
Yeah,
Which Caps will we get?
There's a lot of players when you're like, we've seen what he can do, means exactly one thing. For Caps, it's a bit more flexible. Let's find out who comes out on top as we get into G2 Esports versus Koi. All right. Oh, all right.
Was that scripted?
Is that part of the script?
Prepared? TSM chants?
They're actually cheering for Yamato Cannon's infamous solo queue team, Team Solo Mebdi.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Notable for having 2 of its strong players banned away. Now they're cheering for G2. All right, since they're not gonna hit each other. All right, we have time. You're gonna see these standings a lot today because again, stakes are a big deal. But reminder, G2 are already locked, as are Fnatic Team Heretics. Koi winning here does not lock them into groups. Important to note. Does not affect Caps turning into a ward either. It does guarantee them, however, a tiebreaker. So Koi obviously need to win this game. And at the very minimum, even if everything goes wrong for them tomorrow, if they win here, they are guaranteed a tiebreaker out of groups. Keep you posted as scenarios become tighter as we move later into the final week of best of ones. But now, as we focus in on the game, we'll see how this laning phase plays out.
Look at Hans Summer's items. Dagger 4 health potions. Doesn't have fleet footwork. He's playing the Ghost as well.
Is this?
This is the I'm gonna get poked out, but this is my sustain. Instead, oftentimes you'll see Boots with the 4 pots, but...
I was gonna say Jhin is the only other champion that's able to 4 pots, really.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen Dagger 4 pots in a very long time. But
You've seen it?
No, I'm saying I don't know when the last time I've seen it was.
I was gonna say, I actually don't think I've ever seen Dagger 4
Maybe
pots.
It's better for lane phase, and he's gonna go Berserker Greaves first item, but instead of going Boots, he thinks Dagger's better for trades, proccing the Brown passive.
No, yeah, I'm definitely not, don't want to make a qualitative statement. I don't think it's a bad option. Having 4 pots in a lane like this is nice. And as you highlighted, we've seen it in his previous games, always going for Berserker Greaves first. That extra movement speed making it that much easier to trade against a champion like Aphelios, who, when your W's down, has a bit more range with the Calibrum.
Oh, nice sidestep there by Shigenda. I'm surprised they're getting so much bot push here, Hans and Mickey and the Kog'Maw Braum into Janna. I guess it's because Koi was a bit late to the lane. They managed to sweep the middle brush, and they were hard trading on the 3rd brush, managing to proc the, or hit the Braum Q. So Yike's actually done 3 camps into invade.
All right, here we go.
He wants to zone away the enemy jungler, find out where he is. And Malrang started on Wolves, went up towards the top side, 4 camps done. And as long as he tracks the Jarvan, then I think his bot lane will be very safe in terms of trading. Actually managing to take away this blue buff right now, it looks like.
Pushing it away.
Does Malrang get over and smite it?
Be ready to... No, he does not. Malrang now being spotted out can be tougher if he walks in to isolate himself on the camp. As fist fight on the top side of the map. 3rd Q going to go a little bit wide there. Who will not connect. Mickey now moving in. Malrang very much wants this Krug.
I feel like the Braum is just so much stronger in these fights, but Mickey's caught out a little bit. He has to jump to Yike if he needs it, but Yike wants that Gromp. He's going to have to reset it because he doesn't have the smite.
Ooh, hitting Yike. Nice snipe from Advian.
Yeah, this is an awkward scenario to play Janna and have your bot lane pushed in. He's going to lose crap now, is Malrang, but Yike's eventually going to have to go towards this top side. It's one of those cases now where it's like Yike is going to tell his bot lane, please don't die to this Jarvan gank. He can gank bot, but I need to go top side now.
And we know what Malrang's going to do. He's going to hover probably around the bottom side of the map. Look for an angle. But Yike continuing to invade. Continuing to just make sure that his bottom lane can do whatever they want by just being here on the bottom side of the map.
It hurts the Kazakhs, doesn't it? But Caps with the clone is going to cancel the base of Larson. He knows the wolves are respawning because he started there. So if Malrang went topside, Yike gets level 2 wolves. So he's actually going to stick around. Malrang really wants these level 2 wolves.
He knows he's there. EQ not going to connect, though. Big whiff.
Both of them are on vision, so Yike could dodge away from that.
Decent damage. Red buff ticking, though. Yike has to be careful. Next combo, if Malrang connects, is going to be big. The flash is from Yike. Oh, no!
He missed the W.
Oh, it's a tragedy. Caps can't get the kill either on the Larson. Big whiff on the Void Spikes. Well caught there, Cadril.
Oh, he tried the W flash auto Q, and I think that would not kill him, but it would give the health over to Yike so that he'd probably win with one more auto attack. As Mickey needs to back away here.
Yike trying to step up.
Yeah, I think Yike did the correct thing in making sure he marks Malrang. Obviously, it hurts Kazakhs a lot. If he was able to win out, then everything would be alright, but losing out on that 1v1 really stings. Malrang now gets a kill, can come out, get his top camps, and the game's in a great state for Koi now.
Yep, take a look back on the play here. Starts very good for Yike.
He's
only gets hit by the Q, not by the EQ knockup.
He's 60% HP on the fight start, and he doesn't have red buff, and he's tanking a few wolves hits. So here it comes, the W flash auto Q combo. Oh, misses the W. If he got the heal from the W, does he win? I think maybe he loses.
The rockets aren't even supposed to come out that way. That was weird.
Maybe he does win. So actually, Malrang from base has gone straight to Dragon. He's going to pick that up easily for the bot lane, with the bot lane of Koi. And Caps, we saw a lot of trading in mid. He actually got Larson's flash. He was forcing Larson back, stopping his base constantly, so Caps is winning out on that lane. So it's on Yike now to just recover. You can see Malrang, only 6 camps right now, will pick up the Dragon, but Yike's just power farming up to level 6 as quick as he can.
Yeah, and I think a solid start from Malrang thus far. Obviously, Yike had a bit of an edge there in the jungle early on, but because he is able to grab that kill, he's in good position. Has now gotten the first Infernal for his team as G2 try to put some pressure down into the mid lane. They want to leverage this pressure to get that Raptor respawn for Yike, so all of G2 kind of coming together to make sure the Kazakhs can farm up and stay relevant in this game.
Nice trading by Caps. Gonna get a plate soon, isn't he? In the 1v1. Nice gold over to him. He's scared of the shuffle though. Obviously, if he goes too far here, Larson can E and then ult him into the tower.
Oof. This poke is so obnoxious though.
It is. It's got that Hex Tech first base, does so much damage every time it's off cooldown. Bot actually in favor of G2 at the moment. Not sure what the wave looks like. Actually pushing into Koi, so semi even if Comp can get all these creeps, but Mickey actually doesn't get the Q.
Just connecting on the edge of that caster minion there. Gonna stop that trade in its tracks as Comp throws down the tower and gets a bit of damage back. Breakable Braum, though, up and available means that there's not a lot of return play there as Malrang maybe looks to get something done on the top side of the map. Yike still focus on clearing means it's going to be hard for him to make a play on the bottom side in exchange.
BB's only at level 7 now, though, so it looks really tough to pull this off. Unless BB dashes forwards here and goes for the Q3. That's what Malrang's hoping for, but no, he's not going to do it. So I don't think Malrang's going to go for this, or is he?
Shigenda's getting aggressive. Ulti coming out. Broken Blade has to wait for an angle. EQ from Malrang, where is it going to go? Nice sidestep. Ulti back under the tower. That's a big oopsie from Malrang.
Well played by Broken Blade to get the ult back as well. Make sure he punished him for that play.
Nice bit. Stun gonna come in. Not enough damage to follow up there, but forcing out the heal here. So 2 summoner spells lost essentially for nothing on the side of Koi.
This was a blind pick Braum. They're doing so much work in this 2v2. They actually got counterpicked by the Janna. And they're managing to get almost a 10 CS lead and forcing the bot lane of Koi back. It's a bit hard for Malrang to enter this bot side. Yike's now level 6. Is it a dive?
I mean, jungle dead even outside of top lane, every single lane.
Definitely a dive.
Every single role going in favor of G2. Let's see if they can make the dive happen. Multiple members now marked up. Advian Shirley set to fall here. Comp first on the menu. Mickey now traded. Advian trying to survive, but Yike leaps in, takes the kill. That's 2 for the Kazakhs.
Easy clean dive there from the side of G2. Cleanse, burn, and flash from Advian down. Malrang not level 6 yet. Only halfway through level 5. Can BB actually stop him on this Herald in the 1v1? Force him out? Doesn't have flash. He's calling Caps over. They fancy themselves some kind of 2v3. Larson's under tower. Caps has the ult. I'm not sure if they're going to win this, though.
Malrang's still level 5. All he's really got to his name is an EQ, but it looks like they don't want to risk it. With Larson in the area, man advantage in favor of Koi. So Malrang will grab first Herald uncontested.
Look at the mid lane. Caps is 20 CS up right now onto Larson. 700 gold lead. There's pings on Caps, so I think Larson knows he's a minion. And this pressure is relentless. 2 plates as well. This is giving them so much mid push. They have bot push with the Braum. They have top push with the Cassante. There's 3 pushing lanes the Kazakhs can work with. And the Jarvan can't really do much. There's just constant wards on him. Look at the pings on the minimap. Question mark ping on the red. They think he's there. Nice Q by Mickey. That's going to force Larson back. Can he get the cannon, though, is what he's looking for. Caps wants to stop him from getting this cannon, but he's not going to get it there, Larson.
Well, turning to Kazakhs for fun. Keeps the pressure, or at least threatening the ulti. Another form there. Jisky now returned to the bottom side of the map, and I gotta say, G2 doing surprisingly well in this bottom lane. I was concerned for them, but they're gonna get aggressive once again. Comp now locked up. He doesn't have sums. They're gonna try to force the flash out, healing up. Nice flash backwards with the ultimate from Comp to stay healthy, but losing the flash there, devastating for the lane phase.
Oh, it feels like they have such hard losing lanes. I don't know how else to say it. Bot and mid are just out trading so heavily that Yike can hover between the 2 lanes. Like they're using mid push to punish Malrang, or using bot push to look for dives. Tornado's gonna land, but also not maxing the Q, so not a lot of damage. Push out coming here from Hans, gonna be able to take the base, building towards that Rage Blade. And yeah, just CS leads building.
Credit to G2. Again, when Malrang got that kill, when the Kazakhs got a little bit behind in the jungle matchup, you know, it was pretty concerning for the side of G2. This champion is something you want to be ahead, but the bot dive, the 2v2 for G2 on the bottom side especially, has been phenomenal. And while Caps hasn't gotten to leave lane too much yet, he's doing very well. You saw Goldberg, Yamato, you saw the desk highlighted earlier. These guys live in their lane in the early game, and right now, it's, you know, Larson's kind of just a guest in the mid lane. Cap's the one absolutely taking over.
Yeah, Mercury Tread's now completed for Larson. Duskblade completed for Yike. They still have this Herald here, Koi. And Broken Blade has no flash, so Malrang's hovering up towards this top side. Looks like he's kind of abandoned bot at the moment. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. He's not going to be able to contest that. But can he EQ over this wall? Ult the Cassante, is that a kill?
Ulti's up for Broken Blade, though. This is a tricky angle again. Is going to commit here. Broken Blade has to fish for an angle. Goes unstoppable, pushes him back. Trying to make it out with 1 dash. The leap in the fall from Gwen. Quick kill there. Malrang finally confirmed there as he leaps in to finish it.
A lot of information over to G2 now, of course, though. Are they going to Herald this top tower? Broken Blade has the TP in 15 seconds, so if they do use the Herald, they're not going to get that much for it. It's a tough decision. Do you Herald now and get a couple plates, or do you save it for mid or bots, which never really have the push? You need to find a very specific window if you want to use it there. It looks like he's using it top as the safer option. Get some gold into the Gwen. Of course, big CS lead now building up for Shigen. That BB will be able to TP back and get a couple of those creeps, but it's the Gwen that's up, going to be around 1.2, 1.5k gold, depending on whether the Herald's crashed or not. And now, G2 getting really aggressive. Everfrost complete for this Gwen. Really wants to lock down that Kog'Maw with no cleanse.
Ulti. Mickey's hit ratio, not great thus far this season with the Braum ults, but does zone them away. Kazakhs coming in, if it had connected, probably would have been a kill. Comp's flash still down, but the cleanse is up and available. And Yike just trying to make sure that nobody gets to recall.
Oh, he got them both. And he's going to get some gold for that as well. Plus 27. Doesn't want to check the bush unless his W's up again. Does he blindly throw it? Sees Comp.
This is infuriating if you're Comp.
It's horrible.
You've just lost so much from that.
They're playing a Janna lane and they're down 2 plates, down 30 CS. The enemy jungler is threatening dives on them. This is not how you want this counter pick on the Braum to go.
And the thing is, Malrang's going to get here, but for what?
Yeah, no ultimate.
The wave's already gone. The cannon's gone, man. You're going to get 3 casters. Oh, that's infuriating.
He's going to get the next wave at least, and the Janna shields just slow down these plates. But even then, Hans Sama's just poking them down with his ultimate. And they don't have the Jarvan ult just yet, so it's not like they can force the flash out of Hans or anything. So we'll see how it goes in the mid game. The Everfrost for Shigenda, I think that's just to lock up the Kog'Maw, you know? If they can get him in a Jarvan ult, pop the Everfrost with no cleanse, that's the idea. But Mickey's going to protect him with his life.
Yeah.
And so is Caps, I expect, who is still building up a lead in this mid lane. BB?
Gonna need to keep track of the Braum. Unbreakable in fights is one of the few ways to block all of the needlework damage coming out from the Gwen there. It's Fiora eating a flan. I have not seen that emote before.
I haven't seen that one either. I didn't even know what champion that was, but good spot.
Actually, wait, it might not be. Battle Academy, everybody looks the same to me. It's like...
Yeah. Was there Caitlyn in there?
Yeah, it might have been Caitlyn eating a flan. Someone can let us know.
Yeah.
Someone more educated in the skin lines than us.
In the emote skin lines. Caps just using his W for the helicopter vision. Of course, it lasts longer. Stridebreaker complete from Malrang. Mythic's coming in slowly. Caps needs that proto belt for...
Stats has confirmed it was Caitlyn. You might ask why that's Stats' job. Stats does everything here.
They know the skins, they know the emotes, they know the
emotes,
numbers.
the games, the numbers.
They see it all. The all-seeing eye.
Yep.
So that plate fell there.
Script.
Unlucky BB didn't get that plate.
Yeah, that's frustrating. Stride Breaker now for Malrang. Maybe he can do a bit more. Gold dead even from the junglers. To be honest, this has been a game that feels like it should have been closer, but again, Caps in what seems to be an advantageous matchup, absolutely demolishing. And now on the top side of the map, Shigenda's going to be in trouble. Yike on the way in, going to try to get some damage down here. An isolated Gwen. Can he get the kill? Yes, he most certainly can. Duskblade reset coming through. Big kill into the back pocket of the Kha'Zix.
2 flashes top jungle used for the flash of Shigenda to get that kill. Ultimates as well with 30 seconds on the Herald. I wonder if that impacts that objective at all. Malrang's on the bot side right now though, but G2 have Summoners on the Kog'Maw and Mickey can play to jump out of the ult, so maybe he's going to look towards mid here. Not sure if he's spotted. I don't think he is. You can see Yike moving into Malrang's red buff now. He's going to just drop a ward and back away. 15 seconds on the spawn. G2's bot lane. Do they move up? Looks like Mickey's going to commit to it as he's going to go back towards bot. Of course, platings have fallen off, so maybe they can look for this tower in isolation. Looking for a bit of vision.
And Cadril, correct me if I'm wrong here, but it just feels like G2 are the ones dictating the pace of this game 100%. I feel like Malrang is just being pulled across the map by wherever Yike is or wherever G2 has pressure. It doesn't feel like Koi are really making a lot of plays of their own past that aggressive move on the top side we saw a few minutes ago when they dropped the Herald.
Yeah, I feel like Malrang's never really been able to enter bot either. His bot lane's on the tower, or they have vision in his jungle, or Larsen's on the tower, and Caps is leaning towards that side, so his only option was top. So he found a couple kills up there. And they're going to get a full tower now. G2 Han's going to get the first blood tower, 450 gold to him. Lead building up. There's the second Herald over to Malrang. Top tower is low. But yeah, Drake in 1 minute. I wonder if that's something that Koi want to fight. Of course, they are playing the Azir, Aphelios, Janna, so that's a lot of scaling, but this Kog'Maw is getting a big lead.
They don't even have a completed item yet, though, on their carries. And I imagine once we get some recalls here, maybe they will have one. But they're still just trying to force Broken Blade away as we see Caitlyn once again eating the flan. Well, we do have 50 seconds until Drake. Important stakes update from, again, the wonderful stats and production team behind the scenes. So we already talked about Koi. G2 winning does lock them top 2. Remember, that secures them at the top of their group. It doesn't matter a whole lot. You still got to win a lot of best of 3s, but it is a nice thing to have. And importantly, G2 winning also locks Mad into the group stage. So tiebreaker rules are complicated, but I appreciate that we have a team that handles them for us so that you and I don't have to worry about it.
So win here is G2 top 2 and Mad locked. Yep. See if they can get the win here, G2. Caps up 30 CS. Gonna put their bot lane mid. Dragons up in 10 seconds. That should be an easy pickup. And Malrang still top. He was here around a minute ago. BB has no flash. Here comes Advn. Do they have the damage for a full dive? Obviously, they're saying, we're not going to fight this dragon. Let's try something on the other side of the map. But investing another Herald for a top tower? Not worth it. Looks like they're going to be able to pick it up. Broken Blade's going to back away. Do they Herald for a tier 2 is the question.
And it seems like Koi's entire read on this game is funnel everything you can into Gwen, funnel everything you can into Shigenda, and hope that he can take over.
Yeah.
Because conceding a second Drake to G2 is a difficult situation, and with Mickey now coming in, maybe they can do something here against the Braum. Kog'Maw on the way too to stop this push.
Herald crashes, they don't get a tier 2.
Fake Caps on the bottom side. Larsen doesn't know it's a creep, and in comes the Azir, the Emperor. Barely making it out.
What happened to the Kha'Zix W there? I wonder if it... I'd have to see the replay of what happened to the Kha'Zix W because it didn't hit Larsen, but it looked like it should have. Maybe he was just between them, or the pushback stopped the animation.
Might have been the angle because he was in the... I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yeah, not too sure.
Take a look at it. Nice setup from G2, ultimately not able to get the kill, forcing Larsen away, getting the flash nice, but would have been much better if they could have had the kill.
Yep. Yikes. 3-1-0
now. He's got Prowlers.
Yeah, he's got Prowlers. What happened to the Kha'Zix W? I'm not sure. Okay. Caps faking a minion. Very far up the wave, so Larsen actually...
I think sometimes that bugs in the replay.
Yeah, it does.
It's not...
So he jumps in, gets the Q, the W gets cast, but the rocket didn't hit him. I was wondering live, why didn't that hit? Not so sure. Maybe it's to do with the pushback. I think that was a kill.
Huh. All right. Post your favorite conspiracy theories on Twitter as to why that rocket did not
There's
connect.
probably a logic behind it with a pushback
I
or a
assume
cast.
that there is,
maybe
or it's a visual bug. Maybe like it input buffers and it actually doesn't cast until he gets pushed back.
Yeah, I think that should have been dead center hit into kill. But anyway, G2 are getting a top tower, no pauses. And mid tower is extremely low as well. The Koi bot lane hasn't really been able to join the game just yet. Advn was hovering around top on the cross map, but they couldn't find anything. And I feel like all of Koi's investment in terms of plays has just been around Broken Blade, and he's only died once. He's lost his top tower, yes, but now he's holding bot in a 1v2, and G2 get the top tower. So Bot side vision for Koi is not going to get them anything. No Dragon for 3 minutes, and G2 are just going to keep pushing up here. Larsen's coming to cover with no flash.
But
so
Larsen's coming to cover solo with no flash. Janna, luckily, zooming up here. Could have been a bit risky, but G2, of course, don't have the information that he's all on his lonesome for another 4 or 5 seconds. Try to stop Mickey. Ooh, timer, just a little off.
Does he have Hurricane? Yeah, he does. Hansama 2 items, 18 minutes in on this Kog'Maw.
This is a very big Kog'Maw. A 1.3k gold advantage with only 2 assists, no other. That's incredible.
I think the CS numbers on the carries of G2 is just what you want to see, isn't it? Close to 200 at 19 minutes, winning their lanes.
Are they Chovying it? Can we say that? Are they Chovying
Caps is just, yeah, I guess they are. Caps was he like fired a Kha'Zix clone while being a minion. Do they know he's a minion? They surely know he's a minion, right? Look at that minion.
Off to the side, just zoning them away from the tower. Malrine can go in here, but there's just not really a fight to be had. G2 just walk up and take mid lane tier 1. Yike now into the backside, and all of Koi retreating. Ghosts coming out. Mickey on the chase. Hansama zooming in.
Okay, Q flash traded there from Mickey to get Shigenda's flash. Impacts the fight. Of course, Mickey trading his flash there for anyone's flash on Koi is always kind of worth it, especially the champions that threaten the Kog'Maw, because it just reduces their gap close, right? As long as Hans has his flash, that's all that matters. Hans's flash is basically like an objective for Koi. If they can secure that flash, then they know they can fight the next skirmish.
Yeah.
And Caps is going to catch his top wave happily. Dragon in 1 minute 40, Baron's up in 10. G2 do have a decent amount of damage for that Baron. If they can have Mickey tank it or Broken Blade with Kha'Zix Kog'Maw, they should be able to shred through the 3 items.
For Koi, it's really hard for them to do much of anything on the map right now. It feels like G2, again, just continuing to push their vision line forward, continuing to hold on to mid priority. And we're playing the waiting game. Yeah. Kind of, again, as expected when you see Aphelios is here, but certainly this is not the manner I expected it to go down.
Side lane pressure is not really in favor of Shigenda. The levels are basically even. Broken Blade can happily catch those waves. The Janna knockback will be useful against the Nico. We're yet to see if that interaction is something they can look for, but Caps can just not ult the backline. You can just ult the Jarvan going in, peel for the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, that flexibility, as we see the helicopter Nico. Never not funny.
No.
While we have time, I have a grievance I want to air. Do you want to hear it?
A grievance?
Yeah. Just generally.
Okay.
Cultural grievance. You know how people say he's got that dog in him?
He's got that dog. Yeah, you said that yesterday.
Yeah. And it was, in the context I said it, it was kind of weird, so I won't repeat it. But they mean that he's like crazy, he's tough, he's got, he's got that dog. 90% of people have like tiny dogs, like Pomeranians. Like that's not menacing. Like when you say you've got that dog in him, you need to specify what dog.
Like a bulldog.
Is it like a Chihuahua? Because that's not
like a sausage dog?
Yeah, like a dachshund. Is that what they're
wagging
called?
his tail at you?
Yeah, like.
What is Hans right now?
Right now, I think Hans is like a pit bull. Whatever breed Hans is about to be,
he's got an eye patch on there.
Banned. Yeah, this is a gruesome dog, but you gotta specify.
He's got a collar on. He's got an eye patch with a skull on it. It's 226 CS.
Stats has informed me that it's a pug. Stats, I know it's a pug.
it's called pug mode.
It's a figurative breed, not the literal breed the skin represents.
It's like actually, Dragos, that's a pug.
But I appreciate you.
Yeah, he's got that dog in him. We'll see how much damage he can do.
We'll find out which dog. Depends on the context of the team fight.
Kog'Maw starts off as like a poodle. Level 1. Level 16.
Now, poodles are actually pretty big, deceptively.
What, you ran away from a poodle or something?
No, I'm just saying they're big. I'm just saying just one. Again, let's start small. Pomeranian.
Okay, Pomeranian.
He starts as a Pomeranian.
Then
teacup Pomeranian. Least threatening animal to ever exist.
Then after like 2 items, he's like a...
We don't know enough about dogs.
What is the Queen's dogs again? The royal dogs? They were...
The Corgi?
The Corgis.
You think that's a threatening dog? 2 items is a Corgi?
It's like a medium size, isn't it?
They're hurting. And they are hurting them to the Baron. The Corgi will keep bringing him in. He won't, but they get the Baron. Yike! Steals it away.
So yeah, G2, while we're talking about dog breeds, they just start Baron and rush it down. Of course, they have a lot of damage with it with Q Evolved Kha'Zix and a Kog'Maw. They melt straight through it. They were slowly securing vision topside, and when Koi took bad recall timers or were just pushed out on waves, they just started up and secured it. Ult's gonna miss from Mickey.
Zoning ult though, because Larsen's now in trouble. Big slow, markup coming in, and now they're gonna turn the fight right back. Koi tried to find the flank, but Caps just immediately ults. This is a terrible fight right now. The Janna channeling, which is channeling for no one. Calm can't even enter the fight. That was awful. G2, a beautiful fight, incredibly well executed, using Baron, breaking down the top side tier 2.
And if I know G2 well enough, with 30-second death timers, Are they gonna push to finish? Mickey's basing though. Broken Blade's taking a lot of damage. That's red-white on the Aphelios. Maybe even not even gonna go for the inhibitor tower. We'll see what they do. Hans is stepping up. My question this game is, will Hans Summer have to use Flash once against this Jarvan?
Nope. You know why?
I don't think so.
Because he's got that wolf in him. Wolves are always scary. Dogs not, really. Wolf's always scary. He's got that wolf in him.
It's the teeth, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not the size, it's the teeth. Are they going to chase for the TP here? Do they have a TP ward? No, they don't.
They want the flash. You highlighted it. It's the objective.
Hey, Hans, can you just flash for us real quick? Make this game fair. 5-man recall.
Aw.
What's
He's just not menacing.
What's the Hans Summer got in base? He must have 3 items now. Wits End? No, he's not going to. Yeah, it's going for the Blade of the Ruined King.
Makes sense, again, against the Jarvan on the front line.
How
Want that
dog
extra
hold
sustain
2
and movement
blades?
speed.
Just got it in his mouth, in his teeth?
Got in his mouth, yep, for sure.
Oh, okay. It's like, what is that Elden Ring boss where he pulls out the sword?
Oh, yeah. I've got him on my arm, actually, a little chibi version. That's actually why pugs canonically have so many breathing problems. It's because they're holding so many swords.
That's why it's pug mode.
Yeah, that's why it's pug mode.
It makes sense.
It makes sense. He's just having a hard time breathing. So are Koi, though, after this play. My God.
Yeah, she getting the stopwatch. Mickey lives, Yike lives.
And you can see the angle they're fishing for because it looks like G2 have overstayed their welcome. Okay.
Are we looking
All
to
right.
see if he... Dude, I think I saw the edge of the Renance in there somewhere.
What is happening?
We've gone off the
pinch me.
rails.
Am I awake? Is this
No,
really?
yeah, I
is this a
think
real cast?
We are
Damn.
awake.
Our
I don't
observers
think
are
we-
funny.
They're
All
getting
right.
involved in the lore.
Everyone is. Broken Blade stepping up. Nice cue to pull back Advian, but there's no other follow-up. G2 slowly but surely breaking down the base of Koi. Reminder, G2 win here. Locks Madlocks. G2 top 2. They're hungry for it, but Mickey now needs to retreat. Reactivation on the Q not going to come through from Comp. Doesn't have the cooldown. Probably would have killed Mickey if he did have it, or at least forced. Yeah, would have killed him.
Hans still has Flash. Gonna look for this bot tier 3. Baron's still up for another 10 seconds, so they'll have it for this wave. Hans just needs to be careful for the shuffle for the Jarvan.
Comp just gets leapt on and one shot.
What is going on this
Broken
game?
Blade into the back line. Mickey blinking health bar, but they cannot finish the job. G2 closing in on Koi.
Yeah, do they go mid here, G2, and look for 2 inhibitors? Doesn't look like they can end just yet, but yike. Great game from him. 3 levels up. Level 15 Kha'Zix, 6-1-1. And Hans just gonna push in bot. Gonna have Blade of the Ruined King in base. Top inhibs down, 3 inhibs down. That's basically the nail in the coffin, really, isn't it? There's not much you can
Honestly,
do to come back from that.
Nearly a
Not gonna get it.
flawless game from G2. You know, you got one gank that kind of came through on the top side of the map. You had Yike, one fumble on the combo there. But otherwise, G2...
It's one of those top diffs, isn't it? You know, Broken Blade just writes. How far does that helicopter go? I swear I saw it from mid-tier 2 or something. It's all the way at their nexus. Here comes another one, dude.
It has to finish the animation.
This thing just doesn't stop.
Can you imagine? And again, I don't know if I talked about this already, but World Final, and you just see that helicopter coming. It's like Game 5, and you see that coming into your base.
Just like sweating in comps and like such an intense game, and there it is, just the troll-faced Nico. Man, Comp and Advian really haven't been able to join this game.
They haven't been able to play.
No,
and again, really big credit to Hans and Mickey. I did not think that blind pick Braum would ever be this threatening, but Mickey and Hans are really making this combination work.
Yeah, they are. Especially against champs like Aphelios. The Janna was the response, but that didn't work at all, did it? And now it's just a victory lap for G2. Take the Soul, run down mid, get the last inhibitor. Top inhib might respawn by then, retake that, and then start hurting them into the base. And yeah, it's been pretty flawless, really.
Sorry, the Pugma animation is still funny.
You know
I
what
know
I
he's been
realized?
out for
When
like
he presses
7
E,
years.
he throws a football.
Yeah, it's a little. Oh, is it a football on the skin?
Looks like a football.
Yeah, it's normally a tennis ball on the base skin, but in this chroma, it's a football. That's cool.
Flashing the G2.
All right, G2, they have Cloud Soul. They're almost 10,000 gold ahead. They're very, very strong. Koi are defending the Nexus. Caps.
Look at that Kog'Maw. Look at him go.
Look at the fake Kog'Maw. Look at Caps. Locked up Larson on the side. Immediately his ear is just going to get popped. No! Larson barely able to make it on safety comp, though. Now Gale forcing back.
Oh, Shigenda's
the retreat coming in. Shigenda on the backside. He's been marked up by the Braum, though, and he's just instantly taken down. And now it's all eyes on the Cog. The knockup going to come through to disengage. It is Malrang and Advian versus the world, but they just don't have enough. They don't have damage.
Yeah, TV's going to come back from Broken Blade. Hans Summer hasn't flashed once this game, I think. The entire game he's had it up. Well, he's been under no threat.
Yep. He does have that dog in him.
Oh, there it is.
And it's one of the scary breeds, baby. He will absolutely tear you to pieces. G2 steamrolling Koi here in week 3, locking themselves in top 2, locking Mad into the top 8 with an immaculate performance.
Clean, clean, clean. No messy barons or anything along those lines. Just a straightforward game, and I think this Kog'Maw, as much as they're known for their Draven and dominating the lane phase with Draven and getting the dives off, the Kog'Maw is doing so much work in terms of just being able to win the lane with Braum and then just even force dives with that. Never thought I'd say that. Dagger 4 pot start was interesting too. Couple things that we can see from G2, and they always have these, not off meta, but they have like these creative champs coming out in different roles every now and then.
Yeah, it's a nice...
The Nautilus mid.
I like the way G2 are experimenting. They're not getting too ahead of themselves. They're still picking a lot of meta priority picks, like, you know, a strong core of the Nico and the Cassante. But then with their bot side picks, you know, now that they've tested the Braum Kog'Maw, they're much more aggressive in pulling it out, and this is the kind of innovation you expect to see rewarded, especially as we look ahead towards a new patch, towards groups, something G2 are, again, already locked for. And reminder that you can vote for your player of the game at LEC on Twitter, Yike, Kansama, or Mickey.
I think Yike did a great job. I think he had 100% KP. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he lost it towards the end. But
recovery from Yike was very good.
He
died. After that death, I was sweating.
Died level 3. I think that was the two things that put G2 a little bit behind, was the death there, and then not even behind, but the top kill, which, I mean, Broken Blade, can't really blame him. He got ganked like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah.
Just playing his weak side, watching his team succeed and get objectives on the other side of the map, playing on 2 lanes, and yeah, I think from the lane phase, from the get-go, it just felt like mid and bot were just taking over the game.
Yeah, that was a big performance from the G2 bot lane. And I'm still blown away that I'm not used to
breeds of dogs.
I learned new breeds. What? I didn't learn anything about breeds of dogs. I learned we need to know more about breeds of dogs.
For when Kog'Maw's picked again.
Yes. But but dogs aren't important anymore. It's about bugs. It's about Kha'Zix. It's about Yike, who's standing by with trouble.
That transition.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dracos. Yike, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on the win. That is now your 6th win in a row. Please tell me what is clicking with G2 and you guys play so well.
Yeah, I would say I just think our macro is being really good right now. I think we're playing really well on the map and we know exactly what to do and when to do what we want to do. So it just feels really easy for us to play.
So it's been going a lot around that, particularly this season, like in summer, a lot of the teams, even worldwide, they're not the greatest at setting up for objectives and playing the macro game. You guys seem to do it pretty well. Is there some sort of like special preparation that you do for it, or is it shot calling?
I think we just prepared a lot around the objectives. For example, Nash. I think we talked a lot and played a lot around Nash. So I think we're really used to playing Nash right now, like how we want to play it, what we want to do, like the way we play it and the way we execute it. And I think we can do it in a very good way right now.
Right, and on your game specifically versus Koi, Malrak is a very special type of a jungler, you know? You might find him in one of your lanes, level 2, and especially when it comes to his J4 as well, he's kind of infamous for it. Is there some sort of extra prep that you do to play the Malrak on his champ as well?
Yeah, I mean, we usually also always talk about Jarvan on Malrang because this is probably his best champ, and I think it's really good on the champ. So it's always scary to play versus Jarvan, and we were kind of expecting it. So yeah, I mean, I had my Kha'Zix prepared, so that was nice because I think it's a good matchup. And yeah, we just have to be like extra prepared for it.
You know what's really crazy that we see from G2 is the fact that Abadage won 3 games in a row with Hazir. You guys did not ban it. Malrank has won so many games on the J4. You guys did not ban it. Is there some sort of a mental game you're playing against the teams? Like, we'll beat you on your best champs?
I wouldn't say that. I think we just have other priorities that we want to ban. And yeah, I mean, if they want to play their best champs, they can play it. But I think we have good response. So yeah.
And it looks like it absolutely. You locked top 2 with this victory today.
Nice.
What other team do you think is going to join you? Right behind you is Fnatic with 6-1 and Heretics 5-2.
Yeah, it's either one of them, and I would probably say Fnatic. I think they look really clean right now.
Oh, the crowd is
the
with
fans
you.
like it too.
Actually, they're playing on the next game. So who do you think is going to take it?
Oh. Wait, who do they play?
It's Fnatic versus Heretics.
Oh, yeah, oh, shit. I'll say Fnatic then, yeah.
All right, thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Congrats on the win.
Thank
We're
you.
going on to a break. You heard it. Team Heretics versus Fnatic. Don't go anywhere.
Let's see if they can make the dive happen. Multiple members now marked up. Advian Shirley sent the ball here. Comp first on the menu. Mickey now traded. Advian trying to survive, but Yike leaps in.
They're all coming for sure. They're all coming. Philus was mid still. It's low, it's low. Philus not there yet. Look when. I'm tipping. I have knock up. I don't have W. I think we win though anyway.
There's the retreat coming in. Shigenda on the backside. He's been marked up by the problem, though, and it's just instantly taken down, and now it's all eyes on the clock.
Moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Off against Fnatic, two teams that are already locked into the group stage. However, the stakes for this game are only good for the eventual winner. If Fnatic win, they will lock in top 2, joining G2 Esports as number 1 and number 2 seeds going into the group stage. If Heretics, on the other hand, win, they will guarantee a top 4 seed going into the group stage. Now, before we get to the specifics of the players in this matchup, let's talk a little bit more big picture, a little bit more macro. How have the changes that both of these teams made improved their respective play styles, cohesion? Yamato, I'll come to you first.
I think in the context of any team that makes changes, I think it's important to note that that change doesn't only happen in that position, it also changes the whole dynamic. And I think in a lot of cases, when you bring in stronger players, the other players are then allowed to focus more on their strengths and maybe get more opportunities to actually showcase those strengths. Because in some cases, you have one player swap and all of a sudden the whole team looks different. And I think at a core, sometimes a player that has to do so much more for a team because of weaknesses in other departments will inherently perform worse because every player has a certain level of bandwidth. When you need to take care of more things and focus less on your actual gameplay, when you can't rely on other parts and aspects of the game, you are going to perform worse. And when you make these dynamic changes, as we have seen in Fnatic, all of a sudden we see their mid-jungle performing better because they need to care about less aspects, and the same thing for Team Heretics.
I was going to say, we've even seen that in-game, right? It's not just the fact that, oh, the bot lane is performing, Oscarinin is finally getting into a better place as well, not feeling the same stage for nerves as he did in the beginning when he came in. Humanoid and Razork are just better, man. Like, they are just playing the game better. Razork has been saying it as well in interviews. He's worrying less about him having to make crazy plays if he needed to carry or anything like that. He knows he can play his role and let his team members play their role too. And I think the same can be said for Team Heretics, maybe not in the same regard that you watch Fnatic do it in, because they have been playing a bit better, but also the early game aggression, the willingness to make plays, the rest of the team coming together to actually find a role to play for, and not just 5 members chaotically finding out how are we actively trying to be a team. So I think these changes has had a huge impact on the Rift for every single member.
I'm actually so glad you mentioned Razork specifically. A little bit of a personal anecdote. I actually was in the house when he came to join the LEC and playing for Misfits. My wife worked for them back in the day. What? Seeing the growth for him as an individual and player, but also more importantly, seeing the confidence and the comfort that he has, both backstage, in the Rift and interviews, there is an aura and a willingness to be bold, bravado, even gutsy that I haven't seen in a while. Talk to me a little bit more about the playstyle, because both of these teams, in my opinion, are some of the bloodiest, some of the highest action. Like, they want to fight. They want to fight early. Jankos and Heretics have gotten a lot of early game kills, a lot of advantage. Fnatic, it's kind of like win lane and then steamroll all the way forward. I mean, GB, what do you make of both of these teams' approach to early games?
I mean, the 2 stats you want to look at first here is definitely the first blood rated coming into it, right?
Jankos, the first blood king!
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it lies with Jankos, but a lot of it also comes from the bot lane, actually, especially in the beginning of the split, finding 2v2 kills. Second off is Fnatic. And then the one I want you to look at is the kill at 14 minutes. Yeah, they're ahead of the gold. Yeah, they have a decent KD. But those kills at the 14 minutes, that's what you're looking for in a meta like that, where at times, let's be real, the early game can be a bit stale. This is the matchup I've been looking forward to.
You mean a 5v5 scale for front-to-back teamfights? No!
Yeah, I know, it's surprising, but this has been the game I'm looking forward to because of these statistics.
No, 100%, especially after yesterday's game. I think that game from Team Heretics definitely built up the hype more, maybe for Fnatic a little bit less, but they managed to convert in the end. I'm just happy that Jankos works now with 2 players in Flacket and Veteo that can actually convert the early game advantages that she actually creates. Because this is something he's been very consistent with, even when Team Heretics was weaker. And in regards to Fnatic, just the fact that they have a bot lane that is stable allows the jungler to just make more appropriate decisions.
Yeah, I think he really showcased his value as a player when he was really trying to do it alone. But now when you also have a team to do it, it just shows how crazy good he actually is.
Can you believe right now we're in day 2 of week 3? The first of all, match of the week is Fnatic versus Heretics in 2023. Secondly, the players that I want to highlight, the players that I want to really single out is Flacket and Noah. Okay, both of these players have been huge for their respective teams for a lot of what both Gulborg and Yamato just talked about. Yes, you've heard it a lot. I'm going to say it one more time. Noah has only died once over the course of the summer season. 41 kills, 49 assists, a KDA of 90. While those numbers are phenomenal, Flacket himself is doing work. Yamato, individually, how do these players stack up? And, like, what are your anticipations for what this bottom lane is going to look like?
Honestly, I think in regards to where the meta is placed, I think both have executed quite well. I kind of judge AD carries based on how well they play Aphelios, and Noah has been the type of player that is posturing forward and really leveraging his cooldowns. And I feel like Flacket is slowly growing into that role because there seems to be an obvious progression. I am so impressed with any player that manages to play best best of threes and actually actively, not best of threes, sorry, the best of ones and super weeks, and actively improve and actually take away the feedback in between sessions and actually apply that. I think this has been very evident from Flacket, while Noah is the type of guy who has just been coming swinging from the get-go.
Yeah, I think for Flacket even more so as well, because even at G2, he wasn't necessarily the playmaker all the time you were looking forward to. At times as well, it was that Aphelios. But I think AD carries right now is really being defined not just by their positioning, but their willingness to really tread that fine line in team fights to put the maximum of damage that you can. Because while the KDAs are good, for example, for Noah, and the damage percentage is high for Flacket, it's not just because it's a safe front to back. It's because these two AD carries are willing to put themselves at the front lines.
I think it's such a key thing when it comes to the draft, considering Fnatic is on blue side. I wonder how high the Aphelios prior will be, and if Aphelios is out for some reason, if Draven is going to be something that Flacket begins swinging.
Okay, I love the carrot that you've just dangled. I am hearing we're about 30 seconds away from draft for match of the week. Just before we go over to our casters, I need a prediction. Who will win? Make it quick.
I have to say Fnatic. I just think they've shown a high level.
It has to be Fnatic.
Fnatic, you've heard it from the analyst desk. It is time for our top of the table clash in the LG Ultra Gear match of the week. Team Heretics versus Fnatic.
The two teams that will clash on the Rift this Sunday have found themselves in similar trajectories throughout the year. On the one side, we have Team Heretics, who have found hardships in winter and spring too great to overcome.
A disappointing end to what I think a lot of people would have looked at as a disappointing split.
On the other, Fnatic, who are at the lowest point they have ever been.
Fnatic on their way to their worst ever performance!
As Fnatic will be eliminated in the group stage of spring.
But like a phoenix, these competitors have risen from the ashes and find themselves at the top of the standings now.
I think that summer split is looking definitely way more fun than spring and winter were. I think we have way more competitive roster, and that makes me very happy. Now I think we understand the game faster and we learn faster, so it's more possible to be relevant.
Does have the cleanse, Glacial Prism dodge, doesn't have to use the cleanse yet. Jankos trading up towards the top side as he stuns out Nuke. Good stun onto Flacket, there's the first killer as Crownie starts to get excited. Pop Blossom hits 3, the blood flashes away from it, and now they're trying to put the damage down onto Crownie. It's a double already for Heretics. Jankos! Oh, it's just too damn good. Mercer steals the kill.
Fnatic especially have been looking like a title contender, only dropping a single game to G2, and are definitely coming in as the favorites.
And for the first time in 2023, I get to say the following words. Fnatic advanced to groups!
We're doing great. We won almost every game, and I think we're doing it quite convincingly. When I get the lead, I want to make sure enemy cannot actually play if we get the lead. If they can't play the game, we'll end them quite fast.
Heretics, on the other hand, lost some steam in Week 2 after starting the split undefeated. They will need to prove to themselves and the league they belong at the top of the standings.
This split is like the redemption split, and it's very tough because we performed very badly, so we need to finish at least top 3 or top 4 by the end of summer split, which I think is possible.
We already find ourselves at the end of the regular season, and a statement win here will be key to securing the upper bracket for the next stage.
Flashes away from the auto, stay alive. Trimby coming into the fray, trying to turn someone to Magic level 4. Kaiser goes low, time for the despair of Vitality. A tantrum is thrown by Fnatic fans, and CC after CC connects. 3 more kills. Trimby will be able to connect with that little launch in a moment. Backup coming in a second or two. Razok flashes over, waiting for the Q, doesn't even need it.
I saw a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. Always I had to search for it, trying to find hope in the hopeless. Right now, it just feels like it comes naturally with my team.
Probably the strongest team in the LEC right now are G2, Mad Lions, and Fnatic. I think the 3 of them. But I feel like all of them have their flaws and all of them can be beaten.
Well, we'll see if Jankos can find the flaws in Fnatic and pick up a win today. Whoa!
Reverb Medic.
I hope you guys didn't hear that. That was a little bit odd.
But yeah, we're getting ready for Heretics versus Fnatic. It was great to hear from Vito yesterday in PGL talk about how you wanted to see how they stack up against some of the top dogs here in the LEC. Of course, they did fall short to G2, what I thought was a relatively close game earlier on in the split. But as Janko said, they do believe that they continue to get better and better. We'll see how much more they have grown as they face one of the top dogs in the LEC. And what a rise for Fnatic. Incredible considering what was, I mean, we heard the calls, right? Yep. Their most disappointing split, one of the most disappointing start of the years for Fnatic. But there is a world in which they can still qualify for our Season
finals, have that opportunity to represent EMEA at Worlds?
Likely top 3 at least, but in the form they're in at the moment, I think they'll be looking a little bit higher than that. Perhaps the season title would take them into, of course, those season finals, or the split title would take them into the season finals.
That would be pretty cool, right? If we had 3 actual different title holders, because right now G2 looked like the front runners, but we'll see how strong Fnatic look today as they match up against Heretics in our match of the week.
We'll see if anything spicy comes out in the draft. These teams both locked into our group stage. If Heretics win this, they lock a top 4 berth at least. If Fnatic win, they lock a top 2 berth alongside G2.
I'm trying to understand what Ebby is explaining to Jankos right now. He seems very animated and Jankos isn't buying any of it.
Yesterday, I just kept going in to burn the timbers, Jankos, okay? They used all the ultimates on me.
And Jankos just looking at him in the right. Well, Xayah and Nico will be banned away. The audience, they know what they want. That was a nice, what would you call that? Diorama for one of the audience members?
Like a mosaic? No.
A mosaic. What's
collage?
That? A collage. That is the word. Azir ban. Will we see the Yuumi taken off the board? There it is.
Heretics playing up to the fans. And also playing into the hands of Mercer, making sure he doesn't have to play the Yuumi. There is the Melio ban in response. And likely we'll see a little bit more engage.
Vi, what will the first pick for Heretics be? We've seen Jankos play 3 games of Maokai this season. Of course, they're no strangers to the champ. The question is, Razok is not afraid to play into it. He's only got 1 Maokai game himself. Things like the Viego tend to be his more go-to, and he is very prominent on it. Of course, this is a matchup that we'll be keeping our eyes on. Razok, Jankos, 2 of the best performing junglers in the league, I would say. But with the Vi locked in already for Jankos, we'll see how Fnatic choose to answer as the Aphelios have is ever present for Noah. We heard the analyst desk also talking about how they expect this to be a high priority pick in this matchup, and it will be locked in. So will the jungle response now come through for Fnatic, or do they want to get themselves an early support? Maybe something like the Rakan. Maybe they want to get something safe. Things like the Thresh can also be a very viable option, something we saw from Trimby right at the start of the split. Maybe even the Lulu to pair alongside. A lot of options here.
I think the Lulu this early is a little risky, especially into, Vi. There's Nautilus could go in as well. You could even pick something like the Rakan, who struggles a little bit into the Lulu in the laning phase, but gives you good engage, and you are quite squishy in that pick, but there it is, locked in. So Trimby trusting his positioning. I will say, Noah currently undefeated on the Aphelios. He is yet to die on a champion that he's won with. So he's only won with Aphelios and Xayah, and he died in his Lucian game. And he only played that once, right? So currently sitting at 90 KDA, 9-0. Highest in the league by a margin. Also has the highest record after 7 games. LeBlanc, Cassante, as you say, very strong. Still on 13-11 here in the LEC, so that static Shiv LeBlanc, something we're likely to see. VTO piloted it very well yesterday, ending with, I think it was 20 Magi stacks.
I mean, I also remember that when LeBlanc was becoming prevalent here in Europe, that Jankos, it was either on the podcast or a PGL that said, well, we have the best LeBlanc in the league, so go ahead, leave it up. We're more than happy to lock that in. Getting to see Vito play it. I think he has a bit of evidence to back up those words. Of course, a bit of competition with so many great LeBlanc players that we have here in Europe. One of them being his direct opposition in Humanoid. Someone that I think can make an argument for best performing mid laner this split. His laning continues to be very strong, and it definitely feels like that he's got a lot of focus on his mind, which is not something we often see from Humanoid during a regular season. But of course, his mid lane yet to be locked in. The Nautilus ban coming through from Fnatic alongside the Poppy pick for Fnatic. This Poppy can, of course, go both top lane and in the jungle. That flexibility is something that Fnatic will likely try and hold close to their chest. But I think that the Nautilus makes a lot of sense. Xayah, Naught was what I was thinking for a bot lane for Heretics. And Fnatic are going to nip that in the bud very early on.
It's not too often that you see the AD carry support left to a full second rotation with Draven taken away. The Xayah removed as well. Nautilus out of contention to be picked. Heretics are falling down that pool a little bit. Things like the Jinx Thresh come to mind. Flacker also has played the Zeri, or even like a Lucian Nami, but there's the Lucian removed by Fnatic.
So options slowly getting more limited. My expectations, though, are still the Xayah. I think that when
Xayah's first ban.
Oh, right. What am I talking about? Yeah, of course. So,
yeah.
What options do they really have? When we look at champions that Fnatic typically plays so far this split, it is the Aphelios, Straven, Lucian, and then Zeri. You already mentioned the Zeri, so the question is then, if you do go for the Zeri, what do you then pair alongside it? Rakan would likely be the only real option. Do you really want to play the Rakan to the Poppy? So, like, these are all things that, you know, big question marks here for Heretics. Of course, they do have a strong top side. How will they now respond with the bot side of the map? Maybe they've been working on their own Cogmore tech. We do see it a lot from G2 as the Rise gets locked in for Humanoid, a bit of an old school classic. Not something that we often see into LeBlanc, but at some point you're going to have a lot of wave clear. Your ability to roam is going to be very powerful.
And it's also the first Rise we're seeing in the LEC this summer.
I'm trying to remember, there were Rise changes, but I don't know when they happened.
I mean, like every year for the last 10.
No, they weren't like, they weren't that dramatic. Varus going to be locked in. Of course, we have been seeing a bit of Varus around the world, both on here and Lethality. We'll wait and see what Heretics decide in terms of their direction. I know next patch, a lot of people around the world will be playing things like the Ashe Rel as well, but on 13-11, we haven't quite got there yet. How will they round out their support?
I mean, Ashe gives you good pick potential, but instead Blitzcrank does a very similar thing. With a little bit more tankiness in his own right. Fnatic now going to lock the Olaf last, so it is Poppy jungle. Olaf going to the top lane to deal with the Cassante, something that we often see as a counter pick for that top lane. And Humanoid on the Rise in the mid lane is a little bit surprising, Veli.
Yeah, I mean, for Humanoid, as a player, not that surprising. Of course, in the current meta, definitely very surprising, right? I was having a look back through the patch history. 13-1B, base magic resistance reduced.
Okay.
And AP ratio reduced.
Okay.
So it was nerfed. That was 13.1, and then we haven't seen anything until 13-12.
Okay.
But then we did...
But we're not on 13-12.
We're not on 13-12, we're on 13-11.
There was a bug fix where he now loses more mana.
Oh,
So-
yeah, because there was this water walking abuse.
where you could
I
water
remember
walk
that.
abuse,
Yeah, they did fix that.
So basically, it hasn't
the
been
champion
buffed.
hasn't been touched.
Yeah.
So he's been cooking.
Obviously.
We'll see what
Been
he
in the
brings
kitchen,
out.
you know?
Yeah, he's clearly as an answer to LeBlanc as well is something that I am a little bit surprised about. But that single target CC can be very valuable. The Rune Prison, of course, a very effective measure when setting up for early jungle ganks. But I don't imagine that they're going to look to try and play through the mid lane. Really, Heretics have such a stronger early game option, I feel, particularly because of this Vi LeBlanc in the mid lane, and Humanoid is the player that's going to have to be careful. Heretics want to come into this game swinging. They want to try and secure themselves a top 4 spot. We'll see if they can do it as they go up against Fnatic in Game 3. Quite a few Fnatic fans in the audience this evening.
Just a couple. I will say it's encouraging to see them back. It's been, and it hasn't been a time in the desert for Fnatic because they were still challenging for top 3. But you look back, last time they won a title was all the way back in 2018.
Yeah.
For a team that was as storied as Fnatic was, it has been a long time.
Well, I mean, you
5
even look,
years.
but even then, you look back last year, people actually thought that Summer was theirs.
Yeah.
Right? And then they ended up losing to Rogue in the semifinals. But that roster, that was that insane Humanoid play. Remember, with the Silas in the bot lane, it was a lot of people were optimistic about Fnatic. And the start of the year just did not go their way. Of course, as you rightly said, Fnatic, it's been a while since they've been able to lift an LEC title. This split could be their opportunity given their form.
Yeah, still a way away from it, though. Of
course.
And it would only be a split title rather than the season championship. They would be on their way towards it, though. It's struggling a little bit on championship points after not making too deep a run in groups in either split. In fact, in one split, not even making it to the group stage.
But at the end of the day, both these teams are still in group stages.
Yes, they're already locked.
And that's a lot more confident play from what we've seen when they were both barely kind of eking into the group stages in previous splits. Fighting for those top positions is something that I think many didn't expect coming into this split. I know I definitely wasn't expecting this Fnatic roster to be as good as they have been.
Yeah.
Best of threes, of course, are a different beast. We'll see how they're able to perform when we get to those. But so far in this game, nothing too crazy as we expect. We did get a bit of early vision invested from Fnatic around the entrances. There was that deep ward on the blue buff on the top side from Oscar Rinnan that is spawning out Jankos. And then, of course, there is that one ward on the Raptors as well as Jankos starts pathing back towards the bot side of the map. Razork looking for something cheeky here.
Let's see, he knows where Jankos was spotted on that ward by the blue buff. Razork coming across. Jankos smite in 1 second. Razork looking for the damage. Jankos secures the Wolves and should be able to get away from this one. The shield enough. Razork still chasing forward, but the hammer down doesn't have the damage, and he will hold the wave for a second as well. In the end, Razork doesn't manage to take anything away from Jankos in terms of camps, apart from a little bit of his life.
He was thinking about playing the Shigenda game right there. You know, can he weave through the towers? Actually looking for a top dive. Ebby a little bit low, level difference.
He has Q3 and uses it immediately, misses it as well. The steadfast presence, it's easy dive for Fnatic.
A very clean play from Razork. He saw the opportunity after forcing Jankos out of his own jungle. He knew that with Jankos' health bar, there was little he could do to support his top laner. And with some great trading from Oscar Rinnan, Fnatic draw first blood. 800 the gold lead to boot.
That's the power of the Olaf into Cassante early on. You can just force him so low with those undertows. You can see Oscar Rinnan hurting for mana a little bit, but the Biscuits will top him up if he so desires. Just wants to get this wave in, then can go back. We'll try and take some of Ebby's health forward as well. Oscar Rinnan still has Flash Ghost. Ebby pops the Ghost, misses Q3. Oscar Rinnan able to get away from that one with his life still intact. Jankos actually invading towards the bottom side, but Noah and Trimby, having not yet reset, were able to come and bolster that Razork's defenses in the jungle and keeps that blue buff for Fnatic.
I see Vito keeping the push in mid as well. The problem with Ryze early on is that his trading pattern is not the best. Normally the way he gains priority is through strong wave clear, which he's not going to get until he has a couple more points in his queue. It's around level 6, level 7, where he's going to start having a lot more wave clear. Ryzes you'll often see also do that early back, maybe if they want to grab themselves the early tier so they can start stacking it. Or maybe even an early catalyst if they want to start working towards that Rod of Ages. Assuming that is the direction that Humanoid does want to go. We'll keep our eyes on his build path as the game continues. Carl actually picked up for Oscar Rinnan on the top side of the map. Already a 500 gold lead, of course, because of that first blood. But a bit of trading back and forth overall. And I think that one of the big things that I've enjoyed watching the most about Fnatic is just how they are, like, one of the most aggressive early game teams we have in the league.
Yeah.
You know, it's something that I think in a meta that just overall feels very slow, very stagnant. Fnatic consistently find ways to make their early game dives work. They're very proactive at playing around these early objectives, and a lot of credit needs to be given to Razork there. I know that when we were coming into this matchup, this jungle matchup in particular was one that we're keeping our eyes on, but Razork is having a very impressive season. He's looking to continue that early aggression.
Yeah, looking for a dive once again. Does have the flash. Ebby's going to dash away. Steadfast presence forward. Buckler's a minion. Can't quite get chased down onto Ebby. Jankos, meanwhile, doing the dragon alongside Mercer. We'll bring those stats back up because both these junglers sitting very pretty near the top of the early game in terms of numbers. You can see gold difference at 14, first and third. Kills and assists at 14, first and second. I think Jankos on Heretics across the course of this year has shown that he continues to be an elite jungler in our league, and Razork has really stepped up across the course of summer.
Sure, Jankos is continues to be one of the strongest junglers that Europe has ever had, and I think given Razork's recent criticism, I think it's great to see him finally step up and showcase a lot of the potential that Fnatic believed in him for. Of course, they stuck with him. Smite comes through from Razork. Another small victory. Can Vito get something back?
Was that a short joke?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just a small victory on the Poppy. Nothing acquired in the end for Heretics. Jankos loses his camp and is 4 CS down.
You know, people would be like, Benny, I thought you said that like Fnatic are more active. Guys, this is probably the most active early game I've seen all day. You know what I mean?
It's the week 3 jitters, you know? Everyone is just a little bit nervous. Both these teams have already locked, but still, if you can manage to get first, second, it means that you get the pick of your opponents in the first round.
Think of it like this, right? If you do consider G2 to be the strongest team in the league,
sure,
right? by getting top 2, you can avoid being in a group with G2. It just increases the probability of you being able to get top 4, which for both these teams they desperately want. Because if they cannot win the split, they're going to have to rely on championship points to secure a spot in the season finals. So in that sense, there is a lot of weight for both these teams that ideally want the easiest path to qualify for top 4.
And neither of these teams have a lot of championship points. That's the important thing to note as well. Like Fnatic are in 8th in terms of championship points, and Heretics are in 9th in terms of championship points coming into Summer. So really need those high positions if you are going to manage to make it into our season finals.
And as a reminder, of course, the group stages is double elimination. 2 wins and you're through to top 4, 2 losses and you're out. Is the easiest way to think about that. Best of 3s over 2 weeks. It's going to be some very intense competition for these teams. But Razork, once again, hovering around the top side of the map. When we saw Heretics' first side draft, you looked at this Vi LeBlanc and your expectations are high investment around the mid lane. I have my eyes on Jankos right now as he's looking for a gank in mids.
Chains coming out from VTO.
Wow, but Humanoid with the better trades.
Incredible trade there from Humanoid. I will just quickly clarify, Fnatic and Heretics actually have the same amount of championship points. It's just Fnatic had more in the last split, so they're actually tied at the moment. Just in case anyone was wondering why both of them having 60 or 30 at the moment. I put one of them above the other.
That's fine.
It wouldn't matter. It's whichever one of them finishes higher, this split would get the higher position anyway.
Makes sense.
So, but I know I'll get tweets about that if Twitter wasn't down all the time. Actually, thank you, Musk.
Yeah.
It's great. No one can angrily tweet at me anymore. You guys are rate limited, okay?
It was so funny yesterday when I was like, I was trying to tweet about the fact that I can't see tweets, and then I was like, I can't tweet. And then even if I did tweet, no one could see my tweet.
I thought -1 was just for cannon minions, but it's also when someone uses up your quota.
That also made me laugh. Everyone just replying to my tweets, -1, -1. Realm Warp from Humanoid.
Yeah, Mercer was looking to contest this. Jankos caught in the pit. Ragnarok coming out, and Fnatic with a great collapse there. Oscar winning, going forward, looking for more. Mercer dashing in, tries to get in the knockup, but a good keeper's verdict from Razork will force Heretics to disengage. Fnatic steal away the Herald, a 2-kill advantage, a 2,500 gold lead. And it's all coming up gravy for Fnatic right now.
I mean, we saw this yesterday when it came to VTO responding to players on a side lane, and he was often behind Niski. Jankos joking about it yesterday in the interview as well, but Humanoid's used to the Realm Warp. What can you do against that, right? He just throws the ultimate down and he can go from mid to the Herald almost immediately, and Jankos got collapsed on. He was not expecting it. Things like this, you have to wonder, do you just, as a pro, forget like, oh right, this champ can do this? You know, it was common in the backdoor days. I remember when Ryze was meta, everyone was like, he can backdoor, right? But when you don't play against it for a while, you have to wonder if some of these tendencies can be forgotten, because Jankos basically started the Herald solo. Oscar Rinnan was able to make his way down first. The collapse then from Humanoid as well meant that he was in a 2v1 before his team could even react.
Great stuff around by Razork and Fnatic just to continually push in. Like, you're going to see the cease and desist as Razork's locked up with the hook as well. He's going to try and flash away. A heal from Trimby enough to save his life. Decides not to put the Rift Herald down here in the top lane. Mercer coming across. Razork able to get the empowered recall out with the Rift Herald. And it was a little bit of a spicy situation there for Razork, but he's able to extricate himself from difficulty.
It's, I mean, I guess I'm surprised to see how much presence on the map Razork is having, right? And I think it's a great representation of how Fnatic like to play this split, which is just play around your strong side. Your Lulu Aphelios isn't going to do anything. Do you know who is? Your Olaf, who is just bullying the Cassante in top lane. And he continues to invade this top side jungle. Interestingly, you've also got Oscar Rinnan realizing that Razork is committing to this top side of the map, and he's saying, okay, I will take your bot side camp so that they can't be stolen away. Just great play overall from Fnatic. They're going to secure and funnel this gold into their bot lane now, and ooh, maybe not. Mercer trying to interrupt it.
Yeah, there's no way they kill that before the charge comes off. You need a smite or something. They can't quite take it. First tower to Fnatic.
1.1k gold advantage for Noah. They've translated their top lane advantage into a bot lane advantage with ever even touching the enemy bot lane. Overall, just great early game play. That's a 4k gold lead now for Fnatic. And this is what I talk about in terms of how well they play their early game. Oscar Rinnan now 1v1.
Has the Ragnarok all out coming out. Evie actually pulls him away from Jankos. Ragnarok being used, cease and desist, 8 seconds away. The smite for the slow. Jankos looking for the red buff as well. But the undertow from Oscar Rinnan pulls Zebi under the depths. VTO's on the chase here as well. Jankos is looking to get back in, but can't get the ultimate off. And everything is coming up roses for Fnatic.
I heard Oscar Rinnan laugh on stage, and I was like, what's he laughing at? And then he was like, oh, that's what he was laughing at.
What is it with Fnatic top laners and Olaf, man? Like, first Adam, I think Whippo used to play a good Olaf as well, now Oscar Rinnan.
Props to Adam, really, for introducing it to our league. Yeah. Like, it was Broken Blade in the interview yesterday where he was like, yeah, you know, Adam showed it to us first, and then a bunch of us started picking it up, and Oscar Rinnan has made it one of his own. Great play in the top side, getting the better of Ebby in the isolated matchup. And now he's got the Hydra. He's working towards his second core item. You imagine that'll be the Jack Show. And Fnatic just looking on point against Heretics. Like, I think what's crazy is the gap that they're demonstrating between the two teams, right? Yep. What the top of EU looks like right now. The clean execution, Oscar Rinnan, he knows that he can just win out on the 1v1, so he's happy to take this trade. He doesn't have summoner spells, so he doesn't want to overcommit. Then he gets vision on the Vi, and he realizes, okay, I've got to disengage. Don't overchase for this. LeBlanc can also collapse first. Jankos, I guess he didn't have his ultimate available, and then the Q
like
connects.
5 seconds away at this point.
I guess the damage was not what Ebby was expecting. And I imagine that tab spam was Oscar Rinnan while he was laughing at the execution that he found. Great play from Oscar Rinnan. We've said it multiple times before, but huge props to him for the growth that he's been able to make.
Oh, definitely. I think overall he is just leveled up alongside Fnatic, and this game has very much been around getting him ahead. He is now 3-0-0. 121 CS, 30 ahead of Ebby already. And Ravenous Hydra complete, as you say. Fnatic doing a very good job of dealing with this LeBlanc as well. You know, yesterday when we saw Heretics pick the LeBlanc in a side lane, she was just unfettered. She continually pushed in, got towers. Really, we saw no reaction from Heretics' opponents. And now, because they have the Rise in the top lane, they can push in. They have the Realm Warp to move between the lanes really effectively, and Ebby and Heretics are really struggling to deal with this pressure.
I like the way that you talk about that, actually, because I think that one of LeBlanc's biggest strengths is with the static Shiv. Her wave clear in the side lane is largely unmatched, but Rise, one of his biggest strengths is the safety that he has in a side lane and his incredibly powerful wave clear. The QE combo can just eviscerate waves, and while he won't do it as fast as a LeBlanc with static Shiv and a bit of AP will, he'll do it fast enough to be able to match that pressure and deal with it, and he's unlikely to just die to the burst from LeBlanc either, especially because of the amount of HP that you're able to build on the Rise. So I like what Humanoid cooked up here. He's made the matchup work well. He hasn't suffered any early ganks. Jankos and Vito have not been able to find anything in the mid-jungle 2 versus 2. It's all been the Fnatic show so far in this early game. The Dragons are even. The Herald spawning in about 30 seconds. You imagine this will be the next objective, and Fnatic have an option here. They could choose to concede this and then invest their resources into the bot side of the map, but the fact that they're stacking up as 4 in mid suggests to me that they want to grab that extra Herald.
It looks like they want to fight around it. Finally bringing Trimby and Noah into the game a little bit more. We haven't talked too much about the Fnatic bot lane, but I do have a cool little thing that I'm hoping works on the screen. There we are. Time since Noah was killed. Currently has a 90 KDA. It's been 12 days, 22 hours, 58 minutes, and 55 seconds exactly since Noah was last killed. So we'll keep that up until he either dies or crests the 100 KDA mark here, ready? As the fight does begin around the Rift Herald.
Well, the thing is, Fnatic started by pushing in the mid wave, but their resources then got divided. Heretics with 4 members on the objective first.
Decent assist. Mercer going with the hook back as well, and Razork has been caught out, locked out, and shut down. Really nice decent assist from Jankos to stop him from being knocked away by the keeper's verdict.
Yeah, very nice play overall from Jankos. He saw exactly what Razork was trying to do, and he shuts him down. Heretics get themselves a pick, and they get themselves a Herald. Fnatic wanted to use this to break open that mid tower, give them a little bit more control over Heretic's side of the map. But finding this pick will do that instead for Heretics. Good job from Oscar Rinnan getting a trade in towers, but taking down this mid is going to give Heretics a lot more options when it comes to getting that deeper vision.
Rifto's going to get another charge in as well. I took the streak down because I remember people like to see the skill order. We'll bring it back up before a big fight to see exactly how long it's been for Noah. But don't say I never did anything for you people watching at home, okay? We'll have another look at this because the keeper's verdict comes out. Jankos perfectly times his ultimate to negate that knockback, and then the flash hook from Mercer for the follow-up.
Yeah, there's not much more to break down than that. Just great play overall from Jankos, great awareness. Picks up the Herald, and Flacket picks up the kill. 2 lethality items secured for Flacket, going for more of the poke build. Alongside LeBlanc, you can see how they will have a lot of poke at their disposal, but when it comes to these late game fights, Fnatic just have more damage, man. Yep. They just have so much more. When you've got an Olaf running on your face, there's not going to be any peel for the Varus. that Noah, in terms of the late game fights, are just going to melt through your front line. And then the humanoids, well, they won't call him Machine Gun Rise for, you know, no reason.
Yep.
So I think Heretics, the fact that they find themselves at this deficit is cause for concern. Dragon spawning in 15 seconds. We'll see if they can find anything here.
And still a 5,000 gold lead for Fnatic, even though they lost that small skirmish around the Rift Hold. They should still be in a very strong position to win team fights, and it actually looks like Heretics aren't even going to take this. Only second Dragon of the game for Fnatic, the third in total secured in this match, and you can see with VTO pushing out a side lane, this is all Fnatic's right now. Mercer may look for the Hex Flash hook. Here we go. Humanoid, you got a flash. Knocked up first. There's the hook for the follow-up. The cease and desist coming out as well, and Humanoid is locked up in the mid lane and taken out by Heretics.
They find themselves another pick. They'll convert this into another tower. They don't even bother contesting the Dragon. As you rightly said, VTO hovering around the top lane. Oscar Renin, though, pushing down bot. The TP will come through. Can Fnatic punish this? They're looking to, as Razork.
Epi going in, not tanky at all right now. Doesn't even have a completed item, and the damage from Fnatic is enough to secure the kill on K'Sante.
Now, Heretics don't walk away with nothing. They get themselves the tier 2 in mid, they get the tier 1 in top. This gives them a lot more control over the top side of the map, so when it comes to contesting Baron, if they do find an advantage, at least it'll be easier to set up around that objective. You can see how Noah has to play a little bit more hesitant now because he doesn't have the safety of that tier 2 in mid lane, and Fnatic are yet to unlock this tier 1 in mid. But overall, Fnatic in a fantastic position. In terms of gold, they're so much further ahead. That Night Harvester picked up for VTO, though, is going to give him a lot more damage. We'll see if Heretics can still bounce back, as Fnatic are slowly but surely being picked apart one at a time.
Oh, huge hook. Massive. Mental game 1 for Heretics now.
Oscar Renin is annoyed, but a small victory there for Heretics.
It's huge, man.
Huge, Massive.
Who would win, actually, between a bunch of Heretics and some Fnatics? Who's, like, which side are you on generally?
So,
lore-wise?
Probably the Fnatics.
You think the Fnatics win?
Yeah.
Do you think they just have more devotion to their faith?
When you say Fnatics, I always believe them to be more like aggressive.
Fanatical, yeah.
Whereas Heretics are more like against the norm, you know, like they would be like against God. Their faith would go like, you know.
I get you, I see that.
Heretics could be interpreted as just a group of edgy teenagers that don't want to follow the norm, you know, whereas Fnatics are just kind of like, I'm obsessed, you know.
Yeah.
That's how I believe that lore battle would end.
Yeah, I see that. I guess I always think of Heretics more of like a Diablo, you know, like you have to go fight the blasphemous Heretics.
That's fair, yeah. No, I get that. If you look at it in that universe.
They all died to my Bone Spear build anyway.
Yeah, that's fair. They all got spotted on that. I know they tried to be sneaky, but there we are. They're
can't be
rushing
sneaky
down.
around that. Fnatic are going to try and rush this one down. Humanoid TPing in. VTO going back to base now, TPing forward, but it's already down to 2,000 HP, and Fnatic have secured it right under the noses of Heretics. Realm War forward as well as they look to chase down Epi. And so many times in the last couple of days, I have said this line, Epi dies alone, as Heretics are nowhere to be found.
What? Zero hesitation, 20-minute spawn into Baron. Fnatic just kept Jankos out of the pit. No ultimate tech for him. Here we go.
They're looking for Noah, they get the hook. Noah dies! And alongside it is KDA falls. And Mercer's going to get chased off towards the top side of this in the end. It looks like Fnatic will win out on the fight, but Noah is down. Humanoid training with VTO, dash forward, knocked back by Razork, another for Blackhead. And I may have spoken too soon as Heretics are able to dash away. VTO dashing, it's a double for him as well. Oscar in trying to chase them down. The jump over the wall from VTO with a distortion will get him to safety. Jankos.
That's 4 Barons now lost
huge
for Fnatic. The KDA is torn apart as Heretics do something that only G2 have been able to do this split. Find another kill onto Noah. But what was a great Baron play, it seems that Fnatic just overreached. And the way in which Heretics responded was so clean as well. Jankos ulting straight onto Noah. The chain CC is something that Heretics have used to consistently find kills throughout.
I put in the numbers, but I put them in wrong, apparently. Because I have to manually change when the streak started. So I was going to make a funny joke where it was all zeros. But then it was -1 day, so it died in the future.
Whoops.
So, yeah,
But
joke doesn't. I can do it again
tried.
if we want. I just, you keep talking. It's
Yeah,
great.
but have you accounted for all the seconds now? Hook.
That's tough as the hook goes in. The Ragnarok coming out. As we see Oscar in it looking to chase forward, but not getting those auto attack means the Ragnarok will time out, and the re-engage from Heretics knocked back on Ebby. Oscar in and gets the wild growth. Jankos trying to get in the midst of them, but he doesn't really want to be there. It's Vito able to get one in response. There's a 1-for-1 in the mid lane, as Humanoid was not there with the rest of Fnatic. The Dragon up in 20 seconds time, and that's what Heretics are looking for, but they don't have a jungler anymore, Veddy.
Well, things are getting a little hectic now. Fnatic are being caught off guard as Heretics continue to force these fights. That should have been a much more one-sided fight if it weren't for Razork's ultimate. But Heretics continue to find these picks, and they're kind of picking apart of Fnatic. That massive gold lead continues to shrink. 3K is now the difference. And look at how much money VTO is sitting on. He didn't have the most impactful early game, but he has a 2.3K gold lead over Humanoid right now. And this LeBlanc is a terrifying threat. No jungler on the side of Heretics means this is going to be difficult to steal. Flanked will give it a go.
He's looking for it. VTO jumping in. Can't steal it away as Razork does still have that smite. And Fnatic will get their third Dragon of the game. Heretics have been fighting back well here, though, Veddy. Able to equalize, well, gain some of that gold disadvantage back. It's still a 3,000 gold lead for Fnatic. We'll have another look, though, at this mid lane play. Oscar in it, gets hooked, thinks, well, I can Ragnarok and chase forward. But as soon as everyone scatters, he's not getting the auto attacks down, which means his ultimate then times out.
Of course, the Rise nowhere near the fight means that it is initially a 4v4. If it went for this ultimate from Razork, it could have ended much worse, but then VTO able to find the static shift proc combined with, I believe it was the QR. Now Oscar Rinnan could be in a bit of danger.
Oh, Ragnarok is up, actually. Just come off cooldown. VTO still chasing. Red buff for the slow. There, the chains. There's the root. Oscar Rinnan, you're very low. Pops the Ragnarok and tries to turn it around. Was buying time for the rest of Fnatic to collapse. Jankos able to dodge away with the ball breaker. Noah going forward. VTO doing the same. Teleport invested by Ebby. Anakin player down right now as VTO dashes in once again. The Hex Flash over the wall, but Jankos catches Razork. No real follow-up as of yet. The cease and desist being popped. The steadfast presence as well. Oscar, Razork being pulled back into the middle of the fight. A 1-for-1 as both the junglers die. Still a player advantage. Oscar Rinnan 17 seconds away from coming back to life, but no TP on the Olaf means it would be a while before he could join this fight anyway. Heretics trying to escort 3 minions forward. Mercer just
VTO. Look at VTO.
And VTO just deletes the Lulu. Mercer will fall though as Noah starts to stack up those hula hoops. So deadly they can be.
But another 1-for-1. The kills continue to be traded back and forth, but look at how much more ground Heretics is gaining. They've been able to get so much more vision in the bot side jungle. The gold gap hasn't closed just yet, but Heretics take the kill lead. I was worried in this early game that Fnatic was demonstrating the clear gap between the top 2 and everyone else, but Heretics have done a great job of punishing the over-aggression from Fnatic, and now they are fighting back in this game. The hook doesn't connect, but VTO sees his window of opportunity. Auto attack, QR, the chains connect as well. An easy, clean 1 combo, and he's going to use this time to secure himself another tower. Has the teleport to join his team should anything begin. And now he's going to extend that to a 3.5k gold lead.
Jankos stunned against the wall, the steadfast presence as well. Flash away from Jankos. And we'll get to the relative safety of his jungle. You can see VTO continues to push in that bottom lane. Noah answering mid-wave push right now. VTO has the teleport, probably sitting on a little bit of gold as well. 2,000. He wants to go back, wants to shop. He's going to push in one more wave before he does so. Humanoid now answers that bot wave.
Magi's. Do it, VTO.
I mean, he did it yesterday. Already at 10 stacks on the Dark Seal.
Okay.
Magi's and the Blasting Wand.
His own Yumi impersonation.
Oh, because he's got a book.
Yeah, he's in a book, yeah.
But the Soul Stealer is like the demon in the book, right? Not the book itself. You don't actually make more pages.
Hey man, the joke wasn't that deep. Okay,
sure.
I was just trying to mention
It was a solid joke, man. I enjoyed it. It was a good joke, you know?
You didn't laugh, though.
I'm sorry. From now on, yeah, I would laugh like that for every one of you.
Please, yeah, thanks. Thank you. I practiced that fake laugh for years for you. Thanks, man.
Can you tell both these teams are locked and there aren't many stakes for this game? I definitely can.
Heretics in a position to clear out some wards around the Baron. Fnatic really want to get this tower down.
I mean, mid-tier 1 is...
I think they finally
the
got
you
it.
want to take in the first 20
By
minutes
Jove,
of the game.
I think they've got it.
Oh, elementary, my dear Velios. All you do is you hit the tower and it dies. Forsooth.
I don't know that one.
Yeah, nor do I.
Just throw it
Here's
out.
the thing, with a British accent, you can just say anything and it sounds like it could work. Like, oh, I was absolutely badgered the other day, mate. I was blottoed. You ever been so pianoed that you don't know what's going on with the calendar?
Heretics are starting Baron, by the way.
They are.
They're car parking that Baron, they are.
Yeah, they're really car
It's just
parking
melting through right now. Fnatic, they're not going to respond in time.
What a wallop! Secured by Mercer. As all great Barons are. That's the second time this game we've seen a team sneak away a Baron on the enemy reset.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic just kind of were not focused at all there. They all just chose to reset, completely conceded control over the river after taking the mid tower, made it a very easy secure for Heretics.
And you know what Heretics just did? They all reset 7 seconds before Mountain Drake's about to be up. It will be Soul as well. They do have the Baron recalls, but...
They can contest this still. Vito's pushing in mid-wave, has the ability to collapse. Razork misses the ultimate, which means
not guilty there.
Here we go, Jankos. Can you get the steal?
And you can just delay as well. Vito pushing in mid, as you say. Jankos going to dash out. Chain of Corruption coming out. Oscar in and hit with it.
Now Fnatic need to get out and get control of that mid-wave.
Stop the ports. Mercer locked up. 4 members of Fnatic starting to close in on the bottom side of this, but Noah was lying and wait. Cease and desist immediately from Jankos as he tries to distract Fnatic from his AD carry. Vito on the Nexus tower. The Spike pops the stopwatch. Vito's going to take one Nexus tower down, but already Humanoid has been able to get back to base and stop the advance. In the end, a Mountain Soul to Fnatic. Vito dashing away from the Fnatic Nexus. Chain of Corruption, Razork, Steadfast Presence, but they really don't know if they're going to be collapsed on. Jankos trying to get to the blast cone. He'll dash up. Vito will dash back. And Jankos will pay with his life. Noah unstoppable. Heretics took an inhib Nexus tower. They lost a Mountain Soul. And they lost a couple of lives along the way.
Wow, okay, so a lot just happened. As Heretics get the Baron, Fnatic get the Dragon. Then Heretics realized the position they were in as Jankos needed to reset, so Vito just pushes in mid, secures the team an inhibitor and a Nexus tower. During that fight, Heretics were saying, cancel the bases, cancel the bases. Ebby off-screen committed his ghost to try and interrupt Humanoid, couldn't quite get the cancel off, giving time for Humanoid to go back to base. And then he's able to push Vito away, allowing Fnatic to actually regain the kill lead, hold on to the gold lead. The Heretics still have a Baron, which they've actually not gotten any advantage off of, as you can see, the minus 650 Baron power play. So Fnatic, I guess, are the winners of all of this?
No gold advantage, but an inhib in the Nexus tower is probably a sizable.
So the thing is, from Jankos, as he went into the pit a little too early, he then gets denied. Noah found a great flank here to try and execute flank it. He uses a good flash to get away. Then you'll see in the bottom of your screen right now, observers, if we can also highlight, even though this kill comes down onto Flackhead. Can we go back a little second? Because Ebby tries his absolute hardest to interrupt the rise. Nah, never mind, don't worry about it. But Ebby did his best, is what I was trying to get at. And if he had been able to interrupt that back, there's a real world where Vito could have just ended the game right then and there. But he wasn't able to find it. So for now, Razork's looking for a fight.
Razork gets the knockup, but that's Keeper's Verdict used, and now Razork is all by himself in the middle of Team Heretics. The hook as well on Noah. He's still got a GA. Vito trying to put some damage down from the side. Trimby acting as a bodyguard for his AD carry. Noah's still alive. Brought back by the Guardians, his angelic overlords, as the Fanatics are beating down the Heretics. Vito pushing through mid. Gets the chains down onto Razork. He has to dash away, uses the clone to dash forward further. Oscar Rinnan coming in from the side as well, and the undertow will find Vito. He dashes back with a shutdown for Fnatic, for Razork, in fact.
And Vito will experience his first death in this game.
Sells the Medjais immediately.
Wow, Fnatic with a great fight. That looked really in from Razork at the start. You thought, okay, you are way too aggressive, but Fnatic make it work. They turn it around. Trimby with a good ultimate to keep him alive. Supportal combat. I don't think you win.
No, Flackhead's here. Trimby's going to have to flash. He uses it. Noah waiting. Hail of Arrows comes down. Trimby pops the Wild Growth as well. It's 2 big cooldowns used from the Lulu, but with still 2 minutes on any major neutral objective, I think Trimby will be okay at least.
But wow, how value was that GA from Noah. If he had died, a lot of damage would have been lost. So Razor goes in. Humanoid is not here. Oscar Ridden is not here. He thinks he's caught Flacket out. The ultimate comes through from Noah. The damage is okay, but Noah gets chunked out, then hooked in, then executed. Great play from Heretics. Vito is hovering on the flank as Trimby tries to keep him alive, and then the Gale Force comes out from Noah to actually dance around the sides to then get that kill onto the Vi, and at this point everyone is forced to disengage. Fnatic, the fact that Razok was able to tank that long, just great response from the rest of Fnatic, and here we go again.
Oscar Ridden has the Ragnarok. Ebby goes all out. And Oscar Ridden doesn't really want to go all out, so he goes half out, just, you know, runs away from the tower. Does use that ultimate, so top laners trade in that regard. Blackhead is back in base. Ebby's reset as well. They're going to lose a tier 2 in the mid lane here, Heretics, as Fnatic continue to push forward. Noah, no flash. Noah, no flash on the Cease and Desist. Going to try and chase him down. Mercer going forward, but Trimby blocks the hook, and now Noah with red-white turns to green, and it's going godlike. Jankos down. BT off towards the top side will fall as well. A double for Noah as they go in 2 by 2. And the floods have come, and the Fanatics start to win out the fight. The round walk forward as Humanoid is going to bring the minions. And the question for Heretics is, how do you defend? You don't have Yola Blanc, you don't have Jankos either. Can you hold the gates for long enough?
The ultimate comes out from Razork. They're hitting onto the Nexus towers. Flacket, I don't think he has the damage to hold the line.
Ragnarok coming out from Oscar Ridden as well. They'll tank the towers. The minions attacking each other, but they don't even need them. Fnatic, after being massively ahead, almost lost it, but in the end, they'll secure top 2.
Some things change and some things stay the same. Fnatic and G2 find themselves at the top of the standings of the LEC. Heretics fought back valiantly. They showed us some great stuff. They punished the over-aggression from Fnatic, and they were relentless in finding pick after pick. Unfortunately for them, in the last few fights, they couldn't quite coordinate enough, and they just ended up getting outscaled. You noticed it in the team fight, but Trimby with the block at the end, he saw what happened in the first fight, where the chain CC was enough to be able to lock down Noah, and this fight he said absolutely not. He got in the way of that hook, made sure that his AD carry was alive. Impressive support play in the midst of what looked like chaos, as Fnatic was able to turn that fight around.
He did it in the previous fight as well. The reason he was standing in front of the GA was so he could polymorph. And as soon as the GA popped out, polymorph came down on VTO. He can't then burst Noah. Trimby with a really good Lulu performance. And I think for Fnatic, it's very impressive that you can get that far ahead, trying to throw the game or just lose out. Heretics played well, obviously, but lose out so much gold and then manage to strike back in the end. You can vote for one of them in your player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter if it's working. Oscar Ridden, Razork, and Noah are the 3 options.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone played really well. Of course, Humanoid wasn't a standout performer, but in some of those late game team fights, he was having big impact as well. The use of the Realm Warp as well in the early game, I think, was really big in terms of his rotation from mid into the Herald play. Fnatic is on fire right now. They're an exciting team to watch. It's really building up for that potential rematch of G2 versus Fnatic, a rivalry that this year hasn't looked the strongest, but right now is looking great. We've only gotten to see them play once. Because they are top 2, it does mean that they will be in different groups in the best of 3. So it won't be until the best of 5s that we do get to potentially see them.
Well, hopefully we will see them there. We're going to hand it over, though, because Trouble is standing by with the victorious jungler, Razork.
Thank you very much, Medic Razor. Congratulations. You locked in top 2. You and G2, top of the standings, the rivalry that never dies. How do you feel about that?
Well, after this game, I don't feel too good. I think we didn't play properly. I think it should have been an easier game for us, but we made it interesting for the public, kinda. But yeah, I'm pretty happy that we actually secured the top 2. And yeah, we are back on top in the standings with G2, so the old legacy is back.
Razork, have you ever watched Cinderella?
What?
Cinderella, that Disney film.
No.
So basically, she goes from being a housekeeper to being a princess. And this is pretty much what we've seen from Fnatic. You guys had a pretty hard split in winter, pretty hard split in spring. Right now, you're top in the standings, and you've been part of the whole roller coaster ride top back to bottom. Is there anyone you want to thank? Is there anything that you want to say to the fans, to the team, anyone at all?
Well, I mean, it feels pretty good to win again. And I think if you are a Fnatic fan, this year you are a little bit disappointed of how these two splits went. So now I feel like they deserve the performance that we are giving and that we are starting winning a little bit. Best of threes didn't start yet, so we didn't achieve anything or like, we're just playing good. So I think it feels good that the fans can have some wins and they enjoy our gameplay.
Absolutely, they do. It is such a huge change to bring in new players, because bringing in Noah and Trimby seems like it has freed the top side of the map. You guys are playing crazy. Yes, Noah has 100 KD or whatever it is, but the entire early game, it's top side of the map.
Yeah, me and my boy Oscar, we are doing things. I mean, we are both Spanish. I love him a lot. Like, we talk a lot and we are really good friends. And I feel like we both are improving slowly. And it's showing that our synergy is there. And it just feels good to play with him and with Marek, Humanoid. I've been playing for a while with him. And I feel like my synergy with him is good. And he's very funny. I'm very funny too. Or like, I like to joke a lot and stuff. So we are doing good together.
All right. Would you mind saying something over to Oscarini? Because he's sitting with our desk on post-match in Spanish.
Bueno, pues a ver, Óscar, eres un poco cochinito, pero bueno, es lo que hay. O sea, esa jugada fue un poco cerdito, pero ya está. O sea, agárrele a la partida porque se la pela y ya está.
All right, good luck translating that. Thank you very much, Razok. Over to you guys on the desk for post-match.
Thank you so much, Trouble, and thank you so much, Razok. I will say, unfortunately, we don't have speakers or in-ears for Oscar, so the Spanish was lost. I don't know if we can get it translated. I'll challenge Trouble and Razok to give us a translation. Regardless, what I will say is, when Trouble asked the question about Oscar and how the top side was playing out, Oscar and GB were having a discussion, Haran, going into that game, they didn't really talk a lot. They just know each other very well. They knew what was going to happen. And that's exactly what Razok was saying at the same time. Great synergy. Before we break down the game, Oscar, you have locked in top 2. Fnatic and G2 will be able to decide how the groups will play out. You're not going to be in a group with them. How does it feel for you personally after the journey that you've been on? Because this summer has been an explosion of success for yourself and for Fnatic.
Obviously, it feels really great to lock top 2 and that this split is going this well, honestly, because last split was a bit of a disaster, and now that we are able to perform and show that we are capable of winning and being the best, or at least top 2 for now, it feels super good, obviously, and it means a lot to me to be top 2, because it's something really insane. Like, 2 last splits, I was playing in LVP in Spain, and now here I am in LEC, top 2 in one split. It's crazy.
And I kind of want you to look at the statistics we have behind us right now. This is your Olaf at 14 minutes into the game. Obviously, the KD looks really good. The goal difference at 2.4K is the highest goal difference we've had in top lane in this split. So you are the one with the highest top
Set
gap.
the records.
You are the second highest difference maker in gold in terms of laners. The only one who's actually ahead was Flackett, and you're only 20 gold behind him. But
20
gold. Like, imagine if that one last hit
1 million.
That could have been it. Now, this early game I thought was phenomenal for Fnatic, just because Razak going for an early invade. You had some insane trades here. You had a lot of attention. How was it getting all this attention from Razak in the early game?
I mean, it feels great, obviously, to be a bit of a strong side top laner sometimes. Like, but yeah, we talked a bit about the game, and we kind of had a plan of what was going to happen a bit of, if I get good trades, we can dive in and everything. So I think that's kind of what happened. He just kicked out by we know where she is, and it was super easy to do the dive.
Can you tell me what happened here? Because I heard that you were laughing on stage when this happened.
Yeah, I mean, I was just fighting Cassante, and I was running from by after in half ult, and I thought I was just out and nothing was happening, but then I killed Cassante and I went a bit crazy laughing because I didn't expect to kill Cassante. I thought, I'm out and that's it, and I killed Cassante and it was kind of crazy.
What from your perspective then caused the mistakes, the mishaps, what was the challenges that allowed Team Heretics to come back and like challenge, pick up that Baron, put them in a position they could have taken the game?
I mean, I think their Nash shouldn't ever happen for sure. I think we really felt there with our base, but besides that, I think we just didn't play mid game really well, and I think it's not easy to execute our comp. And later on, we just talked more about what we should do and everything, and I think we started grouping more and winning team fights when we started talking more, and it made the game easier. But before that, I think, yeah, we were maybe a bit lost or
a bit too excited, maybe.
I mean, I think we all knew that we were really ahead, but at some point, I think like things were getting out of hand, and we needed to talk at some point about what we should do. And yeah, when we started talking,
this looks like one of those finds, at least when I was watching that, because it was just a lot of random kills, back and forth team fighting.
There were too many random kills, too many random team fights that just shouldn't happen. And yeah, I think if we just played a more controlled game with our advantage in early game, I think they couldn't do anything. Like, how is Blitzcrank by playing into a mega fed Olaf? Like, it's unplayable, no?
Yeah, for sure. But I think it also comes down to, you saw some of the picks in the beginning of the B-roll as well. It was just like, oh, it looks like we can just get the Drake, but then like Humanoid is maybe still in mid lane and they actually get a cross-map bomb in, or they create a play on top lane on Herald when you're pushing bot side. So it just feels like, you know, some of these small disorientation we see from a lot of teams in the league so far is really causing that early game from mid lane to really translate. But either way, at least you came back into the game, because it was really dire at some point.
Can you bear with me? I've got a slightly hard question to ask, right? When we were watching the first 15, 20 minutes of this game, we were expecting Fnatic just complete stomp, run away with it. Then all of a sudden, Heretics start coming back. From my perspective, I would have said that that was maybe some fault on Fnatic's hands that allowed those opportunities to come in. There may be some fans watching at home that would say, well, Heretics are at the top of the table. They're fighting. They're competing. Do you put those mistakes, like how would you judge how Heretics came back? Because they played really well, or because you made mistakes that they could punish?
I mean, in my opinion, it's obviously kind of both, right? Because if we don't make mistakes, they cannot really get advantage. But since we made the mistakes, they also played well, like just getting advantage of, yeah, we should do this. Since they based, yeah, we can get Nash. They insta did it. They didn't hesitate, and they just went for it. Or in the Herald, they were just really decisive on the fights they should take, and I think they were just playing well with their position, honestly.
The reason I asked that question, Medivedi had a great question, or great statement in the game where they were talking for the first 15 minutes, like the gap between the top of G2 Fnatic and sort of everyone else. It just inspired that thought that we're going to start seeing once summer closes out, once we get to groups, we move forward. I mean, GB, we've got one more fight here. A decisive Fnatic win. It's around 31 minutes in the mid lane. Once this happens, I mean, it goes like, from your perspective, what do you make?
Because in the beginning here, it looked, and then the cast was talking about it, it looked like a bit of an overextension, right? Noah's already getting hooked. But it just seems like this is one of those moments where Fnatic has become so good at team fighting and identifying how they actually want to pilot this. And I was asking as well, it finally feels like you guys were on 5 here. Was there any conversations leading up to this game where it's literally just like, all right, let's go as 5, let's just find that team fight? Or what was the communication actually like there?
I mean, in there, we just said, yeah, kinda go as 5 mid, they cannot win because we had Soul, we were super fed, and like Poppy just went in like a psychopath kinda, like he just went 1v5, he just saw a good angle and we just followed him, and yeah, that's kind of what happened. But yeah, basically we just knew that if we went as 5, they couldn't do anything to us, and that's what we did.
I've seen in the Legends of Actions, you guys were talking about a lot what makes you guys happy as players. Did this game make you happy for your team here?
I mean, it makes me happy to play well and to play clean. In general, I think I'm happy more or less with the game because it was not as clean as it should.
You are more happy than you are sad.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy because we won, obviously.
Yes.
But I would be happier if we played cleanly.
I get that. Okay, let me quickly show you what this result means now, Oscar. Because of the win, G2 and Fnatic are now locked in top 2. Heretics, Mad Lions, and XL are also locked into groups. And for BDS versus Vitality, it's the next match. It's do or die. Vitality loses, they are eliminated. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that 5 teams locked? I can't do my math. We're waiting for 3.
There's numbers outside of it.
I know. Yeah, there are. Oscar, does Vitality have a chance against BDS?
I can see Vitality winning against BDS for sure. I think both teams are not doing really great right now, and I could see Vitality winning. Like, I still think Vitality can be a good team, honestly. but they are just not clicking. I don't know what's happening in there, but I can see them winning for sure today because both teams are
70% favored BDS, 70-30 BDS, 80-20. Give me a percentage and I'm going to go.
I would say like 60-40 for Vitality, more or less.
60-40 Vitality in a do-or-die match. Oscar, thank you so much. Congratulations on the win. Thank you so much, GB, for putting this entire post-game together. That does it for us here on the Analyst Desk. We're going to go break. When we come back, it's BDS taking on Vitality. Dude, that was awesome.
Ragnarok being used, cease and desist, 8 seconds away. The smite for the slow. Jankos looking for the red buff as well.
Actually, just do it. Okay, do it. And okay, can I ult Poppy? Are you guys ready? I can look. If he's here, I wanna ult. Look. I'm looking. I'm ulting. Nice look. But guys.
No ultimate tech for him. Here we go.
They're looking for Noah. They're looking for Noah. They get the hook. Noah dies! And alongside it is KDA Bulls. Back by Raz. Look, another for Blackhead. And I may have spoken too soon as Heretics are able to dash away. VTO dashing, it's a double! Noah, no flash, Noah, no flash on the cease and desist. Gonna try and chase him down. Mercer going forward, but Trimby blocks the hook, and now Noah with red, white turns to green.
Hey, yeah, I need a break though. That was some. Oh, Kevin was looking for you.
Oh, now?
In
Okay.
the green room, yeah.
Okay, I'll go now.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
And welcome back as we watch BDS. It's 8 Mile, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure this is 8 Mile, man.
This is just my youth.
Whoa.
That was Wales encapsulated. Yeah, the bees were.
It was either Wales or it was
rappers.
like Sisyphus or something. Those are the two options in that situation.
No, that's what me and the boys used to do when we were 11. We'd gather around, turn the strobe light on, and yell at the bees. The bees! Yeah. You ever gone ice skating, by the way, on with the strobe light on?
No.
Very disorientating.
Yeah, I don't think that's medically approved. To that
Anyway,
sort of thing.
BDS versus Vitality. Let's get ready for draft.
Ice skating with a strobe light, you say? Two teams sitting at the bottom of the table. Vitality, if they lose this game, are out of the running for the group stage.
Let's not forget that this was our upper bracket semi-final.
Yep.
Last split. These two teams fought in a best of 5 where BDS was able to get the better of Vitality and knock them down, and that's what qualified them into the finals of Spring. Now they find themselves at the bottom of Summer, fighting for survival. Vitality's loss here will eliminate from group stage contention. A lot of pressure is sitting on their new jungler Douglas's shoulders. They're going to need to come up with something crazy in order to stand a chance, but BDS have not looked hot this split either. So far, the bans look pretty standard. Maokai is up and available.
And with the Olaf banned out, BDS can look towards that Maokai to kick things off. Sheo's been erring towards Sejuani a little bit as well. For BDS, currently only sitting at 2 wins. Usually, 4 is like guaranteed in pretty much. 3 can get you in. We saw that with Mad Lions playing that tiebreaker in Spring. There's Azir locked first for Nuke. And Maokai, immediate response from Vitality. Have to remember that Douglas has come in for Vitality this week as their jungler. Second Maokai game for him now. Was known as a carry player in the ERLs, but seems like Vitality want him to be on a utility tank once again.
So I know this is a serious game, but like I now can't get it out of my head that it's like Dagda and Atlas combined.
Douglas?
Yeah.
It's their duo name.
That's the duo name, yeah. Anyway, the Aphelios locked in alongside the Maokai. Will we get to see Sheo's Amumu? Probably not. It's going to be Sejuani. Does that mean we'll get a Renekton top lane for Adam?
Quite possibly.
No, it's a question, Manic. I'm asking.
I mean, it's quite possibly. I'm not going to be definitive, no.
No, all right. I'm going to keep it vague. That's what I always love about you, Medic. Just a man of mystery.
Bunch of, ethereal answers. Possibly. Maybe. Perhaps.
Maybe, perhaps.
Speculatively.
Let us ponder. Varus. Shouldn't the facts be locked in?
Could still be a Renekton top. Doesn't exclude that possibility.
Could it be? It definitely could. The Tristana mid for Perks would definitely be unsurprising. Often something that he would play alongside the Maokai, who's more of a Tristana player than he ever was a Jace mid player. So wouldn't be surprised to just see that locked in right now. Save the supports for the second rotation. You imagine Lulu will be taken off the board following this, especially given the combination alongside the Aphelios, Nautilus perhaps from the side of Vitality, denying that away from Labrov. I wonder if Maokai, Braum will be banned in consideration of playing against a Maokai. It depends how defensive BDS want their approach to be.
And if you want to go full support bans, as you say, like Vitality get rid of the Nautilus, maybe the Braum alongside it. BDS get rid of the Lulu Thresh, and kind kind of limits things quite a lot. But instead, Jax, the first ban here from Vitality.
No surprise. Well, there's the Lulu that we both talked about. The I'm wondering if thinking about what else Vitality could even play here down bot lane. We kind of look at what Kaiser's been playing.
I think Thresh is the...
Well, Thresh Rakan would be the two, right?
Yeah.
It depends if Vitality want more engage or if they want more frontline. Like, Braum might not even be a bad play for Vitality. The only thing you have to be concerned of is already you look at BDS's comp, very ranged, right? It's got a lot of range from Varus's poke. Azir, of course, great at disengaging as well. This is going to already be a very front-to-back teamfight comp from both sides. It's going to come down to the 5v5s. I expect a slower early game. And it just depends on like what it is that you're looking for from your supports. Are you looking for more peel or you're looking for more engage? Do you want easier ways of gaining access onto the back line? Perhaps you want more tools to better shred through the front line. We'll see what direction they choose to go for. Vitality now need to lock in top or support. You imagine the support is what will be locked in here.
I mean, it depends how much impetus you want to put on getting top counter, right? Because you could just play safe top and then make sure your support's in a good position. Keep Upset in something that he wants to carry, and that's where they decide to go. Renekton, Photon's most played over Summer, has only won one game on it, but Vitality have also only won one game in total, so maybe a good omen for Vitality.
Perhaps. I'm curious as to how BDS will round things out. The Gnar for Adam. Not that I don't doubt his ability to play it, it's just that when you look at Adam, that's not normally what you think, is it? Not really a Gnar player.
I will say, the things you usually think have been bad.
Yeah. All out of Jax, Darius, those definitely seem more like Adam champions for sure. The Rakan will actually be given over to Labrov, so BDS is saying we want a little bit more engage. That definitely suggests to me that Adam is thinking of something spicy.
Ooh,
now that is an Adam champion.
That's an Adam champion. Set in the top lane. Gives you that melee AD that you were wanting alongside the Sejuani.
For sure. The synergy is definitely very strong there. This is also something that Adam has brought out before. I think we may have even seen it last split. I forget exactly when, but Adam is a big fan of these slightly unorthodox against the meta champions. Wow, big Nautilus enthusiast. You're a big Nautilus enthusiast in the audience. That's rare. I thought you were the only Nautilus enthusiast I knew.
Maybe it's like a Little Mermaid thing. It's just under the sea.
I see. That's fair. Well, we look at these two compositions, they want to do very similar things. The way in which they rounded out their draft, I think that Vitality have a much more stock standard front to back in terms of their execution. BDS have a little bit more mobility, their engages are a little bit more snappy, and well, I think the beauty of the set in particular is it gains access to the backline via the front line, right? When this Maokai is inevitably going to come in, the Nautilus, the Renekton, whoever it is, it offers more peel to BDS's backline while also giving you access to the enemy backline as well. And we've seen Adam do some crazy plays on this champion in the past. And they're going to be needed today for BDS to still stand a chance of qualifying for the group stage. They're both, as we mentioned earlier, at the bottom of the standings with only 2 remaining games. This is a must-win for both sides. All of the pressure is on, especially for Vitality, who could face elimination today.
BDS, if they lose, are not.
Oh, that's when playing engage support. There you go.
BDS, if they lose, are not definitively out, but it makes things a lot trickier, of course, with Vitality matching them at that 2-win scoreline. We'll see what happens in the game right after this. Let's get down and dirty on Summoner's Rift. Just wondering what performance they'll give us today. Will it be B tier, D tier, or S tier?
Well, they need an S tier performance, that's for sure. So strobe lights. Have you ever experienced a strobe light before?
Yes, I have. I understand strobe lights.
Yeah. Hang on. Upset Kaiser.
Above can dash away from this. Gets hooked. Waits.
They have lost that trade. They are losing this.
But Perks is going in. Lebov's going to have to flash away. The Ignite is ticking.
Oh, they get the flash out of Crownie. Well, all summoners, except for the cleanse on Crownie, have been removed. I will say that like initially that fight was not good for Kaiser and Upset. Kaiser used all of his summoners, of course, to try and force them out from Crowny. But cheeky play there from Perks. Is able to set up Vitality's bot lane for success. Now we need to see Vitality take advantage of that. Let's see if they can actually make some ganks happen. Of course, again, the responsibility falling on Douglas there. Perks already looking to get a bit of early push in the mid lane. Observers, I know we don't normally go top lane, but I wouldn't mind checking out top lane every now and then just because we don't often get to see the set into the Renekton matchup.
Adam did play set back in spring.
So it was spring, yeah.
6-1 and 7 on the champ against XL in a win. Let's see Lebrov getting hooked, but use the Gleaming Quill early to get some life back. Obviously, we saw it in support at MSI as well. Huhi, very happy to...
I completely forgot about that one,
set.
But basically, like, set early game, not the best. Kaiser level 2.
This is bad. They've got no flashes, even with the Gleaming Quill. Might not be enough for Lebrov. Crowny tanks up the Cleveland shot. And BDS will be able to walk away, but...
I mean, Sheo's in a good position now because this looks like a dive angle, right? If your Vitality are saying they're in serious trouble, there's nothing they can do, and Sheo has to come to make sure that Maokai isn't threatening it. Lo and behold, there's Douglas primed and ready to look for a play. We keep our eyes on Crowny here, observers. I want to see exactly if he actually gains access to the wave, because that's going to be the scariest point for him. He needs to try and get this farm, and it looks like he has enough health right now that he's not going to be forced away from the tower. So overall, great play from BDS. Sheo making sure to cover to prevent Douglas from threatening this dive and making sure that Crowny is able to get all this CS. You can see in terms of the CS difference, they're basically going to be identical. So good job, BDS. That could have been a much more devastating early game, as Vitality's 2v2 already off to a strong start.
Play over to Upset. As we see Lebrov joining back up with Crowny in this bottom lane. The pressure continues to mount for BDS. Adam, though, looking to roam down. Actually, could be a 3v2 here in a second in favor of Vitality. Sheo trying to trade onto Douglas. Perks has first move from the mid lane. Will Photon collapse as well? Currently unsure as to his circumstances. Either a wave or a particle, we can't know until we observe it. As Lebrov caught out a little bit in the bottom lane. One more auto is enough. And Vitality strike first and strike hard across the map. That's 2 for them. Adam opens up with a massive haymaker and hits them upside the jaw as he manages to get one in response. Nuke puts down a soldier to try and protect Adam, but Photon and Perks are still on the chase to flash forward. Adam trying to turn it back around, but won't have the damage to do so. Vitality 3 kills to 1 and 1.4k ahead at 4 minutes.
Yeah, overall, just questionable choices here from BDS across the board. You see Photon collapsing from the top side, yet you still choose to go for this fight in the jungle when you're at a clear numbers disadvantage, especially this early on into the game. Renekton Tristana against Azir sets, just power levels clearly in the favor of Vitality. And in the bot side of the map, Lebrov, level 2, just gets caught out. Now Sheo, though, looking to get something back as Douglas in a great position to offer support for his top lane.
Douglas has been in the right position at the right time. The majority of this early game. Wave pushing in here. Sheo's going to join up with Adam, but look at how low the set is already. Douglas going forward, twisted advance. There's the face breaker back. They're looking for the damage on Photon, and it will be enough. Sheo needs to pop the icebreaker, and will do that just in time. Permafrost keeping Douglas in place. BDS able to strike back with a kill of their own.
Well, so the whole combo was used on Adam before Douglas was able to get into range, which meant that even though Sheo got very low on HP, Photon had nothing left to really turn it in their favor. Of course, the big advantage, you mentioned it in the draft, Sejuani plus set, it makes it so much easier to proc that passive too. Vitality walk away the losers in that exchange.
Kaiser keeps getting these hooks, and BDS, someone has to tank it each time. You can use the Gleaming Quill. Leave a Khan Q to heal up a little bit, but you see, constant wrong side of the trade for BDS. Upset and Kaiser are working on the same page at the moment. And, it's a very good start for Vitality in what is such a vital matchup for them. We talk about them trying to make it to groups. Obviously, even if they don't make it to the group stage, there is still a possibility that they can make it through to our season finals because they have accrued so many championship points across the course of the split, as Adam is able to survive. But the thing is, it's the top 3 split winners and then the top 3 teams in terms of championship points that make it into our final 6, those 4 weeks of competition after summer resolves. And Vitality and BDS in a very good position in terms of points accrued so far.
But also
pushing in.
Oh, Photon, I think you've over-aggressed here.
There's the Dominus. Looking for that permafrost once again. Shale will proc it, and you can come in from the side as well. Photon, no flash, no dash, no way out. Pulled back. And the ultimate invested from Adam alongside Nuke, just to put the cherry on top.
Another questionable play in this game. I understand the idea by Photon, but the aggression is just, it's too much. Like, BDS now are able to get something back on the top side of the map. Adam, even though Photon, you're able to try and deny him a lot of CS, just too many resources, I think, were invested in trying to get that kill, and you end up just giving away a kill back. Of course, the gold across the board still heavily in favor of Vitality. Huge props to Crown. He's still staying even in terms of farm, even though he will find himself 600 gold down due to that early plate and kill that Upset was able to grab. Vitality will also convert this into the Dragon. The question is, will they then look for the next Herald? Wow, pretty crazy set of events. I will say, going back to that championship points conversation, teams like XL, Heretics, Fnatic want both these teams at the bottom of the standings. The fewer championship points they get this split, the greater the number of opportunities that the rest of those teams have to then qualify themselves for the season finals. Of course, both these teams do have a lot because of their positions from Spring. But yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle for many teams this split. No easy road for sure. Sheo now hovering around bot side of the map looking for a play. Will be spotted out by that control ward. Keep my eyes on the minimap as well. I see Pokes returning back to mid. Photon continues his aggression in the top lane 1v1 as he keeps pushing out underneath the tower. Hook connects.
See the dash from Lebrov to make sure that he's the one tanking that shot, even though it looked like it might go a bit wide. Cleanse comes out from Upset. The lollipopping at the end of Nautilus Q may have meant that Crowny would have been snared by the anchor. Sheo still waiting here. Kaiser and Upset very aware that there could be someone lying in wait.
They're like, this is not normal. No one has any information as to where Sheo is.
Check him, PC. It's not normal right now.
Not normal at all. Upset, be careful. Does have the flash, of course. Lebrov.
In the end, he's going to dash in, maybe baiting them to see if, as he dashes away, Sheo hits 6. Kaiser, a possible target, but still flashes available for both Kaiser and Upset. And Sheo spent a long time down here for not too much gain. So, they do get the wave in.
A huge amount of time from Sheo was spent hovering around bot, which means that Dagda should have the go-ahead to just start this Herald up. And that's exactly what he's going to do. You'll keep your eyes on Perks as well. He's going to push in that mid wave as quickly as possible so that he can go help his jungler out. Nuke doing what he can to trade back, but it's going to be harder for Nuke to, of course, contest. Sheo's just going to run straight through mid lane, but Photon has the push as well. So right now, Vitality have a good setup. The game changer could be Lebrov. As Perks
jumps away, buffers just in time. And now BDS looking to collapse, but they've lost both their ultimates. Dagda's already taken the Rift Herald, can flash out of the back of the pit, and will take the liberty to do so. Escapes does have to burn a summoner to get out.
Yeah, so I was a little concerned for Vitality that Lebrov would be kind of the difference maker in terms of his engage, but Vitality, they had the damage to be able to secure the Herald fast enough before BDS could really contest. So Vitality find themselves another small advantage. The kills are dead even.
1,000 gold up though, 500 of that being on Upset on the Aphelios. He's in a very strong spot right now. Let's see how well they can use him. Crowny going for the static Shiv Varus build. It can go towards full AP, can just use the static Shiv for a little bit more wave clear.
Reminder, we are still on 13-11. Group stages when we return will be on 13-13. So we'll jump a whole 2 patches. But Perks, he really needs to get a base off. His TP is up in about, well, 5 seconds. You can see it on the right-hand side of your screen. So he should feel free to base now. Upset is a little paranoid about any potential plays. So he's going to look to back off a little bit too. But the rest of BDS, not really on the map. Much on the map, I should say, for them to play for right now. So overall, a pretty stock standard. And again, we talked about both these compositions. It's very much about the team fights. I think BDS have a lot of range at their disposal. Crowning not going for the poke build does mean that long range poke is less lethal, I would say. Not to say that it's something that you can necessarily ignore. The chains you see, I think, on BDS is something that Vitality are going to have to be very cautious and look to play around. Because Varus ultimate, Sejuani ultimate, Rakan ultimate combined with his W, and then Adam just throwing his ult into the midst of all of that is just... There's a lot of chaos that BDS could potentially create.
I'll see if they manage to do it. Currently, Vitality very much in control of the game, eking out a little bit more of a gold lead as we go on. Looks like bot lane may be the name of the game as Photon is for damage on Adam. Pulled back with the face breaker. Haymaker takes half of Photon's health. Very hard to dodge that. I've seen Cadril in his 2v2 arena games often get hit by the big set ultimate, even though he's trying to get away from it.
It's true.
Often actually killed by it as well.
Hang on a minute. Bit of a skirmish in the bot
3v3,
lane here.
There's the hook. Glacial Prism going down as the TP comes in. Kaiser low, down to 150 HP, but he's going to be able to get away. The Chain of Corruption locks them up as Photon comes in, moving at the speed of light, looking for more, but Douglas is pulled underneath the tower, still able to survive! The arrow not quite enough to pierce the hide of the tree. TP now from Adam as Photon dashes forward, pulls him back with a showstopper, and he absolutely punches through Vitality, but Perkz is beginning to Goomba Stomp all the way through BDS. Perkz can look for more. Sheo and Crownie trying to retreat to the safety of their tower. In the end, a 3-for-3 in the bottom lane.
It's the Thunderdome in bot lane as absolutely everyone gets involved. The teleports becoming unleashed at 10 minutes mean that everyone immediately beelines towards the bot lane. What season are we in, Medic? Because the moment the junglers show up, the fight begins. You can see here Kaiser starts the initiation. It looks a little bit dangerous for him, but a 3-man ultimate follow up by the Maokai with the ultimate from Upset as well looks good. Photon TP's in, he's saying let's chain CC Nuke before he can get out. Nuke gets the ultimate off in time to force Douglas back. Crownie flashes in to try and snipe away. Douglas isn't quite able to get it. When Adam joins, you think this is the end of the fight. Such a great ultimate into the E. A good hook come out from Kaiser. Really just sets up for him to be executed as Upset is forced out of the fight. Photon gets a kill on the backside, but this also leaves Perkz free to hit on to whoever he can find. 3-for-3 is the final skirmish. You can see the sigh of relief coming out from Photon as he realized how dangerous that fight could have been.
The damage he put down as well, but now caught out by BDS. He was trying to guard this bot lane tier 1, but 4 members of BDS are here. Nuke slides in, no Emperor's Divide for him, but with Labrov there for follow-up, it's a shutdown over to the Emperor of Shurima. Meanwhile, Vitality pushed in top lane. They were able to take the tower with the Rift Herald. They're going to get a charge out of this as well towards the tier 2. See if Adam can stop their progression at all. Because BDS nowhere near even taking their first tier 1, just want as many plates as possible. Rift Herald charges in, about half the health of the tower goes down. Flash forward by Adam as he looks to lock Kaiser under the tower, and one more shot is enough to kill off the king. Kaiser pulls, but the tier 2 does as well. Vitality, 2,000 gold ahead. For it, they're losing a dragon. They may lose this bot tier 1. The plates have now fallen off, so Crownie should be able to work his way through this. It is full AP on the Varus with a blasting 1 second after the static shift, but of course AP converted to damage on these turrets, so still able to work his way through that tower before any backup can arrive.
Wow, what a long series of events, from Photon getting caught out in bot lane to Adam finding a kill in what was a top lane siege from Vitality. The gold remains pretty much the same as it was. Adam has been able to get himself a bit of a gold lead at long last in this matchup. But a chaotic game. I thought that both these teams would be playing this slow, steady. We'd be waiting for the neutral objectives before we saw the big fights, but they're looking for every opportunity to skirmish, for every single play that they can use to swing in their favor. And as items begin to be completed for Vitality, this is where BDS have to be a little concerned. You can see Azir yet to finish that first item, Sejuani the same. If Vitality can find fights in this window, this could be a good opportunity for them to balloon that goal lead ever more.
And every map movement from BDS is answered by Vitality, making one of their own. You can see Vitality actually getting the benefit out of most of these. BDS tried to push up towards the top lane. Vitality, top lane. Adam's going to take this tower eventually, but Vitality got pressure on mid. Move that into this bot side jungle. They've already taken 1 tower, and they're going to take Labrov's life as well. Nowhere for the Rakan to go. Kaiser secures the kill. Now Nuke has to back away from the tier 2 in the bottom lane, and the rest of BDS nowhere near this. Rift Herald taken by Sheo in the meanwhile, but in the end, Vitality very happy. A kill, 2 towers, one of them a tier 2. It's strong for them, or a kill and a tower and a half, I guess.
This makes it so much easier to secure that tier 1 in mid lane as well. Yeah. Feels like BDS are just a step behind every single play. Props to Vitality securing all these neutrals. They're just hard committing 4 members to a single side of the map, relying on Photon to play safe. In the last play, he lost his life, but this time around, there was no real threat on him. And instead, Vitality find themselves another kill and the tier 2 in bot lane. Vitality looking promising so far, but we've seen them in positions like this, and they've been unable to close the game. BDS is also typically a very resilient team. Their team fighting is something that has been able to keep them afloat in the past. We'll see if that team fighting holds true today. Because right now this game is in Vitality's favor, but with the Herald dropped, BDS are looking to unlock a tower for themselves.
Vitality lose. They will not be playing any more League of Legends, at least at the professional level, at the LEC or Worlds level, until January of next year. Oh, that's not true. That's
they
entirely
qualify
wrong.
on spot
Yeah, because they can get through with championship points. Yes. Ignore me, guys. Okay.
But their split will be over.
Their split will be over.
The summer split will
but
be
they
over.
may be able to qualify for season finals on championship points. You're entirely right. It sounded like such a good line in my head.
It did.
Just the sad, sad fact that it wasn't correct.
Correct.
Yep.
Just like BDS, even if they lose this game.
Correct.
No, even if they lose this game. Are you breaking the desk?
No, I'm fine.
Even if they lose this game, they can still qualify for groups.
True. And I can actually show you how.
Show me.
Look at this, we even have a cool...
Show me,
I've got to press the
doctor.
button here as well. They've both got tons of championship points. BDS and Vitality have both earned 130 through our spring and winter splits. And because of that, say, Fnatic, you know, make it into the top 8 but only get 6th, they won't be able to overtake. And Heretics could do the same, and XL could do the same. And then we have BDS and Vitality, even though they could both still place in the bottom 2.
The thing about points is they kind of reward consistency, and those bottom teams were consistently bad.
Yeah, and then they've had one good split so far.
Yeah, so this may very well come back to bite them. We'll have to wait and see. Still many weeks left of the LEC to determine the qualifiers for the season finals. Let's have a look. Right now, the state of the map. Dragon spawns in about a minute's time. The gold, of course, in favor of Vitality. Items now being completed for BDS, with Nash's being finished for Nuke.
And for Crowny. 2 items on Crowny.
So BDS feel a little bit more confident to actually take a fight now. Let's see if they actually choose to do so. Photon top lane pushing out that wave. A full level behind Adam, actually. Only just noticed that. Douglas would love to get level 11 as well, but he has no camps to farm for himself. BDS push in mid-wave. This should give them easy access into the river. And Nuke can catch that bot wave as well. So right now, around this dragon, BDS have a much better setup, and it's Vitality that are playing on the defense.
See Photon pushing in towards the tier 3 in the top lane. Blue buff stolen away by BDS. Nuke's now going to answer the top wave. Does have teleport to join up with his team. Dragon up in 8 seconds time. Vitality trying to gain a bit of control. Glacial Prism going out. Adam going forward as well. Nuke joining up with the team. Nature's Grasp has been popped there from Douglas. Flash as well.
So they committed Sheo's ult and Adam's E.
Yep.
And they got Flash from Douglas, Flash from Perks, ult from Douglas. And now they're going to get a free dragon off it. I mean, well played to Sheo and Adam. They basically, between the two of them, forced all of the core engage tools from Vitality to be used. And that will give them a free Drake. So well played. And it looks like Vitality can't unlock the mid tower off the back of this either, because Sheo can basically take the dragon alone. So
and part of that is vision control thing as well. Because they had control in the river, you see a Sejuani and a Sect, but you don't know what's behind it. The rest of BDS were too far away to really follow up immediately on the engage, but if there had been a chain of corruption, if there had been Nuke sliding in, it would have meant certain death for Vitality. Now BDS trying to do the same on the top side of the map. There's a couple of wards behind them. One in the mid lane, one by the wall next to their blue buff. So TP possibilities for Photon and for Perks if they want to try and sneak in. Of course, the Scuttle Crab as well. And that little sapling giving vision around the Baron pit.
Tensions continue to mount, though. We've already said it a lot, but we'll continue to say it. A lot of stakes on the line for both these teams in this game. You find yourselves at the bottom of the standings. It's a difficult time when your split could be over, and for Vitality, that's exactly what they're looking at right now. They set their eyes on this mid-tier 1 and see if they can finally take it down.
I mean, it's only Lebrov, right? Like, yes. Yes, they can take it down, Vedius, and they will. Sheo might look for an engage. There's the slow. Lebrov can continue to chase forward. TP being used, Nature's Grasp.
Coordination just off there. Perks was... He saw the Maokai ultimate, thought to himself, we're fighting, I need to get involved in the fight. So he TPs, and of course, immediately they disengage, which means that that's a TP down now for Vitality. BDS, again, find another opportunity.
And we'll try and clear out vision up towards this red buff quadrant.
They're not, are they?
They could.
No, they
There's a
will.
ward in the pit. There's the control ward to counteract it. Douglas has a blast cone to get in. Yesterday, BDS saw a Baron stolen away by Razork on the Viego here. Douglas Prime position to do it once again. Sheo jumps across the wall, Baron down to 2,500. The hook going in, but Dagler's not there in time. Now, can BDS win that fight? That's huge! Oh, he absolutely floored them. A TKO there from Adam as he takes down 2. The chase continues as Photon dives in, and Upset going forward. Upset ripping through BDS. He'll survive 3 for 3 so far. Can BDS get Sheo's Baron buff out? Or will he be the next on the list for Upset? He can try and just use that Baron-empowered recall to escape. He could even look to kill Upset.
No, he's just going to choose to get away. Yeah, he's not going to take that gamble. But wow, what a team fight. Adam throws the first haymaker and Upset responds in kind. You see the engage doesn't quite connect from Kaiser. He throws the ultimate down, connects onto 4-3. Perkz tries to ult Adam away, but then Adam flash in with the W. The damage is massive. Perkz gets eviscerated, but then keep your eyes on Upset in this fight. He sees a window off Photon getting a flash stunned. The damage looks good, and then he flashes in. With the red gun and the blue gun combined, the damage is lethal. And even though Adam gets a kill back, it ends up being 3 for 3. Now, BDS still get a Baron. That's still a big takeaway. But as you rightly said, it's only on 2 people. And the counter to that is Upset got a bunch of kills. Now, when the Baron power play disappears, he's actually only 500 gold ahead. I actually thought it would be way more devastating than that. Yeah, it's the question of what can BDS actually get off the back of this play. Upset doesn't quite have the range with these guns to touch that cannon minion, so it's going to slowly chip away at this tower.
See Perkz splitting down towards the bottom side of the map. We'll work through these towers pretty quickly. Adam's going to try and respond Buster shot to knock him back, and Perkz takes the inhibitor tower. BDS answer with a tier 2 in the top lane. But gold 1,000 still in advantage of Vitality. Dragging up in 1 minute's time would be sole point for BDS if they can secure it. Sheo looking for something here, maybe just for vision control. That's exactly what he garners. Still a tier 2 in the mid lane, and Baron buff still remains for 45 seconds. Vitality have a collapse. Adam not here with the rest of BDS. Nature's Grass comes out, root onto Nuke, Glacial Prison. Popped on Dagler's TP now from Adam as he wants to join the party. Chain of Corruption onto the Maokai as they try and fell the tree. The tower goes down first. Adam's on the back line, pulls back. Photon into his team. The quickness onto everyone of Vitality, but already it's 2 kills. Over 2 of Vitality. Nuke will fall as well for a third, and Sheo and Crowny can only watch as their teammates fall by the wayside.
Smiles of relief from the Vitality coaching staff as Vitality can finally find a good fight. 3 for 1 in their favor. An overcommitment from Adam. What looked like a good punish from BDS onto Dagler ended up going awry. The Baron buff will be wiped off the boards, and Vitality can convert this into the 4th dragon of the game. No one really at that soul point yet. The Elder Dragon still a ways off. But Vitality staying strong for now. Upset continues to get kills. But let's have a look at this. You can see that the ultimate comes through from Dagler. The tower here is available for Nuke, so that's kind of zoning Vitality off a little bit. Then Dagler gets caught underneath the tower here as he tries to slow down Adam. The root connects. He then gets CC'd, and you think, oh, he's going to die. But then Adam doesn't connect that W onto anyone due to a good flash from Dagler. He then brings the Renekton back in. Renekton's able to take small advantage of this to buy a little bit more time. Labrova commits when there's no real follow-up. And then Nuke gets caught by the hook from Kaiser, resulting in a 1-team fight.
Yeah, Kaiser has been on point with the Nautilus flash hooks. I think he's had a disappointing year overall after being one of the probably top 3 supports on Mad Lions, 2021, when they were winning all those titles.
I mean, yeah, the number of times that he was in various all-pro positions. Yep. I still remember his Alistair plays from when he was on the victorious Mad Lions.
as well, of course.
Yep. To see him on these engaged supports again. I know he's been playing a lot of Rakan, but his Nautilus definitely hitting different today. That's the level of performance. I mean, the bot lane in general, Upset and Kaiser, definitely stepping up to the plate. Yet to die for Upset.
Yeah. 504, 700 gold bounty if BDS can somehow find a way to take his head.
You mentioned
Perkz
the QSS.
now has the QSS,
Perkz,
yeah. Already buffering away from the Glacial Prisons, now has another tool at his disposal to escape a BDS.
It makes a lot of sense when there's so much single target CC on the side of BDS.
100% agree. 100% agree with you, Reddy. You see BDS, sorry, Vitality trying to set up around the Baron. A minute on it. Still a bit of time to kill. Maybe some opponents to kill as well. Vitality a win here. So
I mean, Nuke is desperately trying to get that death cap, right? He's trying to grab whatever farm he can ahead of the objective spawning. He is, I think he's close. No, yeah, it's about 1150, I think. It's been a while since I bought a death cap.
Combined costs are hard, you know.
But yeah.
Let's see. Wait,
am I an idiot?
How
Is
much
it
gold does he have?
750?
Maybe it's 750.
Maybe it's 750.
That's why we don't usually look at this portion of the,
There you go.
gold,
It was
right?
750. Yeah.
Well,
my mistake.
He gets it.
You know, it's funny because I always buy it at 350, which is when I have one needlessly large rod.
See, in my head, I don't play mages. So I'm just like, well, it's a needlessly large rod and a needlessly large rod. And if I was going to make that into a hat of some sort, I'd probably need another magic stick. So it's probably another 1,250, right? Like that's how maths works in my head.
Yeah. Thanks for that.
It's important that you
Are they
know
really
these
just
things.
going to rush this?
Looks like they are.
No vision. The pings are coming down. They've now been
Five-star
spotted.
duration. Kaiser's going to try.
They don't care. They're doing it.
As a bodyguard, TP coming in from Nuke as he joins the fight. Nature's Grass has been used. Double root, 3,000 on it, and Vitality secure the Baron already. Will BDS let them get away? Kaiser falling, no. Nuke shuffling in. Flash available to him, and they get onto upset, and they slide him back. LeBron with a long-range engage as BDS find the bot lane of Vitality.
Wow. So Vitality commit all of their ultimates and even the body of Kaiser to be able to secure this objective. And on the retreat is when BDS find those picks. The crowd comes alive. Nuke, though, he's hesitant. He realizes something is amiss. The question mark pings have come down. Is he going to overstep?
Perks attacks him from the bottom side. Nuke dashes across the wall. Perks no jump now. Lebrov here to help his mid lane. And Vitality maybe a little bit pincered. Sheo steps forward. Perks jumps onto him. Nuke. No Emperor's Divide. Perks gets the reset. And now Sheo on his own. Douglas going forward with the twisted advance. And BDS thought they were doing the catching. But instead they were the rats in the trap. Adam chasing onto Douglas.
Kaiser
Once
back
again,
on the
the
map.
collapse is going to come in. Douglas continues to be a nuisance, a thorn in the side of BDS, and even through the face breaker. Adam will pull Showstopper out, but the cooldowns just aren't there. Vitality find 2 as BDS were looking to take a little bit too much.
The dragon spawns in a minute's time. BDS finding 2 picks on the Baron was good, but then conceding 2 more, not the ideal play follow-up. Kaiser standing in position to just body block the Sejuani as much as possible, but because you use so many ults, it's hard to then follow up the fight. Really good ultimate comes out from Perks to deny Adam an engage, and then you see here the engage from Lebrov. Upset's good, but he wasn't quite quick enough to be able to flash away from that engage. Obviously a difficult engage to react to, and Lebrov took full advantage of that. Can't really blame, though, BDS in the follow-up trying to find that collapse on top. You see Perks, Douglas, and Photon and think, hey, we have the numbers advantage, we can collapse here, but Kaiser now spotted Sheo.
Hook from Kaiser, depth charge coming out as well. There's the Nature's Glass above, look for the knock-up onto Perks, but already the BDS jungler is a deceased. Sent packing. Crowny's going to try and clear out the wave, and because of the joys of Static Shiv, we'll do that lickety split. Dragon up for Vitality, will be their 3rd of the game. Will be 1 away from Soul Point.
In an ideal world, Vitality would...
No war from Soul, sorry.
In an ideal world, Vitality would love to have taken one of these tier 3 towers, but the wave clear is a little too strong from Crowny. BDS will not give Vitality the opportunity. Instead, they'll just concede the Dragon for now. And Vitality, they're in a winning position.
Yeah, but they've been in that quite a few times this year.
That they have. And so I still feel like this game could go either way. A single fight could heavily swing it. You're seeing how much damage Adam can do. There have been a couple fights where he doesn't quite connect that W. But if he can, it can significantly change the outcome of the fight. Crowny very close to level 16. Adam using his W to get a shield to mitigate some of the burn damage from Douglas's E.
Vitality are in a strong spot, though. They have a 4-item Aphelios plus boots with a stopwatch. They have a 3-item Tristana with Navori, Static, Lord Doms, and a QSS. They have a 3-item jungler, the Abyssal Mask, Demonic as well, and a 3-item top laner. Like, they're in such a strong spot. If you just look across the itemization, Nature's Grass coming out, BDS will form The conga line once again. The root does connect. They want to nuke. And now you can see LeBron trying to get into the back line. Photon already so low. Kaiser as well. But the damage from the Moonlight Vigil is the demise of BDS. Perks now opening up. Nuke, LeBron, and Adam trying to get the hell out of here. How are they going to escape? Adam with the knuckle down, tries to get some movement. Teleport away from Nuke. He's abandoning Adam. And that's about it. Adam will try and clear the way if you have to feel. Upset flashes the wall. Vitality have to feel that they can end from here if Upset is investing a summoner to collapse on Adam, who was already basically dead.
That felt like an unnecessary use. I guess he was concerned about Adam wasting too much time and preventing Vitality from converting this into any objective. The TP now being committed into mid lane. Vitality is scattering their resources. Share will be up in 7 seconds. Crowny the same.
I mean, it's an inhib at least in the bot lane because, of course, Perks already took that inhib tower.
Of course.
You have to feel that's it from this push. Maybe they get tier 2. Well, they will get tier 2 in mid as well, but no more inhibitors. Maybe not even the inhib.
Can BDS get a re-engage here? Douglas, no flash. Okay, so they do get the tier 2 in mid lane. Vitality divided on the call, though. I feel like if they just committed to bot, they would have got the inhib, but the reflexes this time round from Perks and Upset on the engage from Labrov. It's Sheo that gets initiated on first, the ideal target, and then look at this. The ultimate from Perks to knock him away, and then the Gale Force from Upset as well to sidestep it. Photon takes a huge amount of damage, but then this ultimate is just devastation. Adam does get the kill onto the Photon, does get a kill onto Photon, but his backline just gets melted. Crazy ultimate from Upset. And we talked about how he needed to have a good game to keep Vitality chances alive, and he's doing just that.
Most damage in that last fight. Still has the stopwatch. No flash, though, and that may be an issue. If BDS can find a way onto the backline. Labrov now has the flash. In fact, almost all of BDS have theirs up. Upset none. Kaiser nor. Douglas caught out. Nature's Grass coming as they look for the re-engage. Hook just wide, but Sheo so low already. Crowny caught with the Moonlight Vigil once again. Deathshot's going to chase him down. Crowny cleanse splashes away. Labrov with the charm on the Photon as they look to re-engage. Labrov finds a double knockup, and the face breaker will pull them back. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Adam buries Vitality in the dirt.
And just like that, 5 members are dead. BDS might be ending Vitality split right here, right now.
They were so close, the margin of victory in their eyes, but Vitality cannot close it out, and BDS will lock them out of groups.
That is it. The summer split is over for Vitality. Off a single engage from BDS. They win the fight and they win the game. Devastation for Vitality. A game that felt like it was theirs to lose. And the fight happened so fast, I don't even know what happened. Everything was just so quick. I saw the heavy commitment onto Crowny. He cleansed, he flashed. And then off the back of that, Adam's Haymaker just tore apart Vitality. In the blink of an eye, the fight was over. 4 were left alive, and no one to defend the Nexus. BDS end it, and they still keep their chances of qualifying for groups alive.
It really felt like every fight in the game was kind of like that, though. It's like, is the first punch from BDS big enough to knock Vitality out? No? Okay, Upset just takes over. Okay, Perks just takes over. But in this moment, BDS did enough to secure the win. They are not locked in group stage yet, but there's a massive leap forward for them. Of course, Vitality do still have a game tomorrow against Excel, but they will not be able to make it to the group stage. As we explained, they can still make it to season finals, depending on how other teams place and how many championship points everyone else earns. We'll keep you updated on that as we go through groups and playoffs and the rest of the split.
Of course.
You can vote, by the way, Veddy, if you really want to, in your player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter. That's an option for all of you, if you have a Twitter account.
Nuke and Labrov are your options. I mean, great options. I think it has to be Adam for me. Maybe Labrov with his engages, hard to tell, but yeah, I mean, what a crazy game. For it to end the way it did was completely unexpected. And like huge congratulations to BDS, but of course heartbreak for Vitality. Their split ends here, but as you say, that doesn't necessarily mean that their year and road to Worlds ends right now.
And we'll see what happens across the next few weeks. But for now, we're going to see what happens on center stage with Trouble.
Thank you, Medic. Adam, congratulations on the W. Welcome back on stage as well. First and foremost, how do you feel? Because we all know you were sick last week.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit unfortunate that, I couldn't play last week, the last day, because it could be an important match, for us against Heretics. But fortunately now I'm back and happy that we finally, got to win, because this might have been, a feeling that we might have forgot, in the team. So just feels amazing to be able to win.
Talking about feeling amazing, you pulled out a champion we haven't seen in a while. Yeah. We know about your Darius and your Olaf. Set? How did you come up with that one?
Well, Set is not really like the best champion into Renekton. I just wanted to find something spicy, which was AD. So I'm like, okay, even though it's not that so good, I will still go for it. Because I knew that Kaiser was about to play Nautilus. So I was like, Set will be good angle, even though it's bad matchup for me. Team fight-wise, it can bring some stuff to the team. So I'm actually happy that it worked out.
So how does this work when, I don't know, have you guys talked about the Set before? Or were you just sitting on stage, you turn around to your coach and you're like, that's a Set angle?
30 minutes talking draft today for a Set never coming out of my mouth. So, and I'm like 15 seconds before, guys, that's a Set. And, we just lock in, this is just pure instinct.
So it was a Set angle indeed. Yeah. You just turn around and your team trusted you. You've said this over and over again. For BDS, you're someone that they trust, they rely on. Whatever comes out of your mouth, whatever champion, if you tell them, I'm going to play Bruiser Soraka, they give you Bruiser Soraka.
That's true.
Now, of course, this worked this time, but it hasn't necessarily been the smoothest split for you guys. You're still not locked in. What do you think have been some growing pains for your team to deal with?
Probably after we managed to reach top 2 in spring, we might have came pretty, overconfident, and it was like full adrenaline in spring, and there's no more adrenaline, when you go back to summer, because you can be like, wow, we've gone so far, I can just chill. But I think this is a mistake that we got into, as a team, and this is something that we shouldn't have fallen into as well. But we're still trying hard, to just come back as the spring BDS, and it's actually hard. We got a lot of discussions in our team, but fortunately everything is going pretty well now. We're a bit more confident with how we want to play and what we want to play as well. So I hope that we will get locked in pretty soon, and let's hopefully for the best.
Well, talking about spring and being locked in, you're facing your spring split nightmare tomorrow, Mad.
Yes.
For the chance to lock in. Real quick words, how do you think this one's gonna go?
I mean, I don't know. Mad is, it can be everything or nothing. So we'll need to see. I hope my boy Niski will give me the free win so we can get locked in. I hope so. Niski, give me the free win. I like you so much. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam. I hope he does so you can guys get locked in. We're going to toss it to a very quick break. Thank you very much, Adam. And Niski's actually going to be playing with Mad versus Skate right after this.
TP now from Adam as Photon dashes forward, pulls him back with a showstopper, and he absolutely punches through Vitality, but Perks is beginning to Goomba stomp.
It's fine, finish. I'll go to Sana, target. Okay, in beat, first target. Go. Go. Así, ape. No, set. Here, ape.
Lebrov with the charm of the Photon as they look to re-engage. Lebrov finds a double knock-up, and the base breaker will pull them back. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Adam buries Vitality in the dirt.
And just like that, 5 members are dead. BDS might be ending Vitality split right here, right now.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the LEC. The scenes you're watching on your screen right now, the Vitality players leaving the stage after being eliminated from the summer split. With the defeat at the hands of Team BDS, their record stands at 1 win and 7 losses this regular season, meaning that Vitality will not be advancing to the group stage, which means Vitality will now need to rely on the championship points that they have accrued in winter and spring, and the hope that their opponents around them are unable to overtake them on the road to the season finals. With Vitality gone, I do want to ask our production team to bring up the standings and get immediate reactions. Gulborg, Vitality losing.
That is even more dire than most people would think when they finally see like how many championship points they have, because while they are sitting at a lot of 120, 130, something like that, don't take my direct word for it, it's still quite a bit. But the problem that they have on their hands right now is every single team that they would not like to suddenly start getting points have started to get points.
Yeah.
Excel started to actually already qualify to the group stages. Team Heretics has already qualified to the group stages. Fnatic has already qualified to the group stages. It's an absolute nightmare scenario for Vitality.
Additionally as well, if you want to think about their position in a world where they would have to play, it would also imply that they would have to go right into practice and maintain some level of form. And I think they're in a position where probably they would need to take some time off to regroup and re-strategize what they would actually want to do. Because if you're now going to bleed through the entire split and carry the luggage of this horrendous split with you, playing in a regional finals where teams are going to come in form, is going to be tough either way.
Put yourself in their shoes as well. They need to stay in tip-top form, competitive, the ability to be competitive without knowing if they're even in the season finals. Listen, we will talk more about Vitality both during PGL as well as, of course, of tomorrow's show. For now, let's turn our attention to the final game of the day. It's SK Gaming taking on MAD. To set the stakes very clearly, SK have to win one of the remaining 2 games, which are versus Mad Lions right now and Fnatic tomorrow, in order to keep a chance. SK will not make season finals if they don't make groups. So some of the destiny, some of the chances in their hands, and right now, if they are able to pick up a win, there will be a 4-way tie at 3 and 5. We are a little short on time before we go to draft, and luckily we will be doing the draft here at the analyst desk. Gulborg, I've got one of the hardest questions in the world, which I'm throwing your way. Mad Lions stats look better in their losses than in their wins. I will say that again. Their stats look better in losses than wins. What the, you know?
Okay, well, first of all, let's have a look at the victories, right? Because it's been done dirty, isn't he? But first of all, the victories, a lot of them has come from a comeback. So a lot of the times it's them team fighting their way back to suddenly, well, having a good game despite stats showing otherwise, or good team fighting to get back into the game, right? And the other end of that stick is just that some of the games where they have a lead, they just don't close out. So it's a bit of a reverse spectrum going on there.
I think a key thing for Mad Lions and how they found their success, in particular in the later parts of the season, is just how much better they become at sharpening what they're going to do in the 1-2-3. When we have, for example, when you think of Mad Lions from the previous, it was like the Vi, the Gragas, the Kesante, the Jay Sejuani, those combinations. They figured out how they wanted to approach the drafts, and I feel like in every game that we see now in the regular season for Mad Lions, they find themselves in situations where it looks kind of incohesive. They still have that team fight prowess about them, that wildness about them, that chaos about them, because they have players like, of course, Heli and Kazi, and they can find scrappy victories. But I think, similar to how we make this point about Astralis, that 13-13 is going to be a savior, I think it's going to work the same way for a team like Mad Lions. I'm thinking, for example, the champion that is Rel, going out of that shell where they're playing the range supports for a player like Heli, when he is playing champions that have a lot more priority in the meta. I think that maybe in a world where Vi and Wukong get nerfed too, I think we can also see the depth of Elioya, and I think that's where we're going to see a more exciting Mad Lions, because usually regular season, they kind of run it down a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we were speaking to Makun on PGL last week as well, and he was also saying that even if you come ahead against Mad Lions, he's still feeling a bit worried, because you feel such an amount of pressure when you're playing against them. You know that they can always turn it around.
I feel so illuminated. Thank you, Cooper, because I thought I was throwing an impossible task, but actually it's quite simple. They can team fight from behind and they throw their leads. That's why their stats look the way they do. Can you expand on SK Gaming for me as well? While they are sitting at 2 wins and 5 losses, right? They do need to pick up a win to have a shot at those tiebreaker scenarios. For SK, a team that we haven't given as much time right now, is another team that is also struggling, that is on the verge of it being eliminated. What do they have to do against Mad today to pick up a win to keep those hopes of getting to groups, keep their hopes of season finals alive?
It's going to sound really weird when I say this, but it's about taking it all the way. And to put more clarity into that, it's more in the fact that they show good signs in some of their games where you can see that they, let's take the G2 game where they got so far ahead, but then suddenly they just start getting caught, one member falls behind. It's just, no one's ever clicking all the time at the same time.
Well, let's find out what champions they get today, and will it click? SK take on Mad Lions right now. That was great. Oh, wait.
I hope from SK's side, I felt like the draft yesterday was very incohesive in the sense that they had the Nico and the Poppy pairing. I just want them to kind of simplify what Certus's role is on this team. I want them to go back to the Asias, slam it, and just play around the bottom side and kind of revive the old version of SK that could have those comeback victories and just play it around bots. I feel like always they have this lack of identity and just play messy games all around because they don't have a clear idea of what to piece together.
Yeah, I think for now as well, his most comfortable champion has been that LeBlanc. It's also one of the most banned champions against him, so already taking Certus off that comfort. I will say in some team fights as well, even on the Asir, they have looked a bit discohesive just in general, but I think if you can build a proper team comp around it where you look at the style that XL has gone for as well, where you just make a team fight composition work, that could be what you're looking for against Mad Lions.
I'm hoping from Mad Lions' side that they give a little bit of a more priority to Chasey in the 1-2-3, especially with the Jacks out. I'm hoping that we might see that Keisante lock in because this is where Chasey is the most powerful. I think in terms of putting more priority on maybe jungle, AD and top lane in the 1-2-3 will piece together a better draft for Mad if they choose to ban Milio here on 3.
Yeah, I think this is going to be interesting as well, because if they go for the Milio, then, you know, they have banned Saya themselves, so first pick Vi could be decent for Makun, one of the champions that have been banned quite often against them too. They actually could have banned it themselves here, which is quite curious. Usually you see teams on blue side pick the Saya or ban the Saya, so it's easier to first pick that Vi without having to worry about the AD carry self-healing for themselves. Feli is still up and available as well. That could be a contested AD carry between Kasi and Exakick as well.
If the time isn't too rushed, like, what's your theory on this? Why would you ban the Vi away, knowing it is a pick that we can see, you know, quite successful in this hands?
I wonder if they just want to simplify, right? Like in this case, probably they're just going Milio and Hilly was just going to pick Aphelios away, and they're thinking that the AD carry choice of SK is not strong enough because of the Xayah ban. But I find it kind of strange. Yuumi is the classic DOS champ. It feels like maybe the losses on Yuumi have really shook their confidence. There's the Azir, we will see a Keisante, Sejuani, okay. Which is kind of strange in the Milio. The Milio ult is so good into Seju ult.
For sure.
I think it's a little bit worse.
I feel like you could just go for an Aphelios rotation here as well for Exakick. It's a good pairing together with the Milio. Exakick as well, even in the past. Like, if you want to bust out the Lucian, you can. I just feel like it's a bit sketchy if you then give over the Aphelios that Kasi is so comfortable on as well. Okay. Still thinking about it. I think Aphelios will have more prior, but we'll see.
Okay, it's going to pivot over in the last couple seconds there to the Aphelios. So I think, Gulborg, a little bit of a smile on your lips there on the small change. What do you make then of this next phase in terms of Keisante? Does it get locked in for 3 here? Run the risk of having the likes of Zeri or something else banned away? Or what do you prioritize on the side of Mad Lions?
Renekton is also a choice, right? Because Sejuani is already showing. They are going to give Renekton a good lane if they lock the Keisante. Maybe those are going to lock it in to deny the third pick choice here for Mad. Oh, it's going to be Poppy instead. Interesting. It's a very strange choice.
This is something they blind picked as well in one of the earlier games as well, where I think it was against Fight. I can't remember the specific one. I'm not going to guess, but it was also just on 2 on red side that they picked it in. It's been well, really just a stylistic for a few of the teams to lock it in, have that strength in the disengage and stop some of the dashes. But for now, decent to stop the dashes if you are looking to get onto the mid lane. For now, Certus still haven't picked this champion, so you can look for a strong 2v2 as well. Haley saying though, we've seen Blitzcrank be picked into Enchanters. He's going to go for it against the Milio.
Has done well. The thing that I love so much is Mad Lions hovering through a number of those power picks in the top lane. So you're giving some credence and some thought to the same logic that you were applying. But I can see you've got some furled eyebrows, not only at the Blitzcrank lock-in, allowing the bot laners to be banned away, and now looking at phase 2. Where's your thoughts going?
I'm just thinking SK should just snipe the strong AD carries. I wonder if Karzi is kind of sniffing for a little Ezreal angle because this is something he played the previous splits. The pairings that you have together with Blitzcrank. You think Draven, you think maybe a Tristana that you've seen in the LPL. I'm just trying to think of what AD carry is going to be strong enough to beat this Aphelios Milio pairing, and I just can't think of it right now, so it's very strange to see this combination. But we have seen a lot of Varus lock-ins, but they are already very AP heavy, and I wonder if SK Gaming might maybe look to remove the Ezreal just because it's the comfort of Kazi.
It's going to be interesting, for sure. Like, there's still other AD carry is available. We've seen in other regions Kai'Sa be played, but Kai'Sa is so low range that it's really going to suck if you pick that into Melee and Aphelios, and I really agree with you here as well. It's going to be difficult finding an AD carry that will actually leverage this situation. The best possible scenario is just finding someone who can actually follow up if Hillisang was to get that hook in and actually get that kill down, but for now I don't think they see it either, and Israel wouldn't really accomplish it. It would only really let Hillisang roam around the map and find an impact elsewhere instead of the bot lane.
I think SK can easily round off their composition with like a Victor and a chunky boy in the top lane with the name like Sion or something, just to simplify. There's a Draven. Kazi with the rolling axes. We're gonna have a spicy game from
I want to double check with my stats team. When was the last time Kazi played Draven? I don't think it's one of his most played champions, if that was. Stats team's looking into it. Spicy Boy in the top lane, what direction is it going to go? We'd wondered if Chasey was going to have some prior 1, 2, 3. The answer is no right now, but at least we'll have counter pick. So another advantage that you can speak of for the Mad Lions. But I mean, as far as the draft is shaping up, Gragas now locked in there, Yamato.
I wonder now, they should just pick a mage on mid and just play a very simple front-to-back composition. I wonder if they're going to pick something. Oh, I'm not the super big a fan of the Sylas, because this game is all about bottom side, and Sylas is going to get pushed in, and I don't want Poppy to put attention on mid, because she needs to make sure that bottom is secured. If you put this Draven behind, you're going to have a good time, but Azir should be able to have prior against Sylas.
Yeah, I mean, I can see their thought process, right? They're seeing us here, they're thinking to themselves, if Makoon can get in there, have the steadfast presence, look for kills in the early game, and maybe you can rotate that into the bot lane after. But still, I do agree with your point, but it is also a matter if he can just stabilize bot lane, but just being down there, Makoon, to having a slight push, let them have that in with a double range and let that priority, just make sure that the Draven doesn't get any kills. And it's also this scenario that they do actually have, you know, double flex between Poppy and Gragas right here, right? Either can go top and jungle, so that might leverage a different situation on the top side, but both matches are perfectly
quickly,
fine.
while you tell me how these two teams will win their respective game, throw this out there for you. Kazi has played 3 games of Draven all time. This is his 4th. The last time he played it was winter playoffs. It was a victory. Let's zoom out. How do these teams want to win the game? GB, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, so if you kill the enemy Nexus, then usually you win the game. But to get to that process as well, Trevor, I think looking at SK Gaming's comp, they got quite skirmish-heavy utilities going for them here as well. But the same can be said for Mad Lions. They have some safe scaling at that Ascian. You know, you can really look for early playmaking with the Draven too.
I think it's also, everything is going to come down to how many hooks he actually lands, because Aphelios and Milio, they have windows where they can actually punish and have prio. This is all about the 3v3 bottom side. Can you get ahead? If not, the side is going to have a good game. I think it's all about the snowball in the bot.
All right, we've got about 30 seconds until we head over to the casters for the final game of day 2 here. Mad Lions at 4 wins, 3 losses. SK 2 wins, 5 losses. Real quick reminder, if SK Gaming want to have a chance of making a group stage, they need to pick up at least 1 win, either today against Mad or tomorrow against Fnatic. If SK Gaming do not advance to groups, they will not advance to the season finals event. Let's head into game.
Let's get onto Summoner's Rift.
I thought you were going to say let's jiggy with it.
Let's get jiggy with it. Well, I'm trying out my catchphrases.
Your catchphrases? You didn't tell me about this.
I've been doing it for a while. I just haven't worked out the one I want to use. It's the onto Summoner's Rift moment, right? It's like, let's get onto Summoner's Rift, right?
Didn't we agree?
It's lights out and away we go. I tried.
That one.
Let's get down and dirty on the Rift. A little bit too out there, I think, for the PG-13 audience that we have here. I don't want them to get offended and spam D:, you know, in the chat. Kazi and Hillasang spotted. You got any suggestions for it?
You know, the chat was very upset when they heard you and K-Draw casting the other day.
Really?
Some things were said and the chat was not amused. Blimey, who was close to it. That was funny. No, in terms of catchphrases, my one was the one in Picks to Watch where I said, I'll do it for this episode, I'll see you in the next one. I said that at the end of every episode. Yeah. And now I say it in like all content. Yeah. If I ever have to do an outro, I always say,
hello everyone, and welcome to Picks to Watch.
That is exactly, yeah. It's always funny, Drakus was just like, oh god, he's doing the Picks to Watch voice again.
I think when every caster starts out, you have that like casting voice.
What do you mean starts out? I still have it.
Yeah. I did want to talk to you about that.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another episode of Picks to Watch. See? It's really easy to tap into. Normally I do it when I cast as well. But it's the slow moment right now, you know?
Yeah.
So if there was more
casting,
intensity...
should we do that at some point?
Nah.
No?
Right now, these teams are full clearing into laning, into maybe an early gank. The red ward did spot out Marcoon on his bot red. That blue probably spotted out Olyoya as well. Hilly very close to level 2, but SK's one gets it first.
Not going to get it yet. Kazi trying to step forward.
Hit that caster.
It's just that. Hit that caster is not something you can say outside of the game, Vedius. DOS is pulled in, has the heal, will use it. Exekick ghosting forward as well as Markoon joins the fight. And Asang and Kazi respectfully back away.
Yeah, never really said hit that caster out loud. But it's okay, because we're commentators.
Ah, true.
I'm talking about caster minions, you see.
Moderator in German. Emphasis on the or, apparently.
Isn't it commentator?
I've been told it's moderator.
I always tell everyone I'm a commentator spielen.
Okay. Wait, that's a commentator gamer or game?
No, it's gaming commentator. That's what I was told that means.
Commentator, I guess. Oh, true. I thought you said Spieler, not Spieler.
God damn it, medic. I'm a doctor, not a translation man.
You're neither of those things.
Markoon looking for a gank in mid.
Oh, flashes. Gets Niski. Flash away from Niski, but the chase is on, and Niski is down. First blood to SK.
Nice execution there from Markoon, and the wave is in a fantastic spot for Certus. He can just go back to base now if he wants to. If he doesn't feel like he needs to base, then he can hold it. He needs to thin this wave out a little bit, though, because it is quite chunky. So the TP will be forced to come through from Niski. But what a great gank from Markoon. When we get the replay up, we'll see the interrupt on Niski's E after the flash commit from Markoon, which forced Niski to flash, and then it was a very easy follow-up. So well played from them. First blood is drawn. And a much-needed win here for SK with much on the line when it comes to their season. The hook connects.
Oh, DOS trying to kick Hilly away. We'll use the flash. That hook got a couple of extra cogs of distance, as it looked like SK were just going for the reset. We'll have another look at this. Markoon in for the chase.
So he Qs first and then E's, and then as he's following the E, because the E came after the knockback from Markoon, that meant that it will be interrupted. So great play from him. Finds himself a kill. Certus.
Going deep. And you're on the chase here as well. And
Yeah,
Certus has to burn the flash.
Bit of a blunder there from Certus. Just trying to go in for a trade. Wasn't expecting Elyoya to be there and ends up getting punished for it, losing his flash, as you said. Markoon is a bit behind. If he can grab this, he should be able to close that level gap. Though, of course, has the smite. Should be fine.
And SK will maintain about 300 gold lead for the moment.
You know, I recently decayed in League of Legends Medic.
Oh, really?
Made me really upset.
What are you now? Oh, would you go down to plat again?
Back to plat. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm one of those people that gets Diamond 4 and then just stops playing.
Oh, that was me for like 8 years of my League of Legends experience.
You know, and I'm committed to being an Emerald Andy because my name is Andy.
Yeah, that's nice,
yeah, Emerald Andy. That's where I want to live now. Retire in that elo. But yeah, it took 100 elo off me from Decay. That's very sad. So now I have to grind again, and the season ends in 2 weeks.
Well, we can duo if you want.
Can we?
Yeah, I've got my Smurf.
That one that you play like Belveth support on. And
I win on Belveth support, okay? Into melees, that thing is broken.
Yeah. You know, I also played against an AP Zeri and learned that was really fun. Love AP Zeri.
I hope Zeri wins.
Yeah, I don't.
She's just so fun. She dashes around.
Yeah, really fun.
Isn't it crazy that... Okay, so originally Teemo was the most hated champion in League, right?
Yeah, he's lost that pedestal ages
a long
ago.
time ago. And then we moved on to the I hope Zoe wins.
Yeah.
And then...
There was the
we've
200
now got the
years of
Zeri,
Felios.
200 years of Felios. Then we had Zeri.
Yeah.
And now we've even evolved from that, where it's the tanks that we hate. You know?
Do you remember the good old days
4,500 HP,
when we
500 armor.
When we used to just hate things like League of Cleavers that was funny?
Yeah.
You know?
Or Brutalizer stacking.
Or Mordekaiser being able to literally bring a dragon around with him.
He was dragging the dragon.
Yeah,
he
was dragging the dragon, yeah.
And that would have led to so many good jokes on K-Drill's stream.
Yeah,
as well.
would have. That's true. It definitely would have.
What dragon did you get? Dragon Infernal.
Right. It's funny.
I got K. Dragon secured by Mad Lions.
One guy clap. I love that. One guy just went with a single clap, and then that was it.
That's all it was worth. And then he threads the needle there. Hook between Exekick and DOS.
It's just what we've come to know in League right now. First 7 minutes of the game, largely uninteractive.
Oh, so from now on, will we see interaction? We've had our 7 minutes.
Maybe I spoke too soon. Perhaps 10 minutes is when we'll... Hang on, I spot a Markoon.
He's going for a red buff edit. He's interacting, but not with enemies.
I thought he might look for a gank top lane, but it seems that, in fact, he will just be a thief in the night. Read any good books recently?
I'm reading through June, actually.
Oh, yeah. You know, the trailer for that recently came out, the second part. I never even saw the first one. I was told it was very good, though.
First one's really good.
Yeah.
Very solid movie. I will say, when I was talking to Ender about it, he was like, what do you mean you're reading through June? That's a month. And I realized the English pronunciation of Dune.
Yeah.
We just, it's more of a J,
June. It
right?
is,
Like, it's just June, you know?
True.
And he's like, oh, what are you talking about? I was like, you know, sand dunes, you know, the book June, because Desert Planet. And he's like, no, what?
That's interesting. Yeah, I recently learned that, like, British rappers can get away with rapping certain things because of how they pronounce the words that Americans can't get away with.
Like Kodak with Kodak, right? One of my favorite rhymes of all time.
Yeah, British people can't do that because, like, yeah, you know, just wouldn't work.
It wouldn't.
They can't dive this, guys. I'd love it if they could, but they can't. Marcoon's here.
There's the knock-up. Extra kick ghosting forward, hook goes wide, Elio can just dash away. Yep. Another thing British people can't do, especially specifically English people, play cricket, apparently. Losing in the Ashes right now. Tilted, man. Tilted. It's a bad day of cricket.
Oh, no. That's the most...
Those stumps got knocked over too many times.
Middle-class thing I've ever heard you say.
I did grow up in India, so I feel there's like a... you know?
That's funny.
Stokes gave it a good old whack,
cricket just like worse baseball?
You are so lucky Twitter is down.
Hilly, come on, land a hook.
Oh, he does! Flash hook as he locks up Dawson underneath the tower. Doss falls to the whirling death.
The execution as Kazi gets a payday. A 1.3k gold lead now for the Draven as Marcoon will cross-map for the Rift Herald, but actually, I thought Kazi would commit for a few more plates there, deciding he wants to go back to base. All right, Hilly, I see you. He has downloaded the data, and he is locked on right now. 1,000 gold lead for Mad, all of that existing on the Draven. And Essence Reaver will be purchased.
Hilly's got all that data. He's trying to walk back in. Extra kick.
What is the data telling you, Hilly?
It's telling me to go in. It's telling me to go in. But the T-1000 just only goes forward. It's a Terminator reference, I think.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the other robot one. Is it Glad? No, that GLaDOS is from Portal. That's also a very entertaining AI.
Doss.
Good flash.
Flashes away. Zerda's going back in. Good double knockup, but no one's underneath the tower yet. Marcoon coming in with a steadfast presence as well as he looks to kill off Niski. Certus able to survive, and now Illusang on the wrong side of the wall as Alioya looks for the slow. Certus just can't get close enough, but the hammer comes down for Marcoon for the slow, and Hilly's pressed his W, and that means now he is slowed to a crawl. Marcoon will take his life. He sends him back to see what he can download in the fountain.
So SK get themselves 2 kills. Certus with a lot of confidence stealing away Niski's ultimate, and with a numbers disadvantage turns the play around, and after Marcoon's arrival they're able to convert it into, well, what is a gold lead now. A very small one, admittedly, but the mid jungle doing very well. They found that early kill onto Niski around level 3, and finding another kill is just creating a larger gap between those two mid laners as the Everfrost is now completed for Certus.
Well, this game, talked a little bit about stakes on the analyst desk. Mad Lions already locked in to our top 8, so they will be in the group stage no matter what. Of course, seeding does matter to a certain degree about who you're going to play up against, but likely that we'll see them in those 3-4 positions. For SK, not yet locked in our top 8, and with BDS winning and Koi being at 3 and 5 and Astralis being at 3 and 5, SK will want to chase that down. Very important for SK that they do make it to groups, because if they don't, they will be eliminated from contention for season finals. At most, they would be at 105 points if they finish in 9th place, and everyone would be higher than them when we finish giving out the points through the rest of the playoffs. So SK, if they don't make it to groups, their season ends in 1 day's time, which is not really where you want to be.
Did SK and Vitality, have they already played, or is that game tomorrow?
I will check the game tomorrow. It is Vitality XL and SK Fnatic tomorrow.
But is there a world where SK can actually still finish 10?
Oh, it's
that's what I'm
stop
saying.
Trying to make me do maths, man.
I apologize.
Well,
but I just realized that there's actually a world where Vitality could even get a few more points.
Yeah, so Vitality did beat SK. So if they tied 9th, 10th, Vitality would take the 9th spot.
Yeah.
And SK would only get 7 points from this split. So Rift Herald's used in the top lane.
to try and get some more gold into Exakick. Will even out the total gold on the map. And, still though, Kazi with a 1.5k gold lead. Lots of tower plates in the bottom lane. Irrelevant going forward.
Good ult there. Boy, Irrelevant, the damage is good.
TP behind. But Irrelevant doesn't really have too much left to do much here as Chasey begins to chase him down the knot. Into the wall, into the wallop, into the kill as Yoya now caught up towards the top side. Keeper's verdict coming out, and Yoya stunned for a second and sent packing.
And Marcoon and Certus are doing work on the Rift right now. Another pick found in the top lane. Niski, every Shurima shuffle he tries to make happen, all it does is get a flash out from someone. Almost cost his life in the bottom lane, but they do end up finding that pick. Hilly now in a bit of danger.
I mean, the rest of SK are closing in here as well. They might try and kill off Certus. Swirling Death, 8 seconds away for Kazi, only 100 stacks, so wouldn't be the largest execute as Exakick takes the top lane tower. One struggle for SK is the fact that it's Marcoon getting all the kills. You kind of wish Exakick was being funneled a couple of those. Obviously, Marcoon trying his darndest to get his teammates ahead as Certus is hooked back, and now Kazi gets another delivered to him. The pause. Now, I'm wondering, it looked like Certus jumped across the wall in a really weird way.
I also saw that,
and I'm not 100% sure what happened.
I did. I also saw that. He probably, in the moment, didn't think much of it because he's like, oh, that was weird, well, and then walked off, and then...
He kind of got immediately hooked as well.
That's the thing.
So it's like he starts fighting, and then he's like, oh, we should probably pause
So,
this.
you know, admittedly, you know, one of those things, sometimes there's a bit of a delay on the spectator, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes you have that, like, weird teleport moments where you can, like, jump in time or, like, all that stuff. So I didn't overthink it. You know, I thought, okay, whatever, that's not a big deal.
Happened,
yeah, it's fine. And he probably thought the same thing if that's what he experienced in game.
And we are also talking about it. We don't know it was he that paused it. It could be someone spilled water somewhere else.
True.
So we'll see exactly what happened.
But we both saw that weird thing.
Yeah, and everyone at home saw it as well. Anyway, back to my catchphrase.
Yeah, catchphrases.
What else are we thinking about?
What are we
for
thinking?
getting onto the Rift, I've got getting down and dirty with it, but I don't think they'll let me use that at Worlds.
What if you just scream like, woo, at the start of every game? You know, just really aggressively.
League of Legends! Yeah, that doesn't sound sarcastic at all.
Oh my God, I love League of Legends. Woo!
Oh my God, I love League of Legends.
Imagine
League
if
of
that,
Legends.
I'm just saying. No, because now it's a catchphrase, man. It's not a song. We're not writing a... I almost said a bad word then. We're not writing a duet.
No? Not gonna write you a love song? No? Okay. Other catchphrases.
Other catchphrases.
It's time.
We can't use that one because that one's already been taken.
Yeah, exactly. You can't just have a break, have a Kit Kat. Maybe you need a little jingle. If we cast together, you could give me a little jingle, and then I could finish it. You know, like you'd be like, ba bum 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 bum, League. It doesn't have to be good. It just has to be memorable.
It just has to be
That's
memorable.
what I've learned from every brand ever.
Yeah. Do you know what I will always remember? The Dairy Milk Gorilla advert where he is playing drums.
Yeah.
That,
Exactly. Or the Tetley's tea ones.
Right? Tetley's tea
where
ones.
it's just a monkey and they're making a cup of tea.
Oh, I do
and it's like,
remember
why
that.
do I remember that? It's
Do you
just
remember
monkeys making
the
tea.
toilet paper that just had puppies?
Yeah.
I don't remember the brand.
We probably shouldn't. I realize we've said a lot of brands in this segment, Betty. You should probably cut that out.
Yeah, true. Probably true.
So I see something written on the order queue in front of me, but I haven't had confirmation that I can say it yet.
Why not just wait for that confirmation to then talk about it?
Because sometimes I just say things that are in front of me. I'm a play-by-play caster. So League officials have confirmed there was an unwanted interaction with the Silas grab. The League officials have confirmed that, and we're chrono breaking back to 13:15.
If we can, observers, if it's possible, production as well, could we have a look back at like what happened to the Silas? Because it was super weird. Production are working on it. They're going to see if they can get a replay for us. So stay tuned, viewers at home. But yeah, understandable. You all saw it. We saw it. We thought it was weird. And turns out was in fact weird.
So we will chrono break back. And then hopefully get back on into the game.
Let's do the time warp again.
Boom, 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 boom. Let's do
here we
the
go.
League thing again. So
Certus, what does he do? Does
presses
the
E. Oh. No, I know what this is. I know what this is.
Really?
So when Silas grabs onto something, he's teleported to like he blinks. He travels forward to next to it, right?
Yes.
But when the minion is against the wall, there's no place for Silas to be put next to the minion. And so because he is then in the wall, he is teleported past or pushed through the wall to the other side.
It's the principle behind certain flash locations,
when you
right?
flash over halfway through a wall, you get flashed over to the other side.
It's also like there are certain other dashes. I forget who it is, but I think like Kane is a really easy example where like if it runs out on cooldown when you're in your E in the wall, it'll just push you out, right? So yeah, I guess it's because you're airborne. Maybe I'm wrong in that, but it's something to do with that.
It's something to do with the dash anyway. But yeah, it's very obvious what happened. We are chrono breaking as we've previously mentioned.
So you're looking for a catchphrase that you say basically when the game starts.
Yeah.
Have you thought about just
get jiggy with it? Boom, boom, boom. No. I think musical we should avoid, actually. The more I do musical ones, the less I like them.
The less invested you are.
That's why I'm not in electronic anymore, right? Like,
we didn't kick you from electronic.
It seems like it.
No, we just haven't had a hit single for us to write.
Oh, interesting. What other hit singles happened?
I'm just saying.
You made a new band. You went full Queen on me.
I didn't make a new
guy from
band.
Queen?
I explored
what's the guy's name?
other options out
Freddie
there.
Mercury, okay?
Yeah.
We're making hits, right? You and I, we're Bohemian Rhapsodying. We will rock youing, right? We're out there. We're doing huge shows. And then you're like, actually, I'd like to do my solo projects for a bit because they're going to pay me a lot of money.
I mean, yeah.
So then you went out and you hired Dracos.
Yeah.
And you hired Ender, right? And how were those? Didn't they make you miss me? Didn't you miss
they
the
were
good
pretty
old days?
good songs.
Yeah, they were really good songs. That's the issue with
You know, I've been really thinking a lot. Like, no one is bought in, but I was like, what if we did a metal version of I Want the LEC Back?
I just want to scream. I just want to do Screamo.
It's really bad for your voice, unless you do it properly. Anyway, we're back. That kill doesn't count. Forget it ever happened. Sometimes chrono breaks have a negative impact on our overlay, so you can see that we are using the old one right now. But yeah, here we are, back into the game. 13.5 minutes in. Certus did in fact not die. Top tower dropped, and the gold is pretty much dead even.
I've got it.
You've got your catchphrase?
Here we are.
I'm Batman.
Look at us. Who would have thought?
No, that one's...
Look at us.
I don't
Here
think...
again.
That's how you want to start a competitive game of League of Legends?
I see no problem with that. I could just do a movie quote for everyone.
Yeah.
Something fitting for the moment.
Yeah, just you go into game, and then just like as the game starts, with great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah. It has to be a movie that's out of the time. So tomorrow, if I cast any games,
I'm your father.
Yeah. Because Oppenheimer's out, we're just going to get into the game. I'll be like, I have become death, destroyer of worlds.
That could be fun. Yep. People then look forward to your catchphrases. Which random movie reference is he going to make, and will I get it?
Or I could start with a medical fact, like I do in my streams. Certus looks to start a fight in the bottom lane. Good Everfrost on Chasey, who gets up towards Mega and will burn the flash to escape. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Marcoon looking for engage on the backside as Niski knocked away with the explosive cast. Irrelevant falling down to half HP, but Exakick with the red-white looking for
no
more of a fight. No one dies.
Wow, so I thought Niski was going to die initially, and then he gets away with his life, and then I really thought that Doss was going to die. Hillisang, no. Okay, he's fine.
He's good.
Yeah, he's chilling. This is just Hilly, man. He's going to play with your emotions. Certus looking for another... Does he have the damage?
Yeah.
Yes, he does. Okay.
Wait, new Chasey didn't have flash as well?
The problem with Silas is early levels, he just doesn't have the cooldown to like stay in a fight for long. So he dropped his whole combo onto Chasey earlier, and obviously he didn't have the damage. This time, though, he did. So Certus popping off right now. The gold is even, but you look at Certus, you look at Marcoon, and this mid-jungle has been very much dominating across the board from start to finish. Huge props to them. Hillisang now looking for a hook. Ooh!
Irrelevant blocks it. Everfrost coming out. Doss looking for the knock-up. Slow as well on Hilly, but he should be able to walk away. Flash invested from Hillisang there. Counter flash from Exakick.
So I'd say worth for Hilly. Marcoon soloing out the Rift Herald right now. There's no position for Mad to really contest as Kazi continues to farm up in the mid lane. He is still a very strong Draven. Marcoon will smite that one away. Dragon spawning. Oh no, the Baron and Dragon have swapped back the other way around.
Hilly's rooted.
Is dead.
Gets the hook on Exakick, but that just pulls it closer to Kazi, who flashes forward. Exakick being healed and shielded a ton. The knockback on Kazi, the barrel finds him. a double for Irrelevant. I think Kazi did get about 500 gold though for the kill. Certus trying to join the fight, was spotted on a ward as he worked his way towards this mid lane. Marcoon here as well. Gonna Hex flash in. Chasey, steadfast presence. Marcoon looks for the knock into the wall, can't quite find it. Gets the knock up with the keeper's verdict, but you're in the right place at the right time to protect his top laner.
Just a bit of trading back and forth, but props to Irrelevant finding 2 kills. Kazi flashing in to avenge his support's death. Will pick up the Infinity Edge off the back of that as well.
Didn't want to lose the stacks.
He got 550 gold off of that kill. I think it was 553 to be exact. I also realized in that exact moment saying he secured 0.5k gold is never as sexy as 500.
Half a G though.
Half a G. That's not bad actually. Let's have a look now as Mad are in the river. There's no Chasey with them. He does have the TP, but it'd be an awkward position to TP from. Irrelevant could find a flank here. Nope, he's just going to go front to back with his team.
Certus has the Gnar ultimate. Dragging down to 3,000. Elioya should be able to smite this one as Marcoon comes in with the Glacial Prism. Irrelevant. The knock up, the knock back, the Everfrost. Everything used by Irrelevant. And immediately Kazi falls alongside him. Hillisang will go down. Niski too. Another double for Marcoon. As now he's got half of 10. He's got 5 kills. And you can see the gold swing over towards SK. Still a massive lead for Kazi. 9k on him.
But still, like, the engage from Irrelevant was fantastic. Like, we've talked about his laning throughout the split. We've talked about how he as an individual overall has had a solid performance throughout the year. But look at this. 3-man knockup into the Everfrost. The ultimate follow-up as well is so clean. Certus doesn't quite find the follow-up with the chains, but it doesn't matter. The damage is done. 3 kills for SK. They don't quite get the dragon. That was actually executed by Kazi, so Mad now find themselves on Soul Point. But things are falling apart very quickly for Mad. It's a weird feeling because Kazi is so strong that you don't really feel the gold gap. And you also look at the items. Oh, nice Gale Force there from Exakick. But I still think this is winnable for Mad.
Oh, 100%.
Like, even though there's 10 kills to 3, Mad have done a great job of keeping that gold not that different. Like, you look at the mid laners' items, they are very even right now, you know? The top laners' items, of course, Gragas a little bit stronger, but Chasey's level 13 as well. So there are all these factors in mind that make me think, you know, Mad don't feel as far behind as perhaps you'd think they should be.
Definitely helps that Mad's team fighting has been some of the best in the league so far. Glacial Prism hits on Exakick. Breath of Life used by DOS. Right, cleanse away with his ultimate. The thing is, if Mad can protect Kazi, if Kazi gets 2 or 3 axes down, Exakick will fall, DOS will fall. Certus as well, depending on whether or not he's able to get
it's a 5-stack in mid.
Irrelevant has TP, Irrelevant has TP, Irrelevant. He has TP and he's gonna use it. Looking for the flank, Certus goes in, stolen Glacial Prism as they look for the engage. Niski has to flash away, already one down. Certus falls low, but Irrelevant finds the body slam, the explosive cask as well. Already Mad have lost 2. Kazi opening up the Severum ult. No health back for Exakick as it goes between the uprights.
The damage is good from Kazi, but he can't quite stick in the fights long enough to get it off. Chasey wasn't close enough for them to really convert this. Marcoon.
Marcoon. Chasey, where are you gonna go? Tower aggroed onto him. A TP behind once again. Because he's already dead. Certus trying to dash forward. Flash forward. Lands it underneath the tower, and there's no problem with those chains. SK turn towards the Baron.
And Kazi and Chasey overstay. And now this is a free objective. Now the gap should be big enough for SK to feel it. Elioya still alive. He will be spotted on a ward.
Certus jumps here. Make sure that Elioya can't get in. They're doing everything in their power to keep him at arm's length, and now they dive forward. The flash from Elioya, but it's into a bush that SK can rapidly chase into. A 4, almost 5,000 gold lead for SK. Baron on them. And they lost Irrelevant in the fight, but they have 4 buffs that remain.
SK are just crushing Mad Lions right now. We'll see the beginning of this engage. Hilly gets a little too close. Does connect the hook, but a great ultimate from Certus. Lands onto Niski, forcing him to flash very early on. The flank then from Irrelevant gets that kill. And you can see how Kazi's just forced off onto the back end of the fight. The damage is massive from Kazi. I mean, he also just, like, his ultimate was shredding the opposition apart, but then they see them overstay. He gets CC'd into a wall. The turret even aggroed him as well. And then Certus with the TP is able to find that extra kill. Mad Lions looking very uncharacteristic in this game. Now, SK was able to get a big goal lead against G2, and then they threw it away.
Yep.
They weren't able to close. Irrelevant was really strong on the Gwen, and they just couldn't end it. Now against Mad Lions, they find themselves with a very healthy gold leads, and they need to make sure they close this one out. You already talked about how if they don't make top 8, they just can't qualify for the season finals. They won't have enough championship points.
And that means they can't make Worlds. Obviously, very important. Alongside the LEC Championship as Hylissang falls once again. Mad Lions already locked into our top 8, locked into the group stage. And it was all the way from 8th place.
Is he just holding his hands up in celebration? Are you just going to leave him there?
I think it's a mixture of celebration, disbelief, and hope, you know?
He may have also forgotten that his arms are up there. He was so focused on the game that he just...
Often that happens.
Yeah.
You know?
You just forget.
It's full loss of proprioception.
I mean, you used to wear glasses. You never take them off, put them on your head, and then be like, where are my glasses?
Yeah, that's true. I don't usually do it with body parts, though.
I mean, hey, to each their own.
Just, you know, take off your leg, leave it somewhere.
Well, I never said you take it off,
okay.
you know, but you've ever had your leg fall to sleep before? Yeah, exactly. You forgot that you were leaning something on it, didn't you? Checkmate.
5 years of medical training down the drain. And Zeskate take their first dragon
Aren't you
of the
glad
game.
you met me to enlighten you on how the body really works?
I really am, buddy. Been a good friend over the years. There's SK are looking to make some good fuemigos in the bottom lane.
It's a weird transition.
You
You already stretched that one. Hey. Marcoon looking for Chasey.
Fuemigo is for friends that we make together. As they look to add Chasey to the gang. The Gnar back, but Certus still has the Everfrost for the route. Chasey falls. Certus 6-0-7 now on the Silas, and this has been really dominant performance from SK.
Stomped Mad. Like, it hasn't even been close. Aside from Kazi getting a kill in the bot side of the map, like, this has just been the SK show. They started with great mid-jungle ganks, and they've just been moving that pressure around the map. SK are looking clean right now. Very reminiscent of what we saw back in winter when they were kind of at their peak. We've been wondering where this SK is. Perhaps this is their return to form. But they're going to need to maintain it. Of course, still another game to play tomorrow. But the pressure is on SK as they need to try and secure a spot in the top 8.
Currently sitting behind Astralis, Koi, and BDS, who are all at that 3 and 5. SK play Fnatic tomorrow as well.
Difficult opponent.
Although their rivals, BDS, play Mad. Astralis play Koi, so at least one of them is getting 2 full wins. Really feels like it's a battle between SK and BDS to see who can claim the final spot in the group stage. Obviously, things can all change over the next 5 games. Could even change within this game. It is a 6,000 gold lead for SK. We have seen Mad fight back from worse situations in the past.
True. Keep my eyes on Kazi to be the person to do that. He is still very strong. Hilly.
Locked up. Certus goes in with the Gnar. Hilly already down to a 3rd HP, and Marcoon chases forward. SK find another in the top lane. Chasey's trying to push down in the bottom side of the map. Irrelevant here to answer the wave that's crashing towards the tower. Chasey jumps over here.
That is not
the
it.
tower. Chasey, what are you doing, man? Okay, I mean, Chasey's dead, right?
No.
No, yeah, because Certus
Now
is
he's
here.
dead.
Yeah, so Chasey's just dead. Maybe thought that he could dance around Irrelevant enough to find at least
He wanted the tower.
or the
That's
kill.
what he wanted, yeah. And like, Mad is having an off day, I'm telling you right now. Hylissang recently achieved 2,000 deaths, LEC all time. Quickly on his way to 3. As he finds himself with 7 in this game.
It's a good death, Betty. It's a good death.
I don't think he'd have any good deaths.
The team
in this
has
game,
4
mate.
kills, and he's been involved in 3 of them. Okay? No
Valid
one else has
argument.
been involved in as many kills as Hylissang.
Same for the deaths.
True.
Yeah.
It's good support game.
Hilly giveth and taketh away.
Yep. And the moment he's giving kills and taking away his team's chance to win in some of these fights.
Quite right, quite right.
But it is his job as well. Like, he is...
Dying?
He's Blitzcrank.
Is that part of Blitzcrank's job?
I've had enough of this support slander, Velius. The amount of times I'm playing Nautilus in solo queue and people are like, why did you end at 10 deaths? It's like, well, because we had to engage, and I'm the only one that can do that.
I'm just speaking the facts that are in front of me, as is my job as a commentator, you know? It's nothing personal. Nothing personal, man.
We stand Hilly in
There's
this
DOS
house.
I think Niski is dead.
We'll see.
Deceased. His life is forfeit. The Emperor's reign has ended.
Rest in peace. If you hadn't nailed him to the perch, he'd be pushing up the daisies, Betty.
I get that reference.
He does fall. And SK will start the Baron. Niski just trying to join Hylissang up.
Oh, I love that reference. The Baron started off, Elyoya looking to try and get a steal, has the flash.
He can still do this. Can dash in, can flash out, or vice versa. Vision there because the control was in the back of the pit. Mark
Please don't flip this SK. Come on,
Irrelevant
don't
on
flip
the chase. Elyoya in the tri-bush. Chasey trying to get forward. Irrelevant's now going to man mark Elyoya.
That control board is still
defense.
there.
Elyoya! Not quite able to get it through the whirling death. Marcoon secures the smite, and alongside it, the Baron. Elyoya will fall, and with the second Baron they've acquired, SK will be looking to break open the base of the Mad Lions.
That was a close one for sure. Marcoon, I don't think even used his smite. I definitely saw the smite come down from Elyoya, so how the hell SK secured that one, I don't really know. Irrelevant has his eyes on Kazi right now, but he has no teammates to support him.
But he does have an Imperial Mandate, Vedius.
That he does.
So if there was a teammate nearby, they'd be doing extra magic damage. Irrelevant's just waiting here.
He's
Will
chilling.
Mad Lions check the bush?
Irrelevant cosplaying Gragas right now. Found a comfortable bush to nap in. Oh, teammates woke him up.
Does Gragas just nap in bushes around the map?
Yeah.
I mean, he's Santa, man. The guy's delivering presents.
Exploding presents, is that what he's delivering?
I'm not saying these kids have been nice. Okay? On the naughty list, for sure. Another gift for SK as they take the Dragon. Their advance unabated. Feels like they're playing relatively safe, cautiously. It does make sense considering the position they're in the league, but I do feel...
I can tell you right now, they're saying, we threw against G2, let's please not throw this again, guys. Let's not do that.
But it does mean that their Baron is slowly whirling away. Half of the cooldown already down from it, and they haven't really got too much out of it, apart from the Dragon. Can they find this top tier 2? Can be Marcoon stepping forward. DOS and Certus nearby.
Ooh, Relevant pushing in mid.
Oh, they see Chasey, but Certus actually goes in before the rest of his team are really there. Certus will be locked up with the permafrost. Flash away from Chasey. Knew that he'd be slammed into the wall by the Poppy.
Now that Extra Kick is here, their siege can begin. Has to be careful though when it comes to drawing the tower aggro. 4 members from Mad hold strong, but look at mid lane. Irrelevant pushing in that wave. Will slowly be chipping away at the tower.
2 points of pressure. Hylissang looks for the hook, can't get it underneath the tower. Marcoon dives in, and immediately Hylissang dives. A shuffle back, but it's not enough. Mad Lions start to clear it all up. In fact, it was Certus' shuffle that pulled Mad Lions back. SK take the fight in the top lane, and they will take their 3rd win of summer. Will it be enough to get them through to the group stage? Will it be enough to keep them alive in the season finals? We will have to wait and see, but for now, SK have done their job.
A one-sided stomp from SK as Mad Lions is wiped off the map.
And SK can breathe a sigh of relief for tonight, at least, as they move on to join BDS, Astralis, and Koi at 3 and 5. Tomorrow is a new day, and could be the last day of some of these players' seasons. But for now, SK have one more lifeline that they can rely on.
That they do. Mad Lions looking out of sorts in this game. A massive underperformance across the board. Of course, Kazi, I think, still playing very well, finding what opportunities he can, but the mid jungle fell apart. The top lane was getting caught left, right, and center. Certus was absolutely popping off, and Hilly, well, he died one too many times, one could say. But huge props to SK. Loved what we saw from Certus and Marcoon in this game. Irrelevant continues to showcase why I think he should be respected as one of the best tops in Europe. His laning continues to be very strong, and he does find these opportunities for his team. He's been a great top laner to watch ever since his introduction onto Misfits, and then finding a home on SK. Definitely a strong top laner rather, that continues to have his presence known on the Rift.
You can vote for him as one of your players in the Player of the Game vote at LEC on Twitter. Irrelevant, Markoon, and Certus are the three options available to you.
All very, very good. Certus with some great Shurima shuffles. Markoon with a lot of great ganks, working alongside Certus and DOS in the support role to find impact on the map. And then Irrelevant, just with so many of his great engages. SK really stepped up today. They need to show that performance again against Fnatic tomorrow to be able to significantly increase their chances of qualifying for the group stage.
It would be unlikely if they get to 4 wins that they wouldn't make it to group stage, of course, but it's still something. Haven't done all the numbers, haven't done all the calculations, so we'll have to wait probably for PGL. Knowing Trevor, he has probably prepared every single permutation of the next 5 games.
Does sound like something he would do, yeah.
What is that? 2 to the power 5? 2, 4, 8, 16, 30. 64 combinations?
Perfect.
Possible scenarios?
Yeah, I'll trust you. Your math is great.
I'm redoing it in my head. Might be 32, actually. 2 to the power 5? 32? 2, 4, 8, 16.
And we're going to find out from Trevor as we hand it over to him and Trouble in PGL. Bye-bye. That was a terrible toss.
Yeah, it was really bad. You do better next time.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I love you both so much. You do know me well. I have prepared all the permeations. Well, I haven't. Our stats team have. Thank you very much to the foldy sheet. We are now down to 32 possible scenarios for tomorrow. I'm ecstatic to let you know and to welcome Trouble to PGL that 66% of remaining scenarios give us tiebreaker games tomorrow. We will break a lot of that down later on as we go through the conversation. While we wait for, I'm hoping, Certus to join us, let's start with Mad versus SK. Let's address the elephant in the room. Mad sucked, SK smashed.
That's a lion, but okay, we can address the elephant in the room. I mean, what do you want to start with, the good or the bad?
Well, let's start with the draft first of all. And the reason I want to start there, I think when Yamato and GB were guiding me through the draft, something they said really struck true for me is that giving away both Aphelios and Emilio, locking in Blitzcrank Draven, bearing in mind Kazi's played 4 professional games in the champion after today. Something that they said, which really caught my eye, if the Blitz, if Healy doesn't pop off, it's not going to go well. And I kind of feel like that played true, amongst other things, of course, right? Certus is ready, great. So, Trouble, tell me what you thought of the draft, and then we'll bring Certus in.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. Part of SK's success over in Winter was the bot lane. And in this particular split, the bot lane has not been the strongest suit. So if Mad Lions could actually abuse that fact with a very strong early game lane, they would very much do that. That's why the Draven Blitzcrank. The problem is, if that falls behind, then you're in deep trouble because you don't have, you don't have much consistent damage coming out of your other laners. Nari is an AD dealing champion, but doesn't do as much as an AD carry would, such as Aphelios. So if you let the game roll, Aphelios will run you over with Milio.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I see a little bit of a cheeky smile there. Exceptional game in a summer that has been very challenging. What did you make of the draft specifically? What did you think of the Draven Blitzcrank? Because we were scratching our heads a little.
We were kind of expecting it because they left Millie open when Yuma was banned. So we were like expecting Pyke or Blitzcrank, and then also on 4-5 Draven to just snowball early game. And I think we played it really well around bot. I think we only died once, and yeah, we outscaled them.
Talk to me a little bit about the combination. Markoon, I think both of you guys went unkilled as well. Exceptional performance. In terms of controlling the game, leading from the mid-jungle duo, how was the game from your perspective?
I mean, the game felt pretty good. We had Sylas Poppy into Asia. It's like really huge kill. Like, we can really easily look to kill the Asia. So from that, we can play the early game around mid 2v2. But we also need to care around bot lane. So we just need to get mid prio and then hover into bot. So our bot lane can play 2v2. And that's how we try to control the early game. And it looked pretty good.
Now, Giorgio, I was planning a little bit more about later in PGL. Once we got through the mid game, how was it SK able to just completely steamroll? I'm hoping we'll have some replays to pull onto your screen, but Trouble, take me through some of these.
Okay, the early game was fantastic. I think having mid-jungle synergy and a lot of push potential and kill potential with the Poppy that can lock down Azir and he can't dash away, then gives a lot of free pressure to the Sylas. And we actually saw the first Sylas of Summer from Leader today You pulled out the second one of Summer, Sadus, and it looked pretty strong in lane. Once it snowballs, and you guys absolutely dominated on the 2v2. This is something that we haven't necessarily seen a lot from you two, but since you are, you have as an idol Zeka, your last 2 wins have been on Akali and Sylas. So how was that in general for you?
Yeah, I mean, I had pretty good ults this game. We kind of knew that they will pick Na on top lane as a counter pick. So yeah, playing like Sylas into Sejuani ult, Arzi ult, Gna ult. I was telling my team, don't worry on bot. Like, I will outplay them in team fights, and it worked out.
So hold on a minute. You expected Draven Blitzcrank or Draven Pike. You expected the Gnar in the top lane. Did you pretty much figure out the entire map draft of the get-go?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, we banned the Renekton to also, because like Renekton is really good into Sylas, to also make like my pick like more valuable. And then, yeah, we kind of predicted them how they're going to draft.
Can I ask your opinion on this one? The casters were saying something in game, which I thought was an interesting choice of words. Mad Lions are having an off day. Now, the reason I think it's an interesting choice of words is I don't want to take anything away from you and the boys. It was a great performance and you took control of the game. But what do you accredit, you know, the Mad Lions' performance? They have been a team that's been inconsistent, of course, so they're definitely not surprised to see you guys picking up that win. But they did look even more shaky than what we've come to expect.
Yeah, of course. I think Mad Lions, this split looks a bit shaky. I think even though the games they won, like at least 2 or 3 of them, they were like, I mean, against G2, for example, they were really behind and then they could still turn it around. So that's why I also told my teammates, hey, don't worry, they are the champions, but currently they don't look that great. So we can for sure beat them. And yeah, I'm really happy that we all were confident that game and showed what we are like, what we also do sometimes in scrims.
Well, listen, I want to take a second. After we've celebrated the win, let's just zoom out a little bit and talk about SK this summer. 3rd win. It's been 5 losses. What I really appreciate and I'm very thankful for is you're sitting here feeling very fired up. Obviously, the fact you picked up that win means there's still hope, there's still chances to make it to groups, still chances to make season finals. But it has been a rough summer. So when you think of all 3 weeks so far, how do you feel? How do you reflect on what has gone right and what's gone wrong?
I mean, honestly, the split has been really tough for us all. I think we didn't expect the results. We had a lot of games where we could have won against, like, I remember against Heretics, against G2. And yeah, it has been a rough split so far. But I'm not giving up until we are out. And I also hope, or I also try to tell my team this, like, there's still a chance. We play Fnatic tomorrow. It will be a hard one, but we bet them before. So I believe in us.
Yeah, and don't worry, Noah has already died once today, so his KDA is not...
it's
officially ruined.
In addition to 6. So it's gone from 98 to now 48 only.
Yeah, now I wanted to ask you, because I talked to Dos, I interviewed him. We heard from Arcuna as well. They say when a team starts losing, a lot of voices from everyone start rising, because everyone is trying to find a solution to the problem, right? How do you guys manage to sort of tone it down and find what actually made you win in the first place and what works for you?
I mean, you can't imagine how much discussion we had today before the draft. And yeah, it's just like this. When you start losing, everyone start talking and trying to give ideas. And I remember I told my teammates today, because like we had like, I think 2 hours of draft discussion. Hey, no matter what we play, just think about the positive side. Think about how we performed in Winter Split and believe in yourself. And then, yeah.
He's the Yamato of SK, apparently.
Listen, let's give you a quick update on this one. Because of the win today, if you win tomorrow against Fnatic, you are guaranteed a group stage spot. Okay? I'm sure you're aware of that. If you lose tomorrow, you are still guaranteed a tiebreaker game.
Okay, that's nice.
Is that news for you? Did you know that?
I didn't know that we will have a tiebreaker.
Okay, now, with that in mind, tell me what the mood of the team is going to be like. Obviously, you're going home very excited, but you're playing Fnatic, who look to be arguably the 2nd best team in the league. So do you have enough time to talk and prepare for this ungodly amount of conversation for Fnatic to pull off another surprise?
I mean, I will give my best, and I hope, or I also think that we are all like in a good mood. And I mean, as I said, I think our last matches against Fnatic, we won like 2 or 3 games in a row. They look really good. I think them and G2 look like the best 2 teams in the league. And it will be a hard run, but I think we can make it.
Well, listen, I know the standings are still on the screen right now. Thank you to our production team. If you take a look there, the fact that we have Astralis, Koi, SK Gaming, and Team BDS all tied at 3 wins and 5 losses, right? The reason that you will be guaranteed a tiebreaker game is in our rule set, when there is a tie for that 8th and final spot in the group stage, a game will play regardless of head-to-head. And the reason that that is important is our third game of the day is going to be Koi versus Astralis. You see both of them in there, 3 and 5. One of them has to lose. Now, there are a few other shenanigans. I've got these written down, so give me a moment here, right? If BDS and SK win tomorrow, we will get 0 tiebreaker games. Now, I love you, and I think if you win and BDS lose, I'm still happy. And the reason I'll say that is, here in Europe, we love our ties. If BDS and SK both lose tomorrow, and I'll say this, I do want that, because I'm excited. Now, I know we want different
Nothing
things.
personal.
We get 2 tiebreaker games,
That's
okay?
right.
I'll explain all this. We'll probably have to do this tomorrow. But obviously, if one team wins, one team loses, we're only going to get that single game, of course. It's going to be up to Astralis, see what happens there. So there's a lot of shenanigans afoot. Can you talk to me a little bit about why on earth is the LEC Summer season this close? I know there's a lot of teams that have struggled to find their identity in some ways, but also we're seeing a lot of individual players and a lot of teams have these surprise wins, these performances. What do you mark these standings being so close to be a main reason?
I think it's just like, I think for sure one point is the schedule. It's like 3 weeks. It's the summer split. It's like all or nothing for every team. And then the stress level is really high. So there, for sure, in every team, there are ups and downs, right? And yeah, it's just, I think one point is the schedule. And the other point is like, I mean, some teams made roster changes, like Heretics and Fnatic. It worked out for them, like really well, if you look at the standings. But then also other teams try to keep the roster, which is also like fine, right? And yeah, it's just like everything is possible. Like everything is possible.
I love your optimistic outlook.
I feel like it's a kind of like a roller coaster of emotions, right? Because talking even to Peter Dunn, he said it's a very short season. And when you have a month and a half break, for the teams especially that did not get to go to MSI, you start cooking. And then sometimes you overcook. And then sometimes you're trying to find the identity. And that doesn't work, so you have to go back to your ways. I think a very huge example of that is also Excel. They tried to do something different yesterday, didn't work out for them, went back to the front to back. And it's fine, because it's not very easily counterable as well. So once you find that one style that really works for your team, and you can play it, do your best standards, I think it does not matter. And I feel like only having 3 weeks to figure that style out is very little, and best of ones can be very tricky.
Yeah, Trouble, talk to me a little bit about your perspective when you look at these standings and obviously watching the games. What's your take on like how especially middle of the table, you see teams like Heretics, Excel, Mad Lions, they've picked up some big wins. Momentum seems to swing very quickly. What's your expectations for, how things are going to play out, let's say, tomorrow in the last 5 games?
I feel like for these particular 4 teams, it's been win, loss, win, loss, win, loss, win, loss. They don't have the chance to go into that sort of momentum of winning 2 to 3 games in a row and feeling like we're unbeatable, basically. We have found what works for me. And I want to ask you too, Setus, on what you think about this, because how important is it to have this 2-3 game momentum so you don't end up in situations like this?
I mean, it's really important, like with this schedule, if you have like one good week where you go like, I mean, in Winter Split, we went the second week 3-0, and
how good did it feel?
It felt really good, and we made it into the group stage. In Spring Split, we also went, I think, the first week 3-0, and then the second and third week looked shaky, but we still managed to make it into group stage. So it's like really important for a team, especially like for example Excel, where they had like the second week where they went 3-3. They figured out their style to play like front to back with Asia, right? And yeah, it's really important if you have like one good week, you make it into group stage, you figured out the way you want to play as a team,
Yeah. I want to say thank you so much. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to buy a little bit of time. I'm hoping that we can get one of these tools updated so I can run through some of the scenarios. I cannot guarantee that I'll have it ready by the time we finish the show. So I'll ask a couple more questions. And Certus, I want to respect your time, especially with the big game tomorrow. Just before I look at the schedule, do you look ahead to tomorrow's games? Do you look at the rest of the matchups and think about those at all? How do you prepare for Fnatic, knowing it's game 5? There's 4 games before you. 24 hours from now, you might be locked into groups if you take down Fnatic and pick up one of the biggest surprises of summer, or you're going to be playing a tiebreaker game against the likes of, I think, Astralis or Koi.
I mean, I think we will do the same as today, because like before our match, we saw Vitality against BDS and we really wanted Vitality to win. So we have one more win basically over BDS, but they lost the game, unfortunately. So, I mean, we will for sure watch the rest of the games.
Yeah.
And then just focus on ourselves. It's still in our hand. And yeah, I hope we will be prepared.
It's fine. They're game 5. They have a long time for draft discussion.
They do indeed. They do indeed. Okay, what I will do is this. I'm obviously predicting you guys to beat Fnatic because it'll be so spicy and fun. But for the other teams in the battle with Astralis and Koi, who do you think will win that game and why? That'll be my last question before we move on and close out the show.
I think Koi will win. I mean, Koi during the 3 weeks, right, they always look shaky, but then they still somehow make it into the group stage. I think they are more experienced. I think they are the better team. I would assume that Koi beats...
Koi or Astralis, Trouble, who wins?
I think I'm going to go with Koi. If anything, Larson said, I've not yet played Azir, so I'm expecting it's the last day, it's the last chance. I think the Azir has to come out. And also Astralis, there have been a few games where they've had a pretty good lead and they seem to get a little bit lost in that mid-game. So
Absolutely.
I'll just give it to Koi.
Okay, unfortunately, I will let everybody watching at home. I don't have the tool updated to run through you with all the correct updates. We will look to plan to do something like that during Ready Check or during the course of tomorrow's show. What I will do is one last thing. I'm hoping we have the championship points graphic. If that is ready, production, could we bring that up? And the reason I do want to look at this one is I'll have one last question here. Importantly, I want to draw everyone's attention to Team Vitality, right? They have been eliminated from advancing to the group stage. So while I believe in 10th place they should get 7 points, their final standing will be 137 points, and they are now hoping that teams below them, like SK at 90, like Fnatic at 30, Heretics at 30, X at 10, all teams who are, barring SK just yet, in group stage are looking forward, looking to overtake them. Only 6 of these teams advanced to our 2023 season finals event that culminates in Montpellier. And of those 6 teams, 3 of them guaranteed worlds. 4th one will play LCS. It's huge. There's a lot on the line. It's a brutal schedule. Does SK talk about championship points? Do you talk about season finals? Like, are you aware that if you don't make groups, you don't get season finals?
Yeah, of course. Like, we talk about it. I think we all also think about it, right? Like, we're head-to-head with, like, Astralis. So it's also... Like our goal also was it before the split begins that we have at least like more wins than Astralis to get also more points, and yeah, I hope we can make it.
I mean, it means taking down Fnatic, and it means your prediction has to come true. If those 2 things happen, you accomplish the goals. Final thought here, just in terms of a goodbye to Vitality, who obviously crashed out today. A terrible summer season, definitely not living up to team's expectations, but they did have a good winter and spring. Obviously, that's given them a chance.
I think it's so heartbreaking, honestly, getting into this particular meta when we're like, solo laners are so important, so integral. Having a solid laning phase is so good. And if you look at every single individual on this Vitality roster, they're supposedly, on paper, the best at their role. And to see them go down in a fashion like this, where they looked so lost, so miscoordinated, especially when you have so many veteran voices in the team, is kind of heartbreaking. Now, do I hope to still see them in the season finals? Yes. Do I hope they have a comeback? Yes. Because caliber of players like this is always awesome to watch play versus teams like G2 and Fnatic that look so strong.
I'm going to add one condition for you.
Okay.
Yes, I will welcome them back if I see some team play coming out and fixing these problems. Certus, I'm going to give you one last opportunity. Would you like to say anything to the fans, to the supporters, people who are cheering you on? Today was an emphatic victory. You've definitely earned a shout out to everybody watching at home.
Yeah, I mean, thanks to all the fans, and I really appreciate your support. I'm also reading your messages. So, yeah, I hope you guys keep supporting us, and I hope we won't disappoint you tomorrow.
Listen, reading the message, I'm trying to do it, but Elon's trying to screw us on that one. Right, I'm told I have to do a PGL selfie. I don't know how this works. So let's try this one out.
Press the button and take a picture.
Okay, wait, I'll come sit on the sofa. Let's do it this way, right? We'll go wide angle on this one.
That's not going to work.
It will. I've got a good camera. And then we've got post-game lobby, cameras coming in, cameras over there. All right, to everybody watching, cheers. I'm sorry we didn't do Sonoras. We'll do it tomorrow. We'll see you 5:45 on Monday, whatever it is, for the last day. And we're going to see Certus taking down Fnatic. Bye, everybody. Bye. Cheers, everyone. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well played.
Big brain. Abadage now in trouble. Pulled back. Oh, the combo's almost perfect. Oh, he hits him out of the sky. Ooh, pull back. Leader getting level 6 first. Can he knock him back? Between the goalposts. Oh, he's scoring. God, and again, we just rinse and repeat the body block. Patrick waiting over the wall. Leader overextending. This is going to be a big shot to Leader. Oh, no! Amumu does have friends, and they're damn good at League of Legends.
They slowed. Illu's not there yet. Look, Gwen. I'm TPing. I've knock up. I don't have W. I think we win though, anyway.
That's look another for Blackhead. And I may have spoken too soon as Heretics are able to dash away. VTO dashing, it's a double! Ragnarok being used, cease and desist, 8 seconds away. The smite for the slow. Jankos looking for the red buff as well.
Actually, just do it. Okay, do it. And okay, can I ult Poppy? Are you guys ready? I can look. If he's here, I wanna ult. Look. I'm looking. I'm ulting. Nice move. Guys.
No ultimate tech for him. Here we go.
They're looking for Noah. They get the hook. Noah dies! And alongside it is KDA pulls.
It's fine. I'll go to Sana. We have target. Come in. This. Okay, in grid. First target. Go in. Go. I see. Up. No, set. Feel perfect. Nice.
TP now from Adam as Photon dashes forward, pulls him back with a showstopper, and he absolutely punches through Vitality. But Perks is beginning to Goomba Stomp LeBron with the charm of the Photon as they look to re-engage. LeBron finds a double knockup, and the base breaker will pull them back. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Adam buries Vitality in the dirt. Oh, pressure. Hillisang looks for the hook, can't get it underneath the tower. Marku dives in, and immediately Hillisang dives. A shuffle back, but it's not enough. Mad Lions.
Did you see what I did in the end? Nice one, guys. Well played.